Hello there.
Seeing someone makes you feel great.
Oh my god, another anus.
Can we numb it? Can we numb
Balls.
just for a bit? Can we numb it? Can we numb it? Forget about it. I'm just saying that we have no control. This lifestyle's getting old. Oh, can we numb it? Can we numb it just for a bit?
Fire! Fire!
I just
Fire!
found a secret hidden
Fire!
monster stood
Fire!
inside,
Fire!
drooling with the rest.
Fire!
There wasn't just one, I counted much more.
Balls.
Creatures locked in cages, they were people no more. I ran past
Balls.
them, holding my breath on the barber's trail. My speed left me impressed. My new tattoos turned me into a freak. I'll change my fingers into daggers, let the barber bleed. Don't be gone, don't be gone. This is wrong, this is wrong. Don't be gone, don't be gone. This is wrong, this is wrong. This is survival, I'm just a weapon. I'm the arrival, without discretion. I'll be the person that all the numbers can count on. I'll wipe my fear out. Two steel doors I punched through with ease. The barber took 18 and threw her to her knees. I screamed with rage, I galloped like a beast. I'll have that demon's throat, I'll call him like eat it to me. Before I knew, my lover stood to say, it's time to shut up now. They both smiled a face of gray. I couldn't understand why she wouldn't move. The barber laughed and said she is my brand new tool. Don't be gone, don't be gone. This is wrong, this is wrong. Don't be gone, don't be gone. This is wrong, this is wrong. This is survival, I'm just a weapon. I'm the arrival, without discretion. I'll be the person that all the numbers can count on. I'll wipe my fear out. This man stole her frame of mind. Her soul was ripped from her spine. They both fought me, I can't fight back. I won't kill her, her mind is his at last.
Where's the pizza?
As the barber came forward to end my life, 18 years of man to sharp his knife. She held me close like Christ and wife. She whispered, "Jay, it's just another time to die." She pulled my arm back, cut straight through her. just a weapon. I'm the arrival without discretion. I'll be the person that all the numbers can count on. I'll wipe my fear out. How'd this start? Who is this woman staring at me? Her gloves shining with oil. Did I crash in a flight? Did she save my life? This room is lined in white. I haven't been here before. The days I knew are now black and gone. These memories I have don't feel like my own. I have marks on my arm, but they don't come off. They say I'm something special, and that I'm the one they want. You know, you know, you know. They say I'm something special. I can't help but feel
Are you ready to
Hello,
jingle your
hello,
bells?
hold on.
Hey,
my bones crawl.
Everyone just calm down.
Everyone, please, relax. Everyone, hold on. Hello, can you hear us? Hi, Tonga. Hello.
G'day.
Hi, Raiders.
Are
Welcome
you ready
in.
to jingle your bells?
Tunger Bunger.
Himalayan.
Oh my goodness. It just keeps going. Welcome in, Raiders.
It got a little bit weird then. Like Brian was having a bit of a good time.
It changes speed.
oh
Oh my god, it's longer than that fart. Hi everybody, welcome in. This
Oh my gosh. What have you done?
You look so cute, you're glowing. Aw, thanks Kai, hello.
Thanks, Kai.
Hi Maeve, welcome in. Hi everybody. We're so bright. Yeah, this is a different camera. How does the camera look? What do we think?
Have you checked your phone?
This needs to stop.
How is it so many O's?
O equals 10 if you say it really
Jesus
slowly.
Lord.
Are you ready
Oh
to
my god,
jingle your
there's
bells?
more O's.
We are so close to 1 year, let's fucking go.
Let's
Also,
fucking
I hope you are having fun in the land down under.
Is that like let's fucking goo as in
Let's fucking goo.
like the bad goo?
Nice car.
Oh, the good goo.
Sorry,
my
Yonder
God.
gifted a tier 1 sub to make Fox grow.
I'm having
They have given
sensory
3
overload
gift
right now.
subs in the channel.
Let's fucking pudding. Thank you guys so very much for the subs and the gifties. How
Balls.
is the audio? Can you hear us well? Is it looking good? Is it sounding good? What are our thoughts?
Tell us everything.
I think I have to catch up and thank you guys. Tonga, thank you so much for the 10 months. My goodness. Thank you. Yo-Yo, thank you for the
Balls.
10 months as well.
Hell yeah.
Same day, 10 months. Sora, thank you for the 11 months of Prime. We're so close to a year. Can you believe it? My goodness. I smell a balls spam. I smell a balls. Yonder, thank you for gifting a sub to Maeve. Thank you, guys. Hype train right off the bat. Your voices are a bit quiet. Should I turn down the music in comparison? Welcome in, guys. You sound different from your other mic? Yeah, so this is a bit different from my other mic. We're working with Laz's setup, so it might sound a bit different. No one tell them they've been
She
muted.
might sound a little bit more shit.
Might just be a bit more shit. Super good. Thank you, Mindflux. Thank you. Have the audio cranked. Seems good to me. Cam's great. Sounds great. Y'all are coordinating. This is the content I'm here for.
Lozzie, how you doing? How you going, mate?
How you going?
Oh, that was good.
Yeah?
I mean, close.
I
Going.
certainly tried.
How you going?
How you going?
How you going?
How you going?
Gone.
Gone.
Yeah, that's it.
Wired Apple headphones. We had to get an extender because it wasn't quite reaching. So we went to a nice little audio shop today.
We did.
And we got an extender. So here we are. This is an authentic Australian flower, by the way. This is not fake.
It's not fake.
It's a real one.
We picked it in on the street that I grew up on.
Mm-hmm. We're not going to tell you what street that is.
Yeah, please don't ask.
Hibiscus? Hibiscus?
Who's Biscus?
Who's Biscuits? Hi, Josiah. Welcome in.
Hey, guys.
Garn. Hi, Garn. So happy to see you together. Yes, guys.
Balls.
My flight was the flight from hell.
Okay.
Look, I was exhausted and it was terrible, but I had good spirit, you know?
You had delays?
Yeah, there was a delay. It wasn't too bad, though.
Yeah. And then Wi-Fi didn't work for a while there.
Yeah, for the first, 3 hours of the flight, the Wi-Fi didn't work, and I was like, what am I gonna do with myself?
Yeah, well.
It was 15 hours. However, look, it could have been a lot worse. So the people who were sitting near me, everybody was very nice. I didn't have any mean people around me. The babies that were on the flight all slept through the entire flight, so.
Well done.
Yeah, 15-hour
The
flight.
drugs worked.
Yeah,
Are you
exactly.
ready to jingle
Shen,
your
thank you for the
bells?
5 months.
Shan, let's fucking go!
Hi, John. Welcome in.
I can't even tell you how excited I am to see you
Meow.
all together. Loz and Darian, you both deserve so much love. VeryDarian smile.
Oh,
Tunger.
thanks, Tungabunger.
Thank you. Babies. Yeah, there was 2 babies on the flight. 2 of them.
Not 2. 2 that you spotted.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Deemy, welcome in. Did you guys swim already? No sharks? No, God, please don't remind me of the sharks. Not yet. I do want to go swimming, though. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a little bit sick. So my nurse here has been nursing me back to health. She made me homemade chicken noodle soup.
I'd never made it before, but it seemed the right vibe.
It was delicious. It was very good.
You Google, what do you need? And apparently chicken soup is the thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we had a dab redemption. We're gonna rip out our headphones trying to do that.
You're gonna hit me in the head.
I'll go this way.
Okay, 3. But then we're gonna hit our heads.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Oh, he's close.
That's why you sound different? Yeah, I think I sound a little bit nasally.
It may be the microphone as well, so go easy on her.
Hello, Zeppy. Hello, Scotty. How you doing? Name a child. Did you see any roos and did you fight them? I haven't seen a kangaroo yet.
Ooh, but we have lots of things booked in a few days.
I will send you guys lots of photos, lots of videos. How many bloomin' onions have you had so far? 17, approximately.
Onions.
Give or take.
Tits,
Little buttholes, tiny little cucumbers.
That just
look
Vin
weird.
Diesel
Hate
voice?
them pickles. I'm so angry.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's not terrible.
a sexy, raspy voice, please. So, today, guys, my parents...
On vacation. Hi, honey. It's great. The cocktails are wonderful.
Hi, honey. Oh my god. That sounds just like me. Holy shit, that's amazing.
Wow. Yeah, it does.
That's wonderful. Family. That's what I sound like. Oh my god, it's hard to tell the difference. We haven't eaten the babysitter yet. How you kids doing? Have you burned down the house yet?
You be nice to Stacy, okay?
Darian daytime. You and Lozzie quite rightly look so good.
Aw.
I hope you'll feel better soon and hope the soup helped. It looked so good.
It was delicious. The chicken was so tender and flavorful and delicious.
I think we can improve on it though, as a team. Although you slept through the entire process of making it, that's fine though.
I did. I got here and I took a big fat nap.
She was so sick, guys.
I don't want to cough because I know it'll be loud.
Well, you can whenever you need.
Go. All good. You don't want to hear it. It's not good. The jet lag is real. Okay, look. So here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
Took a big fat dump. Oh my god, please.
I mean,
No. Oh my god, please. Oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck.
you were gonna say something about dumps.
It was before the dumps. The CC caught your cough. Wait, is the closed captioning working? No way. No, it's not. Is it?
Stop.
No,
Don't.
it's not.
Don't do that.
Don't miss flying back and forth from the UK. Yeah, look, 15-hour flight, wouldn't recommend it. Would not have my worst enemy do it. It's not great.
I did it.
Well, yeah.
So I'm your worst. I'm not your worst enemy.
I wouldn't wish it.
So you'd make me do it, but not your worst enemy. Lloyd. It's only day 3 and she's sick.
Lozzie worst enemy confirmed. Please.
Hello there.
Hi, Sir Vader. Welcome in. Doesn't help with feeling unwell. Yeah, so can't see much of chat. Only one window will work. My usual pop-out chat breaks, so I'll likely miss a lot. No worries, Yo-Yo. I appreciate you being here. I saw that Twitch has been breaking a bunch this week while I was gone.
What happened, guys?
Twitch just imploded now that I left. How close were you to staging a mutiny on the plane? Look, I only stood up once during a 15-hour flight.
That is insane to me.
I was in the window seat, and I didn't want to disturb anybody. It's like everybody was asleep, and I didn't want to disturb them. Okay, no, here's the thing. That's what I was gonna say. So I come into this flight with a neck pillow, with an eye mask, with fucking NyQuil. I'm prepared. I'm ready to sleep, okay? As soon as I sit down on this flight, I take my NyQuil, and I'm ready to sleep. And so I sleep through the meal service. I'm smelling chicken and beef, and I'm like, no, I'm just gonna sleep instead. And they're like, do you want chicken or beef? And I'm like, I want to sleep, thank you. And then I didn't sleep. In fact, the NyQuil had the exact inverse effect on me. Just absolutely had me wired. Just wide awake. It was horrific. But this dude next to me, he was like he was Australian who was like around my age. This dude comes in with shorts, a t-shirt, absolutely nothing else with him.
Classic
He's
Aussie.
raw dogging this flight, and he's sitting in the middle seat, and he just falls asleep. He sleeps for like 8 hours. I'm like,
I hate people like that on planes. I can't sleep on planes.
I have such a hard time with it. I was like, you little shit, how did you sleep like that?
When I flew over to you, I didn't sleep a wink. I wasn't sick, but I was just wired because I was like, I hadn't met you yet.
Yeah.
So, that was a bit scary. She
Yeah.
could have been like an old man, put me in a dungeon. I had lots to worry about.
Could have been an old man. That's the worst possible scenario.
An old white man.
A white man?
Not a white man.
Old man Darian confirmed.
I mean, old man Darian. I can see it. Not now.
in the future.
Not ever. In the future.
Darian as an old man. I could see it. Hi, Spade. Welcome in. Well, tell me what. Yes, we're live. We're here. We're gonna play some Until Dawn today, which I think is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be so good. This is gonna be amazing content. Laws is gonna have roller coaster arms. It's gonna be great.
But I'm gonna be holding the controller, so it might fly up.
Darian unzips her skin suit and she's Bernie Sanders.
I mean, of all old men to turn into.
I forgot Lozzie's laugh. I know, it's been such a long time.
Yeah, I haven't been on for a while. What is my laugh? I've forgotten mine. What is it? Ha ha.
Have you ever tried to laugh without smiling?
That doesn't work.
Lozzie, take Darian on a hike.
That's the plan. We've got plenty of plans, but we have a little spanner in the works.
Oh my god,
don't
another
we? Our little
anus.
motion sick.
Yeah, we were driving around today and I got this horrible motion sickness. And normally I don't get motion sick unless I'm driving for a while. But I think my cold is kind of messing with like my inner ear and making me icky, so...
Yeah, so we're gonna get motion sickness tablets.
Yeah.
Hopefully it helps, because we have lots of places to drive to. And especially for you guys, we want to show you like around the world. We want to show you the world.
I've already been recording a bunch for the video that I'm going to edit for you guys. So get excited.
I'm excited.
Motion sickness from being upside down. Exactly. That's what it is. I'm adjusting to being on upside down. Yeah. Did you check out the toilets yet? I'm going to need you to elaborate.
Whether they swirl the same way.
I don't even know if I looked at that.
It's a strange thing to take note of in your own home.
Exactly.
Let alone to go to a new place and go, yes, swirls
Yes.
correctly.
Should we go check it out? IRL stream in the bathroom.
I think, you know what we'll do? We'll record some content.
Record the toilet.
Just the toilet.
Wow.
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 Check that.
It's just a remote place in Texas. We're actually just in Texas. For the 15 hours of the flight, we just flew in circles. Flowed. We
It's like you saying casted.
Oh my god. Hi Nina, welcome back. You can just order in Panda Express. We'll put out, look, Panda Express, that sounds delicious. What else have we had to eat? We had Nando's. I had cheeky Nando's.
Oh, and we recorded her response to it. And she may have... Were you at that stage? Yes. Sorry. No, we weren't. What?
We had some cheeky Nando's. It was amazing. We had some peri peri chips, not fries. We had some peri peri broccolini.
Oh, God, that's good. Do you want to tap the controller? Or else the PS5 will sleep. You
Don't
can't have
go
that.
to sleep.
It's not sleep time.
I had a cheeky Nando's. I sure did. Mild. We had one mild and we had one lemon and herb.
Okay, we need Jack Sips. What is Jack Sips? What is your Nando's option? What's your choice?
This extends to everyone in chat as well. If you would like to give us your cheeky Nando's order.
If you have a cheeky Nando's order, please let us know. If you don't know what cheeky Nando's is, don't feel excluded. We will take Taco Bell orders.
You finally made it to Australia. I did, Soldier Boy, with the help of you and everyone else in chat. Thank you guys so much. I made it here.
Yes, thank you guys.
I'm here. Love me some Nando's. It was amazing. Number 4. What's a number 4?
There's none.
There's no number.
There's no numbers on Nando's.
He's testing us.
He's testing us.
Haven't had Taco Bell in a decade. Chicken butterfly?
Yeah, so this is what I was telling you about. You either get like a wrap or a pita or a burger, right? Or there are some people who subscribe to just getting chicken in its ultimate form. And that's what I was telling you last night. I know you probably don't vibe with that as much, so that's why we got you the broccolini.
Oh, okay.
And the wraps and the pita.
It was very good. Extra spicy chicken tender kids meal. Extra spicy?
I don't need decorations. I love that.
Get plain chips and try to look in. Yeah, look. The chips were delicious.
Extra spicy chicken tender. Ooh, extra spicy, Maeve. You got balls of steel.
Sorry.
You just mute if you need. They can hear you. They should respect that you're still streaming when you're so sick.
I'm still streaming.
She should be in bed, people.
If he wanted to, he would, folks. Exactly, Kai. It's a 15-hour flight, you know, but you do what you gotta do. Also, it's beautiful here. Australia is very beautiful.
Chia, you haven't even seen the beautiful parts yet.
Hello, Dark. Welcome
Other
back.
than me.
Self high five.
Hey, I've...
Neti Pot Street?
What is a neti pot?
That's the little teapot that you pour through your nose. Have you not seen this?
What are you talking about?
Look, go to YouTube and look up neti pot.
Go to YouTube and look up neti pot.
She hasn't seen a neti pot. You're gonna hate it. It's terrible. Nerdy.
What the fuck? No, I'm not watching that. That shouldn't go there.
Yeah, it goes like through your nasal passages to like clear everything out. It's gross. They're horrific. Don't do it.
It's like a nose enema.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Is that
it's a nose enema.
Okay.
Mhm, precisely. That's why Lozzie is dad, because she just high-fived herself. I feel like I also have dad energy.
Yeah, we oscillate, I think.
Indeed.
I think I've been mum Loz at the moment because you've been so sick.
I've just been sick, man. First it was the cold. Well, it's still the cold. And then the motion sickness.
You're a trooper. You're a bloody trooper.
My two dads.
Oh my god, that could be an amazing co-stream name.
My two dads, except we're not dads. I love that. Two streamer daddies, trademark. It's the mug.
I think daddies is better than just dads.
Yeah.
I'll take daddy. Sorry, that sounded weird.
I'll take
daddy.
You're our dads. We're chat's dads, daddies. The enema of my enema is my frenema.
That's fantastic.
Fathers. Thank you, Gallowalloway. True.
Two bosses. Yes, thank you. Queen bosses.
What makes Laws so sweet? She's been looking after you. She has been looking after me so well. She's like a natural mom. Truly.
Meow.
I'm gonna be hella good at baseball.
Cricket here, mate. Cricket.
Cricket.
I got Daz watching the cricket. What?
I have an electric neti pot that actually pumps the water through your schnoz. Also, side note, we have an alternative username for Laws now. It's called Schnozzy Bee. What do we think? Yes or no?
I don't even know how we got there. It's because you were blowing your nose a lot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then called me Schnozzy Bee?
Well, because you were talking about schnoz, and I was like, Schnozzy Bee.
Schnozzy Bee. And then I think I laughed for about 5 minutes.
She did indeed. Gay daddy streamers, yes. Yes.
Yes, good
I love
stuff.
it. Very schnozian.
That's great.
It's perfect. Schnozzy Bee. Gonna take me to cricket?
That's the plan. We've got to do it, I think, because we've got so much, like, pumped into our time away, and you need to stream. So we might do it the night of a stream.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. Might be a short stream one time.
Yeah, maybe like a 3-hour stream that day. Hey Ninja, welcome in. How you doing? It's
Ciao.
finally happened.
We're here. It's a really good green screen.
Yeah.
Look, we can't touch each other. We just go straight through.
It's like
Oh.
it's like the hologram.
Damn it. Yeah, it'll be a 2020 match made because I won't subject Az to anything longer. She might fall asleep in a 2020 match. I think she was falling asleep when I was showing her the cricket on the TV.
She was showing me cricket on the TV, and people were wearing popcorn buckets on their heads, and I was like, they're wearing popcorn buckets on their heads.
And I was like, yes.
That's a normal thing.
That's what they do.
That's a normal thing people do with those.
Yeah, you hand them out, put them on. Does
Yeah.
anybody here watch cricket?
Wait, what? That was my reaction. I was like, those are some silly billies over there. Ooh, we have a poll suggestion from Nina. Do we have a mod to do the poll?
What is the poll? I'm a mod.
Yeah, can you do the poll? She said she's bad at being a mod. Sorry, I muted to cough. Hologram Holly B. Oh, hi, Bagel. How are you? Hi, Chaos Knight. Welcome, welcome in. I watched a cricket once. Look, the crickets here are so loud.
Yeah, when it's really, really hot. You know it's hot when the crickets are loud. That happened this morning. They were like really, really loud, and you're like, what the hell was that? Like, oh.
Also, the crows, or the magpies, sorry.
Which one do you like? You like the one that you were like...
There was a really weird one this morning that sounded like it was choking. It was like gagging.
Magpies have the most beautiful
Blech.
call. Literally no one has ever said a magpie call sounds terrible.
It was terrifying. Like, I literally just woke up and I hear this bird that's like, oh! That's what it sounded like.
I consider that a hate crime.
This poll is extremely important. Probably the fate of the earth depends upon it. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. I thought that poll message was just a highlighted message. It's identical on my screen. Oh boy. I sound sick, don't I?
Should you take drugs?
No, I don't do drugs.
No, I meant actual drugs, normal medicine.
No, I don't need them. Back decided to flare up today and I'm exhausted. Hey, you take care of yourself, Ninja. You take care. Enjoy your lurky do. I hope you feel better soon, my friend. Hey, Koopaling, welcome in.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
You have a new blurb suggestion? Thanks to Maeve. Okay.
I'm not sure we're logged into Blurp, are we?
No, probably not.
Do you want to, or shall we wait?
You go ahead and open up Blurb. Because I log in through Twitch, so we might be able to log in that way. Jack Sips almost. Yeah, I noticed the name change. What's the thought process behind it?
Oh, you're automatically logged in, Dazzle. So do I go dashboard?
Yep, dashboard. Seagulls here in Vancouver sometimes sound like an obnoxious neighbor having loud sex. Or you're...
What?
Or maybe your neighbors are just having a good time. Go ahead and press the plus, and then add to bits library. Poll is up. Thank you, Yo-Yo. I appreciate you.
So is it done?
Yeah, it's been added. Laws, are the plants okay? How many have died?
All of them.
Oh, you guys didn't even notice.
Oh my god.
You didn't even notice.
Anybody? Anybody.
Hi, Magnets. How you doing? Did you even notice the tree? Look at this Christmas tree that we erected yesterday. We had our own little Christmas. We decorated the tree.
I thought Ozzy was wearing a hat. That's quite funny.
A Christmas hat. Erected. Erected. Ooh, that was a good R roll.
That was good. Yeah, we had Christmas yesterday. We transferred preferred presents. That's not the correct term.
Exchanged.
Can you tell I haven't streamed in a long time?
It's hard to get back into it when you haven't in a while.
Words. Santa Claus.
Claus. I noticed I'm angry. Take it down. Christmas is over.
It's good. It's the strangest Christmas tree we've ever seen.
Do you want to show them?
Yeah. Oh yeah, but it's terrible. But we I'd say we capitalized on just how weird the Christmas tree is.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? On a scale of 1 to 10. Why it look like that? At any pot, no, I'm weird. Fair.
Okay.
Twitch chat tying a poll. Who is surprised?
No one. It's odd but cute. But okay, guys. This tree.
I'll take daddy. That's the one that Maeve added. I'll take daddy.
I'll take daddy. Wow.
On Orthodox timeline. You know, we had to have our own Christmas. It had to be done.
Yeah, because we were away.
Belle!
Hello.
Hello.
How
Hi,
you doing,
Belle.
Belle?
We are here in Aussie land. I don't know how to prove it to you. How do I prove I'm in Aussie land?
Me.
She's here. An Australian, authentic Australian.
One of us. One of us.
This is the information we needed. Thanks to the poll. Now we know the truth. Now the truth has been exposed. Speak Aussie or punch a kangaroo. Those are the only two options.
Have you
Look
need
at the
to
way
practice.
this little proboscis wiggles when I wiggle my head.
Proboscis wiggles.
Look at my proboscis wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. We were watching a bunch of Lonely Island videos yesterday.
Oh my gosh. the
Mother
fact-
lover, three-way. It's not gay.
It's not gay if it's a three-way.
Yeah.
Such a
Iconic.
good song. Very
Yes.
good songs.
Laws is wonderful magnets. I knew you would love her. My Aussie accent. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. How you going? How you going?
How you gone?
How you going?
How you gone?
Gone.
G-A-R-N.
Gone.
Yeah, how you gone?
How you gone?
Remember I said, alright, Cobber?
Kaba?
Alright, Cobber?
Kaba?
Yeah, that's it. How you gone?
How you gone?
How ya gone?
Proboscis Wiggle sounds like a Harry Potter professor. Hello, I'm Proboscis Wiggle. I am your professor of patience this year. Proboscis. Proboscis.
I hated that. I hated doing that.
What's Kaba?
What's Cobber?
It's like dude, man, sir.
like old mate, friend. G'day, Cobber.
Mm-hmm.
How you going?
No spider content. Guys, okay, no spiders yet.
Oh my god. No, spider.
One little spider.
But I've never seen a spider in my house. Ever. Ever. Never seen a spider in my house. Literally the first night she was here, in my room, she just stops and she points. And I'm like, what? Oh my god, it can't be. It cannot be. Turn around and there's a fucking spider on the ceiling.
It was like this big. It was pretty small. However, I did see a gecko.
Geckos are cute though. They'll never hurt you.
Yeah, no, it was very cute and that's what it did.
Is that what it did?
They're like, have you been poisoned yet? Everything there is poisonous, isn't it? As soon as I got off the plane, I came down with the consumption.
Oh,
It's terrifying.
it gets me every time.
Unexpected kind, welcome back. How you doing?
G'day.
But Huntsman and Aussie? No Huntsman spiders. Do not manifest that for me, bestie.
You'll see some.
You ought to be the new David Attenborough. Thank you.
Oh, well, she will be soon. We are. Do you want to tap PS5? Being annoying. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna go cuddle a koala. We're gonna touch a dingo. We're gonna feed kangaroos. We're gonna check out a lyrebird. They're very cool.
All the aminals. That's a murloc sound. Don't let the koala pee on you. But what if I... No, stop.
Don't make sounds. Don't make movements when they do it, because it looks a little like you're embarrassed.
I think there's another one.
that you're going to unload.
No, okay.
Don't give me warning like that.
I want a wombat. Wombats are pretty cute. Touching a dingus.
Touching a dingus. I mean, we've all been there.
She will be soon. Sound like you're gonna kill David for a sec. Watch
I
out,
don't
David.
think you need to kill him.
One
You
of
know what I
those
mean?
was real, not true. Sincerest apologies if I turn up in your stream sometime and have absolutely zero recollection of who you are, how I got there. You know what? I'll fill you in, Magnets. I'm always there. I'm a mod over in Law's chat. I'll fill you in.
It's all good. It's all good. Somebody will tell me.
Hi, Revan. Welcome in.
Revan, oh my gosh. Hi.
Hi. Recollection? Yeah, you know.
We got you.
Yeah, same deal. You will all be replaced by Darian. David, you better count your days.
Yeah, I mean, oh. She's literally living in my house, guys. Don't. Are you gonna wear my skin suit? Don't do that.
Don't do it.
You wouldn't fit. Oh my
Darian
gosh.
is fictional, not real, and thus she can just appear in Australia. Yeah, I have to sit on a pillow right now.
You weren't gonna tell anyone that.
I'm sitting on a pillow.
She's in a different chair than me.
So I have to sit on a pillow to be just near the same height.
I insisted she sit here on the nice chair, but nope. I have to play this bloody game.
Okay, are we ready to hop into this video game? You guys ready for some Until Dawn? So Laws has never played Until Dawn. I've played this game a few times. The last time I played this, I did a chaos playthrough where I dressed up as a devil and I murdered everyone. We have played The Quarry a couple of times. And so it's kind of the same deal. It's like an interactive movie and you have these quick time events and you try to save everybody. Yeah, it's gonna be spooky yell farts. Let's fucking go. Laws is she loves horror games.
Oh,
She
sorry.
loves them. They're her favorite.
I thought we could just do like just chatting, play some games together.
Play some fun games.
Darian's looking through a list of things to do, and she sees Until Dawn, and she's like, "Yep, done." Roller coaster.
Once when I was
Lozzie will
7
be
years
here.
old, I sat on a banana. And of course, that changed my life.
Do we get to hear any more?
No, that's all you get to hear. Darian, he's quite old. He probably does count his days.
Darian looks more Aussie than Lozzie? Belle, suck my dick.
Oh, damn. Are you
What?
gonna be okay if Laws does roller coaster arms from the headphones? Yeah, it's gonna be like the collabathon when we kept ripping out each other's headphones. We're
Yeah.
gonna try not to, but...
But I have a controller now, so I'm gonna die.
Hello, fellow Darian. Look at these two badasses. Well, hello! How are you? Just noticed the flower? It's a real flower. We picked it this morning. I'm glad you like it.
Yeah, isn't it nice?
It's beautiful. We saw it and Laws was like, that's the Darian flower. We gotta get that.
That's a Darian flower. You should put it up. There's so many like different little. Oh, yep. Okay. Just getting right in there. Hi, folks. Rock, paper, scissors when you disagree what to do, but we never disagree.
Never.
Ever.
Suck your dick? Well, what a coincidence. Sucking your dick was my only New Year's resolution.
Belle, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you.
All right. Kids, are you ready for this? Are you ready for some Until Dawn?
Can I put this here so that you're in control?
Yeah.
I'm overwhelmed.
Let's, readjust.
Darian needs to be.
There are far too many liquids here. What?
What?
Don't make it weird.
I didn't.
Can we unplug?
We don't need to, do we?
It's up to you.
Okay, I will.
Proboscis in my face. All right, let's see. Oh, we should probably...
Why did my...
I don't know, that made me a little nervous. It doesn't need...
What's happening?
Don't be in bonus content.
Oh, I didn't
Go
mean
to
do
news
that.
story.
That was weird. Ah, I don't like it.
Oh, it's very loud.
I don't like it.
It's very loud.
Butterfly
It's
flapping
very loud.
today may lead to a devastating hurricane.
Hold on. Oh, dear Lord. Please.
Is broken? Can you make your voices louder compared to everything else? She's working it on it, team.
My God. How's that? Can you still hear the game? Hannah the Hermit, welcome in. How's that? Can you still hear the game, chat?
Give us a clue.
First playthrough. Yes, this is Law's first playthrough ever.
Can we just get game volume only? LOL.
Can't quite. What, you can't hear the game? Okay, wait till the game is still audible.
What is a game sound? Guys, we accept only accurate answers.
Very quiet now. Okay, I did turn it way down. I
Way
turned it down to
down.
5.
way down in a van.
G'day, g'day. Hello, Cryptic. How you doing?
G'day.
Once we hear dialogue, yeah, agreed.
Great ideas, guys. You just... Oh, who's this? She's got a beanie, so I like her. Is that who you don't like? I bet that was the person you didn't like. Emily? You don't like Emily.
Maybe no one else can. We'll get it going. Not very quiet.
What was that? That was a man with a knife.
A kniff.
Oh my god, I can't believe you actually.
Oh, should we put subtitles on?
Yes.
I can't get settings. Fuck.
You see? Oh, you can't access it?
Not during a cutscene, so just bear with us, folks.
She deserves it. And it's not her fault that she has a huge crush on my Hannah's been making
It's really
moves on
annoying
it.
because it's coming through
I'm just
here, but I
looking
don't
out
know
for
how to
my
stop that.
Just because
Oh. Do you have a volume on the monitor?
to everyone, Mike is my man.
I'm not anybody's man.
You're missing plot!
No!
I'll pause it.
Oh, thanks.
I'll just catch up with chat. Darian can reproduce the game sounds with her talented down under accent. Down under, not the valuable plot. Been here a few times, but I guess I hadn't followed. Well, welcome in, Hannah. Thank you for the follow, my friend. I appreciate it. There's a volume, pog. I'm alright, how are you? Actually, I'm not alright, I lied. Cryptic, what's going on, my friend? You accidentally turned it off.
I turned it off.
She turned off the monitor. We'll
Sorry.
fix it.
Sorry, guys.
What's going on, Cryptic? I hope things go well for you, my friend. I hope things turn up for you. We're gonna have a good stream today. It's gonna be poggers. Laws is playing Until Dawn for the very first time. This game is one of my favorites. I'm so very excited. The graphics still really hold up. I feel like, honestly, how these characters look is very similar to In the Quarry. Like, it's a little bit uncanny and weird, but it's, like, similar. And this game came out in 2015. Hi, Eddie. Welcome in.
Oh,
Save
you're
the
so
cheerleader.
Smart.
Save the cheerleader, save the world.
Have you watched that?
No, I didn't watch it, but I knew that I saw the commercials for it.
Season 1 is amazing. Everything else gets fucky.
Ah. What's been the most unexpected thing in Australia so far?
She hasn't done much exploring, I would say.
Yeah, I haven't done much exploring. I've been kind of recovering. I've been kind of sick. Oh, no worries, Cryptic. Sending you a big internet hug, my friend. Do funny voices for the subtitles? Yes, this is the start, Debaros. This is the very beginning of the game. So you can't even access settings? That's kind of fucked.
Only during, when it's not, cutscenes, I think.
Ow.
You alright?
Yeah, I pinched my hip.
Are you gonna be okay on that chair?
Yes. I'm in Australia for like 3 weeks.
Hannah!
She's leaving tomorrow, actually.
Bye!
One stream in Australia and gone. What do they do? Oh, they're playing.
They're playing a prank. They're being mean.
They're playing a prank?
Yeah. They're being mean to her.
That's horrible.
They're being meanies.
She's got nice
Mike?
jeans. Sorry.
It's Hannah.
Hey, Hannah.
Oh no.
Darian has to sit on the short chair because she's so tall and didn't want to tower over Lozzie. Exactly.
Hey,
Gotten
Did you see
sick
that?
and wounded herself
That's
on a
just
chair.
last
Wounded
weekend.
herself. Those goddamn Australian chairs.
Josh.
Okay. Yeah.
Lozzie's review of the show Heroes is on point. Season 2 is writer's strike and everything after season 1 was shit.
What's up?
Enable or disable overlay text for written material while playing.
What do you think?
I would say turn it on. Because sometimes it's like handwritten stuff that you can't really... Please, Galloway, oh my
Are you
god.
ready to jingle your bells?
Slot Panther!
Hello, Lozzie and Darian.
Hello!
Hello.
Thank you for the 2 months, my friend. Welcome back. How you doing? Gotta lurk and get some food and juice. Sounds good, Cactus Queen. We'll see you soon, my friend.
I'm terrified.
I'm 6'5".
Ah.
I am. It's true.
Oh, it was just a.
Did you get scared by the tutorial?
This is gonna be fucked. I don't want to be here anymore. It's my own home. I feel unsafe.
This is a massive log cabin. Have you ever stayed in a cabin like this?
This big?
Yeah.
No.
It's massive. This is a massive fucking cabin.
I stayed in a cabin where there was a, like, Viking replica rowboat in the living room, and we got drunk and replayed the Boromir death scene.
My
And
king.
we pretended to push the boat down the river.
Were you Aragorn?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's whatever.
Is that stairs? No, that's a wall. We're doing well.
You're doing great. I'm proud of you. There's just a man who's maybe alive, maybe not. Maybe alcohol poisoning. We're not sure.
Hello, guys. Can you just talk to me?
More of a log palace. I would agree, Deerna. This is massive. This is like a resort. The
What?
walls are cool.
Grab a beer, love.
Get on the bears.
Beers, 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 beers. Press and hold R2 to pick up the note. Okay. Hannah, you look so damn hot in that shirt, but I bet you're even hotter out of it. Come to the guest room at 2 a.m. Mike.
Oh my god.
Mike's a
What did
dick,
our naive
isn't he?
sister get herself into now?
The voice actor for Mike was in, was it God of War? It was a game I was playing recently. His voice actor.
This guy?
Yep.
Let me see if I recognize it.
Maybe we should start with a little, you know, making out and see where it goes from there.
Don't you?
Oh, hell yeah.
Boy!
Oh my god. She's taking her shirt off. What? Oh my god. Matt,
What?
what are you doing here?
Oh, I hope they all die.
Sorry, Hannah. Please all get out of
Mike.
here,
Just
but,
a stupid prank.
Can I not hope for that?
Oh, I hope they all die.
Balls. Literally every single one of them. That was fun. I like that. Little Flintstone feet.
Yeah. Cartoon run. That was awful. These are awful people.
Find others, wake Josh.
Why does that guy have a selfie stick? You don't see selfie sticks around anymore. You don't see
How
them
do
around.
How do I know? Oh, the right stick? Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that.
Josh.
Okay, well.
Josh! Josh!
Fuck.
Josh!
Josh, fuck!
Fuck! Josh!
There's someone outside.
What's this chick's name?
What the hell?
Beth. Brackets Beth. That's a weird name.
Hannah! What's going on? Where's my sister going? It's fine. She just
How
thinks it's a
long
joke.
are you
It
down
was just
under?
A prank, Han.
Did you call me a hoe?
How
What did
long?
you do?
3 weeks.
around, Beth. It wasn't
Around
serious.
3 weeks.
You jerk!
I reckon Daz is gonna
Hannah!
get good at an Australian
Hannah!
accent, but you have to practice.
Okay.
Go after her?
I'm a bad person to
No,
practice
I
your
can't
Australian
be the
accent
last
off
person she
though.
wants to see
You have a
right
very
now,
specific
Mike.
accent.
I don't even know if I have a. Oh no, penis.
Shit.
Oh no. Oh,
You got this.
no, 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 no.
Hey Ace, how you doing?
Fast! Always fast! Oh! Oh, it's making sounds in my controller, I don't like it.
Have you seen a drop bear yet? Not yet, J. Robio. Not yet.
In 2 days she will.
Very
We see
soon.
ones tomorrow.
Make sure you're following me on Instagram. I'm gonna be posting a bunch on Instagram.
So much on Instagram. Follow noise, because that's terrible.
That's what you do in a horror movie. You have friends? Not many, Diarrhea Jr.
Damn it, Hannah.
I have a few, a handful.
Where are you?
A drop.
Handful of diarrhea. What am I doing? Why isn't she moving? Follow shadow, follow footprints.
Ooh.
I don't trust the footprints. I feel like that would be a trap.
Yeah. She's rushing to get the cheeky Nando's.
Oh, babu, babi, booby, boo, boo. I'm sweating like a. Ooh.
Ooh.
Just a little caress. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, it's
Hannah!
light. Hannah? It's Crow. Don't get
So
scared.
Hannah is the one that they played a prank on, and she ran out of the house, and so Beth is her sister, and she's running after her.
You know, if somebody did that to me, I think it would unlock the inner psychozoid that's inside my brain.
Oh yeah, no, that's like having a mental breakdown.
Oh, penis! Okay, it begins.
Penis.
It was a deer. Yes, walk faster.
Handful of diarrhea. That should be your next username, my friend.
Hello?
Full of
Hello?
diarrhea. That's disgusting. In what world would you
I'm
ever?
in
Like, in
danger.
what situation would you? Ah, hey, it's a shoe
Ooh.
or a statue. Don't ooh me when you know exactly
Ooh.
what's happening.
Hi, Bailey. How you doing?
Hole. Death totem.
Cheeky Fernando's been enjoying the stories on Insta. Crazy how it looks just like here, yet couldn't be more far away, right?
It doesn't look just like here.
It's so different. It's so unique.
Each totem piece foretells a possible future event. How you play will determine whether or not these prophecies come true. I don't understand. Black Death, yellow...
So yeah, you're gonna find these totems throughout the game, and then it's gonna give you like a premonition.
What am I watching here?
I don't know.
Nice.
Tonga! Handful of...
Tungabunga gifted a tier 1 sub to Handful of Boob. They have given 45 gift subs in the channel.
There was no handful of diarrhea. See, Diarrhea Junior, that's your next username. But only I had my soundboard.
I'm sorry. Do you want to make it with your... You can be the sound build.
But
Well done.
have you killed everyone yet? Not yet, Bailey. We're on our way. Here meaning Puerto Rico, not that frozen hellscape Darian hails from. True.
Oh, wait, who said Puerto Rico?
Immortal
Ace.
Ace.
That's very cool, my man.
Thank you for the gifty, Tonga. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
We appreciate you, Tungi. Hungry told Daz about the surprise.
Yes, I finally got let in on the surprise.
Well, there were 2 surprises, which, actually there've been a few, but
Hannah.
the first surprise I didn't really think through.
It's perfect.
But it's kind of cute.
Hannah. Oh my god, you must be freezing. Here,
Oh,
take my coat.
poor Hannah.
I'm such an idiot. I'm so dumb.
No,
Aw.
you're not.
Hey, dog hair, welcome in.
Dog care, don't care. Why did he know to run? Ow!
Oh god, that's concussion status.
That's gonna take your teeth out.
Yeah.
Hannah, Bobana, Stickalana, Fafana, Stickalana, Fafana. That's how you spell Hannah. Oh. Keep that song.
What was the surprise? It's a little trip. It's a little trip while I'm here. No, her Tinder matches. No!
Oh no.
Bum, bum,
I'm gonna have to
bum.
let go of her.
Hold on!
I'm slipping. I'm slipping.
Hold on!
Her hands are sweating. She's... Oh! What the fuck is that?
Seems wrong.
Bye!
Does that mean we broke that? Okay, we killed someone. Okay. Well, that is nice. I killed both of them. Twice. Like, immediately?
Immediately.
Can I start again?
They die either way.
Oh.
You can't save them.
Oh.
You trying to kill everybody? We're not trying to, but if it happens, that'd be kind of fun. Hi Zia, welcome back. How you doing?
This bloke.
Queen. We killed 2 bosses in one go.
Few things I need to make sure you understand.
This is such a good game.
You see, no one can change what happened last year. The past is beyond our control. You have to accept this in order to move forward.
Okay.
But there is freedom in this revelation.
Yo,
Everything
thank you
do,
for
every decision
dealing
you
with the
make from
Discord
now on
stuff.
will
I
open
appreciate
doors
it.
To the future. I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this as you play your game.
Hey
Every
Dan,
single
how you
choice will
doing?
affect your fate and the fate
Dan,
of those
hi.
around you.
Have you played it before? I have, Gargle. I've played this game a few times. It's one of my favorites.
I have not, though.
So,
And
you
I've
have
not even
committed
seen
to
gameplay
commence
of it.
with this game. This is
Hey Phineas, how you doing?
and I want to help you see it through.
What is this accent?
Sometimes these things can be a little scary, even
Is it like
terrifying.
Southern or
Yeah,
something?
what is this accent? Is
Sure
it
that
Southern?
No matter how upsetting
matter
things
how.
may get,
She accidentally got a
you'll
double
always find a
kill.
way to work
It's
with it.
Benoit Blanc from Knives Out.
I haven't seen
Alright.
Knives Out.
We will
Ooh,
start with
it's-
a simple
I
exercise.
have opinions on that whole series, but
Could you
anyway,
please pick up a
I don't want to be.
What's the new one? Glass Onion?
And
Yeah,
want you
I
to look
liked
at the
it.
picture on the
Okay.
other
I thought
side
Janelle
and
Monáe was
tell me what you
amazing.
feel about it.
I just like
It is
the
essential
plot twist you
to
find
handle
out, and you're like,
honestly
oh,
in
okay.
order to get the most out of this experience.
I just wanted more plot twists.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Wanted to like think harder. He's asking for your honesty. So he's gonna ask you some questions and he wants you to be honest.
Okay. I'll be honest. I promise.
Just woke up, slept a little late last night. I went to bed at a normal time last night. I went to bed at midnight and woke up at like 7:30.
Oh,
So,
absolutely incredible.
Are you proud of me?
Little buttholes, tiny little cucumbers.
How did that picture
Just
make
look
me
weird.
feel?
Hate them.
Also,
Pickles.
let us know
So
about
angry.
audio. If you want me to adjust any of the audio, I can.
what do you think?
Yeah, please do, because
Makes you feel uneasy.
Daz is doing this off my computer, so she had to, like, fandangle her way. Scarecrow's fucking
Well, I
creepy,
see.
bro.
Apparently he's from Sweden.
Let's see. The Scarecrow.
He's doing a good job.
Would you feel comfortable staying there on your own for a period of time? Say a week, for example.
Hello there.
On my own?
Hey, Fidel.
Did you say on my own?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off. Absolutely not.
Why not?
You can do the pickle rap. Why are you playing games? You have music to make. We got music to make.
There's something else in that picture that scares
The
you.
corn.
Absolutely the corn. Yes, there is.
The
What
corn.
the fuck is this bloke? You show me this picture. It's like that scene where they're holding the pitchfork. You know that famous painting?
Yes.
Intriguing.
Those people are cursed.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely
Perhaps
cursed.
They have
you
it in
can
their eyes.
explore the depths of your
That was the
fear.
first time I woke up
Like
early in
something
years.
I'm
Yep.
afraid we're out of time for now.
For my flight, I had to wake up at like 10 a.m.
I feel, though, I have a theory. You're still on the same schedule
Mhm.
as back home.
I am.
So your body was like, okay, this is fine. I got enough sleep.
Yeah.
The only difference is that you can see the sun.
Yes. I woke up with the sun today. Overall volume could be pumped up. I don't think we can make the mic any louder than it currently is. 10 a.m. I know. Poor baby. Poor little baby. Non-degen hours.
I think you should just continue. Supermassive games. Why have I heard that before? Supermassive black hole.
How are the flights? You know, it could have been a lot worse. I shouldn't complain. It was a 15-hour flight though, so I struggled a little bit, but
I think she should complain. She was like, I think it was tough.
I was also a little bit unwell, which didn't help.
Hayden Panettiere! Fuck, man, this chick,
She's great.
she slapped in Heroes. She absolutely slapped.
She's great in this as well.
Rami Malek?
Yes, yes, he's fantastic in this.
Oh, you're so excited.
I am. I love this game. Imagine your name being
Galadriel? I thought the same thing.
Imagine being born Galadriel.
It's a bit, like, conceited of parents, right?
It's like naming your child Jesus.
Imagine, like, you just show this baby and it's like, you know, babies look like potatoes most
Yes,
of the time.
they look
But
like
it's
potatoes.
a Galadriel.
Yeah.
I
Her name
think-
is Galadriel.
There needs to be a time where she turns into a Galadriel, and
Today
up
is
until
the
that
one-year
point, she is
anniversary
Potato.
of the dreadful tragedy
Potato.
that took place on Mount Washington.
Galadriel.
Andy
Yeah.
Klein was charged with investigation. Listeners, an update on Hannah and Beth Washington.
Top 10 games of all time. I agree, Gargle. This game is fantastic. Love it.
Clapping cheeks.
Hey, Ridge Raider, welcome in.
Foul play.
Housewives of Suburban Australia. That's us.
Hi. Oh, I showed you the catering show yesterday.
Yes, loved it.
Very, very good. Highly recommend that YouTube channel.
The land was sacred to his forefathers.
You know,
So
there
the
is
land
still
was
the
sacred,
sanatorium on
supposedly,
the
where the
mountain.
girls
Was?
died.
Why is it no
My
longer
officers did search
sacred?
the grounds, but
Because white people.
the girls
Colonially-
themselves couldn't have made it that far.
Something about that mountain seems to
Little
breed tragic events.
Galadriel and Jesus on the same level.
Thank
Yes,
you for
more of
joining
this,
us, Andrew.
please.
With all the Washingtons tonight, their son Josh.
Yeah,
on
look,
this,
teleportation
the anniversary of the mysterious
needs-
disappearance
they need to
of
get on
Hannah
that,
and
okay?
Beth
How
Washington.
good would that be? But also, I have a theory
Fans? Alright, let's do that.
that
again.
teleportation would
Alright.
not make it as worth it.
Well, hello,
You know, you gotta
friends
work
and
for it.
fans. It's
No,
beyond
I think it'd still be
awesome
worth it.
to
Okay,
have
yeah.
you guys all back this year.
Oh,
First
Rami!
off, I gotta say, I am super excited to welcome all my pals back to the annual Blackwood
God, I love
Winter
him. He's one of my
Getaway.
favorite actors of all time.
He's amazing. Did you ever watch Mr.
So,
Robot?
let me
I
just let
fucking
you
love
know,
Mr. Robot.
Let's take a moment to
He,
address the
he's just
elephant in the
amazing.
room for a second. I know
Jesus is
you're
actually a
all
machine
probably
elf.
worried about me,
A
and I
machine
know
elf.
it's
Tell
gonna
me
be
more.
tough on
Oh
all
my
of
God,
us
I'm so
going back
congested. You can
after
hear
Do you want
what
vapor
happened
rub?
last year.
I should just
But
grab some cold medicine. Hold on. I'll be
I
right
just
back.
want you all to know.
I will, you're with me. Oh, hi guys, it's the Lozzie B show.
It means so much to me.
AMA, I'm trying to concentrate though. Oh.
I know it would mean so
She's
much
so
to
sick.
Hannah and Beth that we're all still here together. And I'm thinking of them. I really want to spend some
Doesn't have
quality
COVID.
time
We've done
with
multiple
each
tests.
and every one of
Lozzie,
you
give me a
and,
hot take. Hot take.
Share some moments that we'll never forget. For the sake of my sisters and you know.
Fuck.
Okay, so
Give me a hot take.
It's
like
me.
we're fucking
I'm the
porn
hot
stars,
take.
Okay, make this one trip.
Let's party like we're
never
fucking
forget,
porn
alright?
stars.
Yes.
I have a theory that porn stars, like proper porn stars, don't party all that often.
Why?
They'd be tired.
Gotta save their energy.
Yeah.
Lozzie wears fish. Oh my god, guys, fish does not hate me.
I think Fish has a bit of a crush. I think she likes you a lot. You know she
I hope
does.
so. I hope she does. No COVID. We both took tests, multiple tests.
Yeah.
We do not have it.
We are both very big fans of just being very, very certain before we go out in the public. And even if Daz wasn't showing any kind of cold symptoms, we were going to do it because of international flights. So,
Name a woman.
Jessica Biel.
The panic on your face.
Why did that take? That's actually genuinely hard. Name a woman.
Elizabeth Warren. I was gonna say Queen Elizabeth, and then I already said Elizabeth, so then I had to come up with a different Elizabeth.
Oh my gosh. Alright, here I am. I've got my pink bat. Oh, I'm not controlling him yet. For fuck's sake, bro. Get a life.
Come on, man. It's been a year. Grow up. Did I miss anything? Machine elves. Entities that are often
Sad.
reported by individuals using tryptamine-based
Diligent.
psychedelic drugs.
Consider it adventurous. I have a question.
Yeah.
With these kinds of games, should you be trying to be their personality?
No.
Well, why does it tell you that she's diligent, considerate, and adventurous?
Just to kind of give you a general feel for who they are. I mean, you can try to play them as how you would think that they would play.
I think I want to do that.
Okay.
Bit of role playing,
Yeah.
you know?
A little bit RPG. Hey, Chris, welcome in.
Hey,
Queen Elizabeth
Christopher.
Warren.
How you doing?
Yes, this game is great. I love this game. This is Laz's first time playing it, so we're pretty stoked.
Everyone be
Hello?
nice to me. Please.
Someone there?
I think that was a quick dodge, wasn't it?
Proper porn stars. I had a hard day at work, honey.
I don't want to talk
Hard.
about
Ah! Sorry. Ahem.
Okay. Whoa, fuck me, dead. Shit. Oh, this is gonna be terrible. I need
What
to
happens
put...
at dawn? You gotta wait to find out. Wait, hold on.
What? 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 What?
You gotta wait to find out.
I like how you're gonna be controlling it, but it's gonna be delayed slightly because we don't have a stream deck.
Yeah, I have to just scroll. Fuck me. They liked you saying fuck me dead. Lozzie, you look extra pretty today. Is your hair different?
No.
No.
Hang on. The gate's busted. Climb over. Chris.
Balls.
Fuck you, Chris.
Balls indeed, Chris.
Did Lozzie play The Quarry? Yes, Blood Panther. We played The Quarry together twice.
Jesus, never mind.
And that was probably one of our best streams together, I would say, is us playing The Quarry. So we thought this would be an excellent idea.
It was very fun.
Yeah, very fun.
Oh, tree in the way. Is this
Yeah,
all
it's on the VOD channel if you want to check it out.
Let's go safe for now.
Quarry. I know, am I saying it weird? Quarry.
Sorry,
Nice.
I was concentrating. No, I wasn't concentrating, I mean.
The balls burst at dawn.
Jump.
Hey, Prez, how you
penis.
doing?
Sorry.
The giant horse cock
Press the
weighs
button.
over 11 pounds.
Quarry.
I need to stop swearing.
How are you, Prez? How's Aussieland? It's fantastic. I'm loving it. How are you, Prez?
Hey, Prezzo. How you doing? Gotta get some Halo playing. Guys, did you did you see somebody recreated Skyrim in Halo Infinite Forge?
Whiterun. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Whiterun, not the entirety of Skyrim. Oh, it's gonna be slippy.
Yeah, the broken gate, as soon as you get there, you're like, you know what? Maybe we don't. It's Quarry, actually.
Aw.
When the don't move icon is on screen, keep the... Oh no, I have the shakes.
Huh? Cutie.
I'm so excited, guys.
You're a little shit.
I love this.
If you're unsure what to do next, you can see your current objective by pressing R1.
Lozzie, you name the time and I'll get right on Halo.
Get right on Halo.
Get
right
on the
it.
biz.
Get on its ass. Excuse me, Halo.
That's good because there isn't enough Skyrim in this world already. It's not on enough systems, honestly.
Skyrim though.
Yeah, best game of all time.
Whoa! Oh gosh, okay. Indigenous people and butterfly prophecies. Tribes who once lived in these mountains believed that butterflies carried dreams and prophecies of possible futures. The color of the butterfly indicated the nature of the prophecy. Fuck me, I'm gonna have to concentrate properly. Luckily I have a wing woman. Death.
Get it? Wing butterfly. But
Well done. Black butterflies prophesize the dreamer's death. Red butterflies warned of dangerous events. There's a bit of overlap there. Right?
Yeah,
Death.
could there be like black and red? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And brown.
And brown.
For that matter.
Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot of
I don't
guidance. Why? Okay.
I'll be honest, I don't think I remember seeing a single butterfly in this game.
Maybe because you weren't looking.
Oh, it's because it's on the totems. Right, got it.
Discovering it will reveal a colored butterfly. Oh, so they don't flap across the screen.
Gotcha.
Wakarimasu. Wakata! Show me the... Nope.
How'd you get your cameras to make it look like you're in the same place? Magic! You both look amazing. Oh, thanks, Press.
It's a bird.
It's the vacation glow.
Well, I can't wait for us to go to the beach. Gonna get tans.
Beach, let's go get away.
They say what they gonna say.
Drink.
Nicki Minaj would be so proud.
She would. Chaotic Skyrim stream when? Ooh. We have to get back to our Skyrim Together Reborn playthrough.
Oh, so much fun. So much fun. Hello. What this say?
Graffiti all the way up here.
Past is beyond our control?
No, Ace, absolutely not.
What did... Much... Oh.
Absolutely not.
You need to see a doctor.
You see a doctor.
A doctor.
No good butterflies, except for the fortune, right? The white ones.
Oh yeah.
That'd be good.
So I should just search everywhere?
Yeah, just look around.
Open, open, open.
I saw somebody on my flight with that hat on. I was like, that's a little bit extreme.
Were they Russian?
I didn't ask. Hello, sir?
No,
Are you Russian?
Were they in a rush?
You're not in the bag, are you?
But
Take D8 psychic damage for that.
Oh, are you gonna snoop?
Fuck yeah, I am.
Snoop doggy dog.
What's going on?
Oh,
Who's
she's gonna
ringing?
do it.
Aha!
A butterfly effect appears when your actions have changed the narrative of the game. I didn't see what happened. Oh, penis. Don't say penis. Chris has a crush on Ashley.
That's one of his personality traits.
I mean, some would say that's one of my personality traits. Who the fuck is Aussie B? Well. Protective and humorous. I like that.
Are you my secretary?
I was buzzing.
Cool, well...
It demands to be answered.
Take it from here.
Right? Balls. I should say balls.
Balls.
Oh, so
He has a little mohawk going on.
Yeah, what's going on with his hair?
amazing.
Doubt a 15-hour flight allows you to be in a rush.
tell you.
Yeah, you're in the exact opposite of
Come
a
on,
rush.
This way.
Where?
Right around here. Gonna blow your mind.
Out all across the wall with my 12-gauge shotgun. Then your hat will be no more.
Oh my god, Chris, you're in the game. It's literally you.
Chris!
We'll try to keep you alive.
Ta-da! Pretty rad, right?
I'm just on edge.
It's fair.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Come
scary.
on, look at these beauties.
Damn, Chris, what that hair
Isn't a
do?
word that comes to
He's probably
mind.
got moose in there. He's got
What do
gel.
you mean?
He's got a whole
What the
moose in
hell
there?
is a shooting range doing at the base of a ski lodge?
Don't slap your knee like that.
Met Josh's dad?
God damn.
Yeah.
You think
Oh
she's,
my
like,
God.
really
Yeah,
mad
which
at
character has daddy issues? It should pop up and say, like, has daddy issues.
Grizzly.
All right. Here goes.
Please.
Oh, we're shooting.
A whole ass moose.
A whole ass moose.
Just a moose's ass.
A mass? A mass? A moose. Press the right stick to aim.
Here you go.
Oh, I see.
Hey, Cinery, what's up? Together at last. Here we are. How are you, Cinery? Welcome in.
Oh, I'm a bit of a legend at this.
Got all the petroleum in that faux hawk.
Nice shooting, Tex. Oh wait, that's Hayden.
Yeah.
I just noticed. I'm sorry, Hayden.
It is indeed.
It was a wild case of beginner's luck.
I don't
Like,
think so,
this was
girl.
made in 2015. I feel like it looks pretty fucking good.
Well, anybody and their brother could shoot a bottle that big, that close.
What? Don't shoot a squirrel. I don't want to shoot the squirrel. There's no fucking way I'm shooting the squirrel. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, agreed.
Nice shot.
Imagine if you
Exact.
Imagine if you shot the squirrel.
Yeah,
Hey,
butterfly effect. That squirrel
Hey, I'm
single-handedly
just gonna
takes down
Come on,
the
Chris,
American
get in the
government.
car.
Oh no. I'm sorry. We both have coughs. We're both. I don't know.
It's Ratatosker.
Ratatosker. I played God of War on vacation. I'm incredible.
Yeah, tell everybody about God of War. You finished it.
I finished it. I loved it.
A wanted poster.
A torn up wanted poster about a fugitive on the mountain dated 1998.
I was one.
Victor Milgram.
6'2".
Last
He's
seen.
kind of short compared to me.
First degree arson offense as well as various death threats. Anyone with information? Okay, I'll let you know.
It's definitely weird coming back up here after all
Collect clues to solve the mysteries of Until Dawn and increase your chances of survival.
I always shoot squirrels in front of my crushes. Is that why it never works?
Oh, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Chris. Was I always Chris?
Yeah, you switch to different
People get a
characters
visit
throughout the
from
game.
America's Most Wanted.
Should I add butterfly effect to the movie list? I've never seen it.
Come on, it's placed a ban once a year.
Is it scary?
It'll. I think you need to be in a really, 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 really good mental space.
I see.
Which last bit?
Which lost bit? It's depressing as hell. Feel that.
Yeah, you just gotta be careful with your soul when you watch movies like that.
Yeah.
Although there's sometimes when you watch it like really, when you're in a bad place and you watch a movie and you just prompt the tears to come, get the tears out,
People out.
you know, engage in healthy,
I don't know.
fucking,
Said
what's
they found
the,
people
starts with a
sleeping in
C.
the station one time.
Creepy.
Cathartic? Yeah, thank you! Oh my god, you're so smart. Lordy B.
Oh, Cinery, been there, my friend. Big hug to you. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Of God of War?
God of War, the 2018 version. I didn't play Ragnarok.
The end is it's a lot. It's intense.
It is. And, you know, I cried a lot during that movie. That game.
It feels like a movie at times, yeah.
Although, guys, it was fucking hard. Like, I only played on balanced difficulty. But there were times where I had to be like, okay, I need to go away, get some shit, come back.
Yeah.
And I kind of like that. I had the time and patience on vacation, whereas I wouldn't have done it on stream, I think. I wouldn't have had, like, that relaxed playthrough style.
Yeah.
You gonna publish?
Hey, Casty, welcome in.
Hey, guys, Casty's the best. Can we get some love for Casty?
Hello, Casty. Yes, new setup, new Australian setup. How you doing?
New Australian setup. Yeah, we put a beach towel, and can anyone see the seagull? It has a surfboard.
Do you like it?
And a backwards cap. Should I have checked more things out? Well, it was...
Ooh, you just bought the 2018 God of War? Yes, dog hair. You're gonna love it. You cried during my playthrough more than me. It was so emotional. I loved Ragnarok. My god.
I thought your playthrough was amazing. And I know, like, I shouldn't have probably watched it, but... It was so good. The game was so good.
It was amazing.
Enter car.
Where are the things trying to kill you? There's none of those in this game.
Are those all Blu-rays in the bookshelf?
They're PlayStation games, I think.
Yes, they are indeed. And the beach towel's covering more.
about getting.
I haven't played
getting
any of
together
them.
on the
I'm not
anniversary.
actually a gamer.
I mean,
She's a
Josh seemed
fake
really
gamer.
pumped
They're all
himself
empty.
Doing something.
I
didn't he?
stole them.
Yeah, no. He
Just found them in the
definitely
trash.
did. I haven't seen
Remember
him
that
so
time we were in a
excited
shop
about something in
and I
forever.
said I'd stolen
Good.
that hat?
It's hard to
What
tell.
was it?
Yeah, we were in a clothing shop,
No.
and
it was a good idea.
you were wearing.
No, I wanted a hat. Like, I
Oh, here,
pointed at a
are we?
hat that I really liked.
Bro,
And I was like, I
good
used to have a hat like that. I stole it. And the lady was like,
You know what? Let's just
Why-
stop talking about what happened.
What?
Enjoy the trip.
And I looked at her. I was like,
You're right.
You know how Josh and I met?
she's like, not from a store, from my friend.
Josh sat in the
Doesn't
back
make
of
it
the
any
room,
better,
and I sat
but-
in the front.
well, maybe it does make it better. It
We
wasn't
know each other
true
existed.
stealing. It was
Yeah.
borrowing.
But the
It's
kid
just
sitting
you
next
wouldn't
to
tell
Josh
like
started
a
strap snapping the
That's
tape
person at the
brought
store.
him
That's the
over.
difference, I think, between
So the
Australians
teacher
and
made me move
Americans
to
in
the
some
front.
respects. We're very
I was-
like, oh, hey, how you doing? You say g'day to everybody.
I
I'm
got
not
it
sure if
back.
you've noticed that
Mm.
here. Like,
Mhm.
even in the
Next to
cafe
Josh.
yesterday,
That's how we
everyone's
met.
just like, morning,
We
Woz,
became
or
friends.
g'day,
Yeah.
how you doing?
Yep.
Match made in heaven.
If
I'm
it
not
weren't for
listening to the
fact
game, I
that
should.
Jeannie
This is
Simmons
what
hit
happens when I
puberty
stream.
It's I don't know that it's
years
entirely
old,
relevant.
and on that day decided to wear a low
I asked Duck if the house was inexplicably quieter for
No.
some reason, and he said a little.
Be riding in this cable car
That's fair.
alone. Right now.
I am kind
Or
of loud.
talking to
Hey,
some other
Duck
person
can be
entirely.
loud. He's
Yeah.
got a beautiful booming voice.
Indeed, indubitably.
He'll be making up for it.
Mm-hmm. He'll have to be extra loud to compensate. Ugh,
You alright?
I'm so congested.
Did you get vapor rub?
I did. I took medicine. I feel like putting vapor rub on during stream might be TOS.
No,
This is
you cannot
Jess.
show anyone. What? I'm not asking you here to apply ointment.
I have to do the Zoom, and then I put on vapor rub.
No, I put it on. So. Mike's new girlfriend. Trusting, irreverent, confident.
Irreverent.
Boy, oh boy.
For
Reverent.
fuck's sake, welcome in.
Time to meet and greet.
Seems-
The house is a lot less annoying, yes.
Okay.
And sing soft kitty, warm kitty, yes.
What the hell?
Jess, hey.
Jessica,
Hi.
over here.
Hi.
Are you guys having a really weird stroke?
We're stuck in this stupid thing.
Can you please let us out?
Did that
Pretty
look like a
please?
stroke?
I don't know.
Are you having a weird stroke?
like a weird one, not just a normal one?
Oh,
Like an
my
irregular
God.
stroke.
I thought we were
At least
gone
have a
for another
normal
10 minutes
stroke.
in there, and I would've
Have a good
chewed off
night,
my own
Magnus.
leg.
Take care. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. I
Look,
appreciate it.
got a lot of meat on my bones. It's all muscle down here.
Yeah.
No, I did not, Cindery. I've been so
Chris.
I'm just doing
sick,
like Sam
jet
Cosby.
lagged,
Other
and busy.
people's private
But tell me
thoughts
all
and
about
my
it.
own Personal.
She's also
playground.
trying to
Try
be
not
on
to be a jerk.
vacation as well, because
My
she's been working like a
goodness.
dog.
Seems that someone has a little crush on our good friend and dear class president Michael Monroe.
What?
And what kind of sizzling erotica might our Jessica be capable of imagining? I wonder.
I'm with Mike now.
Mike and M split. We're together.
Whoa, drama.
Not really.
Oh, you don't
Pretty
like
clear
M.
cut, actually. M's out, I'm in.
M's out, or I'm in.
I want to see your perceptions. I want to know all of your perceptions of all these characters.
Getting tired of all this nature and junk.
You guys go
Yes,
ahead.
I agree,
I'm just gonna
Panther.
wait here for
I
a
didn't
minute.
think about Vapor Rub, but as
See
soon as
who
I
else
got
is
it
out
here
there.
and I started using it, it helped so much.
What?
I couldn't even breathe out of my
I mean,
nose.
you know,
No, I'm
whoever.
good. I'm okay.
Sam?
Thank you for the lurk, Cactus Queen. Enjoy, enjoy.
I mean, holy cow.
It is very
Sometimes
pretty.
I forget to just stop and take it all in.
Stop and take it all in.
Remind me of that scene
Seriously,
from
couldn't they have
Friends.
built the lodge like right where the
What's
cable
that
car
scene?
ends?
Emily.
Oh.
Resourceful, persuasive, and intelligent. Also,
I don't think it would have been like as pretty.
Matt.
Emily's new boyfriend.
There's so many people happening right now.
Yes, Prez. I have played this before a couple of times. Laws has never. This is her first playthrough. I'm very
where's
excited.
the
Yeah,
bell
resting
boy
bitch face. I thought the same thing.
I have resting bitch face when I play like very serious games. When
Yeah,
I'm like
me too.
trying to concentrate.
Mm-hmm. Trying to remember it. That scene from Friends. I'm thinking of the scene with Phoebe and Charlie Sheen when they have chicken pox.
Kind of creeped out.
I haven't seen that.
Oh my god, yes! When Monica's sick and starts rubbing it all over her chest and she's trying to seduce Chandler.
Party.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you
think.
Oh!
Jesus!
Mike.
Emily's ex. Intelligent, driven, persuasive. There's a lot of intelligent, persuasive people here. Show me the himbo.
You guys.
Michael!
You really should have seen your faces right there.
Dude, I almost clocked.
Resting stoner face? That
Michael,
sounds
you're a jerk.
delightful.
Come on, guys. We're all friends.
Emily
here,
looks like my
right?
aunt and she is
No need
horrible,
for
and so
fun.
Emily really rubs me the wrong
Harmless
way.
fun. Go out to
She's
the
also...
woods. Spooky. Come on.
We'll see what Laws thinks of her.
The spirit
Hey, Biancers, welcome back. How you doing?
Yeah,
Right in
Bianca's.
the mood, Em.
There's a clip of Tunga
like
singing
that?
Balls
Like
to the
what?
tune of Boulevard
The
of
way
Broken
you're being,
Dreams.
You always get
That's
like
amazing.
No. Welcome.
Michael, I'm just gonna lay it out.
Oh,
Otherwise,
look
this
at
whole
him,
weekend's gonna
Bo.
suck ass for everyone.
Suck ass?
This is super awkward, and we all know it. Let's just acknowledge it now and move on, okay?
I think that's
I hear you, man.
wonderfully,
I get it. I don't want to make this weird.
wonderfully mature.
Indeed.
So we're good?
All good?
I like
gonna
Matt.
make out now?
Oh my god, totally. We're so gonna make out. No, seriously. I'm gonna go check on the cable car back down the trip.
Balls.
See ya.
Balls.
See ya.
God, he's very confident and happy with himself, isn't he?
He's very confident.
crap.
Hey, Manos, welcome back. How you doing?
Hey, could you?
Don't believe either of
the
you have
rest of
resting
the
bitch
way?
face. Thank you, Chris.
Bags?
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Did he just do a Fortnite dance?
bag.
They modeled it after
Why?
this
I
particular
need to go
scene.
find Sam.
You don't need to go find Sam,
Okay.
Emily.
Sorry, I really need to go find her. I totally
know what you're
forgot I
doing.
needed to talk to her before we get all the way up there.
This
We've
really
all been
can't
there.
wait. We're almost there.
Get him
Important.
alone.
Matt, please.
Plead your case.
He's Freyr. Yes, Prez. I forgot who Mike was, but he's Freyr.
I'm not leaving you alone. Okay, I'll go.
Ooh. Tough decisions.
Matt's nice. He wants to be Emily's boyfriend.
Yes.
Em, I really don't think you should head back down the trail by yourself.
Seriously?
It's cold out and it's getting dark.
I think that's kind.
You're gonna protect
because
me
she's
from it being
evil.
dark
I reckon
out?
she's gonna
I'll
yeet.
just leave your stuff here and come with you. Nobody's gonna steal it.
Matt,
Your
are
choices
you
matter.
kidding me? You can't leave me alone for 5
Your
minutes? You really think
choices
that little
matter.
of me?
That's not what I meant.
Why can't you just listen to me? Why do you have to question
Ew.
everything I
I just
say?
literally came from
I'm
a good
just
place. I
trying to be
understand,
helpful.
like,
If you
there's
wanna
a
be
difference
helpful,
between,
then you
like,
can help
no,
get
you
everything
cannot
up to
walk
the
down that
lodge as
trail
quickly as you
because
can,
I want to
okay?
protect you and I need to protect you.
Oh.
But he said it quite gently.
Just reveals her motives.
Fine. Whatever you want.
Thank you. I'll see you up there after I go find Sam.
Thank you.
Daz has resting puppy face.
Which, who did you say was Freya?
Mike. Oh my god.
Mike is Freya?
Freyr. So her brother.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, because
I haven't watched it really.
when you say Freya, you say Freyr. So it's the same name
Do
to you.
I? Freya.
Well, sometimes when your Aussie comes out.
Sorry, Aussie just came out.
Ah!
I've been possessed. Ashley has a crush on Chris. She's an academic. We like them. Inquisitive and forthright.
They have crushes on each other, but they're not telling each other.
Oh my gosh. Why don't they just?
Yeah, exactly. Why don't they just?
Oh no, I'm gonna get a jump scare. My buddy's ready. My buddy's ready.
Do you have a least favorite character in this game that you discovered during your playthrough?
Yes.
Whoa, hello.
Yes, indeed.
Somebody's getting a little friendly. Not
We
in a
see you,
friend zone
Emily.
kind of way. I might need to check the expiration date on their big breakup.
I reckon-
Freyr.
No,
Freyr.
Mike's telling her where to stick it. And
Hey, whoa. Sorry there. Sorry about that,
I
Ash.
saw
I didn't
you
mean
get a
to
little
scare
Jeez
you.
Louise,
Well, I
Matt.
did
you're
mean to
fine. You're like
scare you, sort of scare you, but not like
give me
for real.
more.
Whoa, living on a prayer.
Man, I'm
Don't look,
sorry,
Matt. Don't do
Ashley.
it.
It's okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh my god.
What are you looking
Freya?
at?
Freyr?
See anything
Freyr.
juicy?
Freya.
Freya.
Let me check
I
it out.
hardly know her. Oh, I missed that. Shit.
So Matt wants to look, but Emily's there talking to Mike. So you have to decide right now if you want him to look and see that his girlfriend was actually speaking to her ex, or if you want to stop
There's nothing
him.
wrong with speaking to an ex.
Okay.
But then I don't want her to be the liar. This is hard.
Tough decision, right?
Honesty is the best policy.
Sure.
I got white flowers. White butterfly. Just
I think that's just the butterfly effect. It's just letting you know.
Son of a bitch. Seriously, Emily? What the hell, man?
Hey,
What the hell, man?
Nothing, you think?
well, yeah.
Is it ever just nothing with him?
It's
Ever?
kind of flying off the handle there a bit.
But I mean, like, if he knows that if it's ever just nothing with M, why the hell are you dating her?
Good point. Good point. Hey,
That's
Damaso,
on you,
welcome back.
buddy.
What the balls, man? The butterfly will remember you said that. Have you played Wolf Among Us? The
No.
Telltale game?
No.
It's another one you should play.
Okay.
It's
Is
very
it scary?
good.
Oh, let's
No.
read a book. That's lovely.
We're gonna.
You were reading books.
I was. I read a chapter of a book.
We're gonna read books on the
You
beach.
did not just do that.
Put your hands where I can see them. We've got you surrounded.
This is cute.
But who am I to retaliate? What choice do I, a supple young rebel girl,
Supple?
have but to surrender to
Supple.
the strapping military guard come to take me into custody?
Grab Snowball.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, Wolf Among Us 2 is coming out. I am so excited for it.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Yeah, Pokemon! Yeah! Yeah! I'm a supple young lady.
Okay. You shouldn't have said
I'm
that.
supple.
Hiding, little chickadee.
Little chickadee? Oh shit.
Oh!
Slap it.
Romantic music.
Hey!
Oh!
Oh, snap!
I need to concentrate. You're distracting me.
Supple?
Oh, there's a bird. Okay, okay. I don't want to hit the bird.
Hello? Come
There was a
on.
prophecy about the bird.
Hey, Mike! Boom! Shakalaka.
Gosh, I'm killing it.
You got me. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, she's doing quite well. Twist his dick, the old dick twist.
This bird is just following me. Sometimes doing nothing is the right thing to
You
do.
can't hide from me, Michael. I know all your tricks.
Headshot.
Oh, there's no way I would hit a bird.
That's just mean-spirited.
This game is so mean.
There's like some 10-year-old that's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking hit the bird. But I'm gonna hit Mike. Fuck Mike.
Yeah.
Right.
Mike.
Why don't you just...
And then what?
Oh!
No more.
Oh yeah. Oh more. Oh, you're going down.
Oh,
Gotcha.
that seemed
Done.
rather aggressive.
Done city.
So did I go down?
Oh.
I don't think
I think you'd know so if I did.
Alright.
My.
Gulp.
So are we calling it my favor then?
This
You're a worthy opponent, Miss
controller's
Jessica, the
very
Snowball
sweaty.
Queen.
Okay, that sounds vaguely dirty.
My lady.
Look away. Oh! Absolutely.
Chat, close your eyes.
Don't look.
Don't look.
I'm always gonna choose the kiss though. Aww.
Wow. Save some for later, buddy.
Endless reserves.
Oh.
We should get up to the lodge.
No,
Yeah.
close your eyes, Panther.
It's so
Close your
nice out
eyes.
here, though. Pretty
Please.
breathtaking.
I mean, I could stay out here for pretty much ever, provided I was...
That was like as she was standing up.
Just making-
Sorry. I had some cheese and crackers on the way up here.
I think we might freeze to death somewhere.
It just goes straight through me, Mikey. That kiss got me all frazzled, Mikey. You know what it does to me.
You should take some Lactaid, Mikey.
Always bring Lactaid.
It was great timing. Your mom just walked in and saw that kissing scene and now you're grounded. Grounded for life.
Endless reserves of that, Mikey.
So let's go
Well done, Chris.
deeper this time.
Oh my god.
Oh, you know what I wish we had?
What?
More Dr.
This
Pepper.
time, we're going to try to
Thought the fart
understand
sound was from another stream I'm watching. I'm glad you didn't think that it was from us.
It's
Now
not
pick up
us.
that book. Turn the pages.
Turn the
You will see a
pages.
set of pictures of
Why would you
symbols
want him to
which
lactate
identify
more?
Which image in
Each set
makes you the most anxious.
makes you the most anxious. Fuck me, everyone's gonna find out my psychology.
Yep. Sorry. Bisexual.
It's difficult for us.
Both.
Both of them.
Both of them worry me. We had some Dr. Pepper last night. It was delicious.
Why am I wearing gloves?
Good question. Why are you wearing gloves?
Am I the evil person?
Who do you think you are? This choice worries me.
Planes scare me.
Incel
crowds
Dawn.
scare me. I think I'm more scared of crowds than planes.
Yeah. Although,
what would you say?
Planes have crowds in them. So it's kind of like both.
Fuck.
Hey,
You need to
Demon,
stop
welcome
being
back.
So smart. I fear drowning?
Have you gotten Australian McDonald's? I have not. Is it that different?
It could be. I don't know.
Well, you had American.
It's not that different.
I imagine it wouldn't be.
No.
Hey, Wakupe, welcome in. How you doing?
What do I fear the most? Other than the sheer unending existence of loneliness.
Uh-huh.
I think drowning would suck.
Yeah. The idea of not being able to breathe is kind of horrifying.
Like when you were sick and you had really short breath. Meow.
Meow.
Oh, we know what scares Dazzle do. I'm gonna answer this honestly, but what scares you more?
Probably snakes.
It's nice, I can learn more about you.
Yeah.
Although I already knew that. Would like a McChicken.
A McChicken.
Why do you give me like a lisp?
A McChicken.
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 Knives are scary, guns are scary.
Some countries have special menu items. Yeah, I'm not sure if Australia does. You're more afraid of knives than a gun?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen how many cuts I have from cooking?
Fair.
They're like, ah! That's just my fault.
Is that the knife that makes that sound?
I hate cockroaches.
Yeah. No, don't like them.
But I still hate snakes.
They're quite large here.
You haven't seen one yet?
You showed me on FaceTime one time.
Wow. I'm a romantic, aren't I?
Look at this big ass fucking
Look
cockroach.
at this cockroach. Every time I... No! It's gonna tailor it to me, isn't it? Fuck me dead!
I'm surprised that didn't get you.
No, I'm just concentrating on the fact that this game is out to destroy me.
Yeah.
Don't be nervous.
Yeah, cockroaches, no thank you. I showed you my cockroach, please reply.
Try to speed up a bit. The more you rely on your instincts, the more honest your answers will be.
Speed up?
The more enlightening you will find
Yeah.
this experience.
I just speed up.
No! Not when it's that big.
We need elevator music. Oh, still.
Yeah, that drawing of a clown is very scary as well.
Oh, how could you fear a dog? They're just out here to be loved. No, I love storms.
Yeah, yesterday it was like sunny, and then you got like a summer storm in the afternoon. It was
very
beautiful.
interesting.
Loved it. Hey, Game Hunter, welcome back. How you doing?
Diligent.
How's Australia so far? It's wonderful. It's lovely, Wakupe. I'm having a great time.
And needles.
Spiders, clowns, and needles. Well, I really...
You should answer the inverse of everything, so it just gives you...
Yeah, but what's the fun in that?
True.
We're here for a good time.
Yeah, not a long time.
Well, I'm afraid, once again, we're out of time. But
Once again.
Said I don't like bugs, and they gave me the bug room in an escape room?
Ew! That's rude. I would
Oh,
sue.
hell no. The lawyer says, I would sue.
Looks like he has a rip in his pants. We should tell him.
Sir?
You've bested your pants.
I can see your underwear.
Previously on Until Dawn. There's a previously? What?
They're just doing like it's like a new chapter, so they do a recap.
She deserves it. Hannah! What's going on? Where's my sister going?
Oh yeah, so it came out in chapters, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I actually don't know. I didn't play it when it first came out.
Rough.
Just finished starting a new journey of the Rim of Sky. Ooh! Have you decided what kind of
First off, I gotta say I'm
build you're
super
going
excited
for
to
in the
welcome
Rim
all
of
my
Sky?
pals back to the annual Blackwood Winter
Daz is a
Getaway.
stealth archer.
I really want to spend some
Or
quality
trying.
time
Stealth archer only, baby.
with every one of you and just share some
Like
moments
this little
that
dance.
we'll never forget. For the sake of my sisters.
Sir, I can check your butthole from the other side of the room. I'll do it for free.
So
It came out in chapters. Okay, that makes sense.
Next
Yeah.
to Josh. That's how we met. Boom.
Cinery, it's summer.
Butterfly effect.
Summer, we're in the southern hemisphere, so it's summer.
your butthole?
Give up, butthole. You know that guy who's singing that? He's Australian.
Same to
Tom
me.
Cardy. Go check him out. Bloody incredible. Josh. Oh, Hannah and Beth's brother?
Complex.
Come
what
on,
do you think
grew
that
up here.
means? Oh, I
Feels
should
like
blow my
it's
nose.
drinking.
Hold on.
I think he's a
guess that's
serial
true.
killer.
When are you gonna install some cell towers up here? I'm getting withdrawals already.
You got
Oh,
a spare
I
million
muted
lying
you.
around,
I
I'll
was just
fix
gonna
it
let
right
you
up.
blow in peace.
I'll be right back. Okay.
I think I left it in my other jacket.
Hey guys, you up here okay?
Summertime, and the living is Aussie. What are they talking about? What's up with him? I kill cereal every time I eat breakfast. You guys eat cereal for breakfast? Is that your go-to? Sometimes I like the egg. The egg, like the quick protein hit. Boom.
Yo, yo, yo.
Sometimes I don't
You
eat
get
breakfast
things
at
moving up
all.
here or what?
Cereal is breakfast soup. I'm gonna worry about you. I don't want to gossip. I'm not a
Hey.
gossip,er
You doing all right?
Just get a protein shake,
you're
logs, guys. I'm
hungry,
getting
so
it back into the fitness
just
this
meant
year.
to- I know what you
Oh, watch out.
You know,
Fucking
seriously, I'm
watch
over it,
out.
And I want us to
She's
have a
blowing
good
harder
time, you know?
than
Like we always
King
used to.
Dim Come. No, I don't think they can.
Damn it. Freaking
I
thing.
can though.
It's iced.
She's
What
working
else?
hard, guys.
Maybe there's another way in.
I eat cereal
There's
when I get
million ways
hungry
in,
because
it's
instant
all
food, but I
locked.
often skip breakfast
Gotta be
too.
like a window
Apparently,
around the
one
corner
should
we
not
can
skip
get, like,
breakfast.
Get open or something.
Wait a second. are
One
you
should
saying
not
we
skip
should break in?
breakfast. I actually
don't think
can
it's
hear it.
technically
Oh,
breaking in if you own the place, right?
Hey, not if I don't report you.
Um,
Lead the way, coachies.
we're muting her. Quiet down, please, they said.
Hi, Chris.
Poor girl. I'm unsettled. It's weird to be back.
all right?
Big D
Aside
Blowmaster.
from being kind of cold
Please.
and vaguely creeped out by this place.
She's working hard to
kinda
be
weird
back
being
with you
back up here,
guys.
huh?
She's sick,
Yeah.
and we need to give her some support, please. She's still streaming, despite being sick as a dog. That's pretty pog. That rhymed.
Pog dog.
Yeah, we both said that rhymed.
Oh, I'm back. I can breathe a lot better now.
Oh, that's good.
Hello, chat. I've returned. If my nose is very red, just ignore it. Okay? Could you actually hear me blowing my nose?
She definitely has. Oh my.
The sharts. Hi, Mr. Halfbit. How you doing?
It's good to be able to breathe. So far we're just like bumping into.
Bumping into various things.
What? I want a door.
No drop bear encounters. Not yet. Not yet. I could hear your blowing. No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. Don't lie. Lunch is the most important meal of the day as it's in the middle. I actually don't eat lunch.
What the fuck am I doing?
I generally eat breakfast. I think you have to go down the stairs, maybe.
I just came from down.
Oh, you did? I think the door is locked, so I think you have to go around. 100% heard you.
Oh. That's okay.
We all heard it.
Everyone gets sick. Everybody has those days.
Everybody has those days. Well, I'm sorry you heard it, Chet.
Who?
She's like a sleeper hit kind of gal, you know?
Ew.
And I just want to rip that Parker right off of her and make some snow angels, right?
What the fuck?
Hey,
Icky.
cut it out. Man.
Ick.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna bang her.
I'm gonna
maybe
forget it.
Michael did
Nobody
something.
clip it,
Will you
please.
back off?
Oh my
Relax.
god.
Just checking to see if there's some blood flowing down there.
What?
Yeah.
Listen, dude, look around you. Look at these beautiful mountains. Do you see any parents? I mean, can you imagine a more perfect
I don't like
life
him.
scenario just dripping with erotic possibilities? You
Yeah,
and
Dripping
Ashley
with
alone
erotic
at last.
possibilities.
You've laid all the
Yeah.
groundwork. You've been a perfect gentleman. Now, you come in
for the kill.
Ah, yes, men treating women like they're animals. Fuck off.
I don't know, man.
Erotic possibilities.
It's like weird.
Dripping with
like
erotic
really friendly anymore if I
dripping
try something like
possibilities.
I mean, weren't
Think
you
of
just
the
listening?
possibilities.
Get a
They
buck up,
drip.
bro. Grow a pair.
Sorry. You are the one who puts me on your stream. This is your fault.
Yes. Wait, is he actually an Oscar winner now? Did he win an Oscar?
I think he did.
We hear you fart like crazy every single stream. This is nothing.
That's nasty. You
That's
need
not
to sort
true.
that out.
It's nasty. Gotta put a noise gate on that.
Not a good way to get laid.
What would the gate be set at? Which decibel?
Yeah, it
Are
depends
you
on the
quiet or loud?
Yeah, if it's the same volume as you're speaking, then you're just out of luck there.
Kind of like an SBD. You heard of that? Silent but deadly. Sorry. Can we not do this? It's
Can
like,
we not?
I just don't want to talk about the F word.
A noise gate or a nose gate? He won for Freddie Mercury. Oh, good for him. He deserves it. He's a very good actor.
He was fantastic in that movie.
Drippy possibilities. Some side effects may include drippy possibilities. Absolutely dripping.
What frequency do hurricanes register at? Well, I think 120 is like a plane taking off, isn't it? So it depends what's inside a hurricane. At the center... Gotcha. At the center... She did it again, folks. At the center of a hurricane would be the eye of the storm.
So be quiet.
Very quiet.
Eerily quiet.
Ooh, I'm a storm. Can you imagine? You get in the middle and it's whispering.
I'm okay. Should have paid more attention in climbing class.
What?
You mean gym?
Yeah, you know,
Climbing
they climb up
class?
the rope.
Oh!
Whoa.
Did I do that?
I don't think so. Here, use this.
The giant horse cock weighs over
Gary,
11
you always
pounds.
try and hide your farts with a yell, and it doesn't work.
Whoa.
I gotta
Chris,
time it
just
better.
got an
I
awesome
gotta
idea.
time it better,
Yeah?
Barcardum. I'm working on it.
What is it? Okay, so I'm pretty sure that I've got some deodorant in one of the bathrooms. You could use that with the lighter.
I don't follow. How's a stick of deodorant gonna help?
Spray on, it's a can.
Oh, yeah. Now I gotcha.
Flamethrower.
Just like we did with the Lormy dudes.
Yep, ones we melted. Just point
That's
the spray
psychopath
can in the
behavior.
lighter.
Yeah.
Bye
Well,
bye.
at least it wasn't ants. People using magnifying
Alright, so
glass
you
and
got
ants.
I'm gonna go sort
thank
something
you.
out.
No.
You up for hunting around in the dark?
No,
for a little
thank
bit?
you.
No.
Nope, but I'll do it.
If you talk in the eye of a hurricane, a librarian shushes you. This is the eye of the storm. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's explore people. I've got my pot.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
My poor ear.
I'm sorry.
My
He definitely wears Axe body spray. With the dripping possibilities, he absolutely wears Axe body spray.
There we go. Okay, fire, but that was Emily, so.
So,
yeah.
all things considered.
Oh, I know what happened though. You tried to kill Emily, and she was like the only one who survived, right?
I will tell you nothing.
I listen. I listen when you talk.
Have you now realized ants smell? I haven't found any ants.
Can we do that this afternoon?
Absolutely. Can we go look for ants and sniff
We're gonna
them?
go for a walk in the park so we can squish some ants. Although that's ant death.
Yeah.
Do you condone that? It's ant murder.
Do they only smell when you kill them?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not gonna pick one up alive. You've got to kill it. That's when they poof out their little smell.
I have to do it because I have to put that evil on my soul.
I'll do it for you. You
Okay.
can sniff my finger.
It sounds awful now. You have to murder them.
Okay, let's read this crew. Ex-janitor convicted for arson swears revenge on movie Muggle's family.
Moggle?
Shut up.
Moggle.
You little tit. You had an opportunity to ignore it. Victor Milgram was yesterday sentenced to 16 years in prison for aggravated arson. However, when Hollywood producer Bob Washington acquired the property, Milgram was fired. In a sensational twist, the sentencing ended with an enraged Milgram screaming obscenities at Washington's heavily pregnant wife, Melinda, calling her a F dash 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 whore.
That's a mouthful.
It is. He vowed to get all of your F dash 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 husband and kids and said that he would make them suffer. Melinda has visibly struggled to maintain her composure throughout the case, and later claimed that though she was upset by Milgram's threats, she had full faith in the legal system. How wrong she was.
Shouldn't do that, Melinda.
What a silly Billy. Wait, can I take it? Did I take it? Or do you just leave it there?
I think you just leave it there.
Okay. Dash, 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 whore.
Didn't get the good old pocket ants thrown in face greeting. I know. You guys suggested it to her. She didn't do that.
No.
Imagine she shows up and she has a bunch of dead ants in her pocket and she's like,
I was lame.
You wanna sniff it?
I was just like, hello, you want to get in my car?
Hello. In my car.
I've been waiting.
Hey Ben, how you doing? We're here. We're together again.
Huh?
Yes, we did it.
That's cool.
How are you, Ben?
Hi guys.
Sniff my ants, step strimmer.
Do they look happy or sad? The dad looks like,
Well, his name is like Charles.
oh, is it?
Huh?
I don't know. Looks like
I'm
it would
hiding.
be.
I'm hiding.
What the hell was that?
All right.
It's fine.
Moogle. Is this the Final Fantasy? Moogle? Yeah, the disembarking pocket ants did not happen.
It's the party of the winter.
Yes, the winter party.
It's summer here, can't you tell?
Winter summer clothes.
Watch out, Loz. Oh no. Stop. I'm terrified.
The sacrifice of the ants is for an important cause, so I can tell it, so I can report back to you guys, let you know if they do smell.
They must be cold.
Hi, Chris. Very funny.
Oh, how'd you know? it was
Very
me?
funny,
Can
sweetie.
you be like getting the lock open or something?
I'm trying.
On it.
On it.
But I'd rather just kind of mess with you for a little bit. It's kind of fun. I'm a little bit quirky.
I'm not like other girls.
Look at those antlers. They're fucking massive.
It's a big horse.
We all know horses and their massive antlers. Indeed. On it. In it, bro. In it.
Okay, TV doesn't work, so no one's having fun.
It's a big couch. I love that couch. Looks very comfortable.
God damn, it's massive.
She sniffed my ants. I think we are having a kid soon. That's how you know things are
We
serious.
call it Little Ant Junior. Hey, Little Ant Junior, come here. Give
then
your
it'd be
mother
dead.
a kiss. No, I wouldn't kill that one.
So she wouldn't sniff that one.
No. Huh? Hello.
Oh, is well known for that antlers.
The giant horse conch weighs over 11 pounds.
Sergeant Tate again. It's bad news, I'm afraid. Yeah, we've been through the case files, and there's nothing we can do.
He's a free man.
We don't have the legal power to restrict his
Balls. Aunt Drew.
I know it's
That's
not
a
what
great
you wanted to
name.
hear.
Well done, Biff.
I wonder why he called her an F dash 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 whore.
Okay.
Do you think it's warranted?
I don't know. I haven't met the mother. She might be. Well, power
Which
to
case,
her.
sustained.
Power to her.
Balls.
Everything's locked.
Balls.
I want to open this. Who are you? My toes hurt. I don't know why.
Your toes hurt?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Like, I can't feel them. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
You want to stand up and walk around?
How do you do this?
Rough.
Okay, found a little photo. Nice.
Great. Love it. We're getting lore. You know, it's world building and all of that.
It's world building.
Yeah. I feel immersed.
Setting me up for disaster.
Dazaster.
Dazaster. That's this stream.
My new username, Dazaster.
It's kind of cool. Oh, can't go through there.
F dash 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 whore is my great grandmother. It's a name passed down for centuries. Emerson.
I'm so immersed right now. I am a person who is immersed.
Oh, you're going into the basement. You're going downstairs.
Is this bad?
Well, you know, basements are always spooky.
You're scaring me.
Gulp. What's down here?
Hello? How do they even, like, they want to have a party, and they want to party like porn stars, but Do they have any alcohol or?
They hadn't thought that far.
Oh. Josh with his lovely sisters.
Cape Cod. So like, they have this home, and they also go to Cape Cod. Like, this family is fucking loaded.
He's a media mogul.
5K bits badge. That's a lot of yell farts. That's so many yell farts, Barcardum. My goodness.
Hell yeah, Barcardum.
Look at you with your new fancy badge.
We like badges up here.
Apparently the badges weren't working on Twitch the other day. Everybody was on the same level playing field. Love that.
Get him.
Made a pizza and mostly
Can
cleaned
I
the
run?
water pitcher I've been avoiding cleaning for years. Let's fucking go, Yo-Yo. Proud of you. Meteor Moogle. Twitch has been the Wild West. Yeah. My goodness.
May have been a good time to be traveling.
Yeah, everything exploded while I was gone. Sorry about that, guys.
Daz leaves and Twitch just gives up.
Wow.
Tits, little buttholes, tiny little cucumbers that just look weird. Hate them pickles. So angry.
Nailed it.
I appeared as a never sub person for 3 days. It worried me for 3 days. My goodness, is that how long I've been gone? Jeez. I feel like I've been gone for such a long time. Ha!
Slow it down. Take something. I'm gonna close this. Can I close this?
Nope.
Oh, it's just letting the draft in.
It's just so cold, so chilly.
Chili.
Chili's baby back ribs. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back. It was a fart,
Your
not a
voice
draft.
can get very deep because of your
Baby back,
sickness.
baby back.
Do your boy.
Barbecue sauce.
Oh, there's a bit of.
Have you checked your
A bit of a puberty moment.
Yeah. Barbecue.
Barbecue. Ahem.
Oh! What the hell was that?
What the fuck?
A wombat.
Why is a wombat here?
For that jump scare.
What's it doing there? What was that? It looked like a monkey.
Oh. A monkey.
It looked like a monkey. What was it?
Monkey.
Freezing our buns off out here.
Monkey.
Do I say monkey wrong?
No, there's a meme. There's a meme from Kung Fu Panda where he says monkey.
Monkey.
Yo-yo!
Barbecue, 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 barbecue
What
sauce.
happened again? What is that?
It's a monkey.
Crap, that thing freaked me out.
What was it? Are you okay?
It was like a bear or a tiger or something.
Oh,
I
who's
agree.
such a
Tiger.
cute little
It was a
baby
tiger.
Wolverine?
Baby.
Don't worry, buddy.
A baby Wolverine? Shouldn't we be scared of that?
No.
Something called a Wolverine. You're telling me I should just...
It's Hugh Jackman.
That's terrifying.
Hugh Jackman is terrifying?
Sweet is not the word I use.
He has
In
a
a
nice
lodge.
singing voice.
So
He
good to be
does.
inside.
It's lovely.
Even if it's still kind of freezing in here.
I'll get a fire.
Chili's
barely
barbecue
looks any different.
sauce.
Yeah, nobody's been up
Baby
here.
back ribs.
Even with all the police coming in and out.
Did I do it?
Not a lot of action up here lately.
Thank you for the biddies, Yo-Yo. Was a raccoon a
What's
puppy?
up, party people?
Hi.
Hey.
Hey!
This house is so like dark and dingy and cold,
yourself
and they're
at
coming in
home,
like,
bro.
"Hey,
Will
what's
do.
up?" And it's
Yeah.
like it's just not the
Come on
vibe.
in. Take a load off. Have whatever you want.
Ooh.
You just take whatever you want.
Oh.
Right?
Whoa. Easy there, cowboy.
I may have made a mistake.
What the hell were you doing with M out on the trail?
It's getting saucy in
What?
here.
I
Barbecue
saw you and
saucy.
them. The telescope.
Before?
What?
We just ran into each other. Been a while, so we
I'm
hugged and I
invested.
said hello. Is that against the law?
Mmm.
I overreacted.
Right. Yeah. Duh. Sorry, it's been kind of a long day. I overreacted.
Nah, man. Don't worry about it.
Oh, there you go. We're all good. We're back.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, totally. Let's get fucked. Sorry. Beers. Get on the beers.
Get on the bees. There are no mistakes, only consequences of your choices. Magnificent. I love consequences. I watched you through a telescope,
I saw
and
it.
you're the bad person.
Oh my god, that is so gross.
Ew.
Are you trying to swallow his face whole? I mean, seriously, can she be any more obvious?
You're
No one
pathetic.
wants in on your territory, honey.
Excuse me? Did you say something?
Oh,
This
did
is
we?
a bad idea.
Too
loud.
Sounds like someone's bitter she didn't make
It's all a big cattle call with that dreamboat. Congrats, you're top cow.
That's
You're
real
top
deep
cow.
calling Miss Homecoming a cow.
I love it.
Chill out.
Come on.
No, shut up, Matt.
Stay out of it, you dumb oaf.
Hey,
What?
watch it.
Oh, you're the only one who can
what
put him
did he
down.
do?
No one else can play with your
Here I am
toys.
trying to like
Such a
diffuse the
bitch.
situation.
Whatever. I don't give a crap what you think.
At least I can think. 4.0, bitch. On a roll. Suck on that when you're trying to sleep your way into a job.
Who needs grades when you've got all the natural advantages you can handle?
Oh.
You couldn't buy a moldy loaf of bread with your skanky ass.
Are you serious? Do you think that's insulting?
That bitch is on crack or something.
She's kind of crazy.
They just go in.
I don't want somebody to say shut your mouth. I don't like the term.
Yeah.
Does that mean he will say shut your mouth?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can pretty much assume he's gonna say that. That's Laws and Big D off
Emily,
stream.
stop. This is out of hand. There's no reason to
Oh
fight.
my god, that's
Em,
terrible.
why you picking fights over your ex-boyfriend, huh?
Stop it!
Why is she?
This is not why we came up here.
I
This
agree.
is not helping. It's not what I wanted. We can't get along for 10 minutes, and maybe we need a little
I
bit
like
of a
the
break,
brunette sweater.
right?
She wins. She wins the fight.
Why don't you check out the guest
She's got a nice sweater.
I like the blonde sweater because I like blue.
Mm.
Wanna go do that?
Any place without that whore.
It's right up the trail.
Yeah, just mean girls. Just mean for no reason as well. They came into it wanting to be mean.
Imagine calling someone a whore.
Yeah. Like they just met for
So,
the first
Josh,
time.
Should we get this fire
Really?
going?
Yeah, this is them
Where's
meeting
my
for the
bag?
first time.
Oh my gosh.
My
That's
bag,
terrible.
the
Yeah.
little bag.
Have a good night, Soul
pattern, the
Blazer.
one I got
Take
on Rodeo.
care. Thank
Matt,
you
are
so
you
much. I
first today?
appreciate it. Thank you for the lurky
Oh
lurk.
my god,
Thank
don't
you,
you
Soul. It
remember
means
next
a lot.
to the Italian shoe place where I got the stilettos?
The Rock
and you knocked
says,
over
"Shut
the
your
rack
mouth."
while you were drooling all over that
Shut
girl
your
on the
mouth.
counter?
Well, I mean, she was asking about my letter jacket.
Right, because she gave a
Lazy,
shit
you don't
about
want
your
Hugh Jackman
designer
popping out of your
leather
medicine
jacket.
cabinet?
Why do you hate my jacket?
Matt, I need my bag.
That would be
Oh my God,
equally
Em, maybe
terrifying,
you
I
just
think.
Yeah, how long has he been in there?
Seriously think I'd forget my bag?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What is he saying?
He's been taking
Must have
notes.
left it down by the
Oh.
cable car station.
Oh.
Come
Been
on,
recording.
hon.
No.
Be back soon.
No recording, please.
No.
Can you
No.
get warm?
You can get very warm.
Okay. Okay, let's go.
Just the schizophrenia on this chick.
Yeah. She,
Okay, I'm gonna go take a bath.
Sam is like the only sane one in this game.
I would love to take a bath.
And we get this very gratuitous, bath scene with
Exile.
Sam, so.
Sex.
Oh.
Works for me.
No.
She's not upset about it.
I didn't.
How far is this cabin anyway?
This cabin.
Lozzie could take him. Who? Hugh Jackman?
Coziest, most romantic.
I think
love
she could,
bed you will
definitely.
Ever lay your eyes upon.
Have a good night, Game Hunter. Take care.
Bye, Game Hunter.
Looks on our side.
Play your cards right.
How did he fit into the medicine cabinet? Is Hugh Jackman
Hey, porn
Darian
star.
sized? That's where I go to
Gonna need
sleep at
these.
night. I go into the medicine cabinet. I curl up.
Gross.
Get
I have
in
a
there.
little nest in there.
Bloop. I put a little pillow in.
Yep.
Of course.
You'll be right.
Oh, I'm sure you'll find a way to entertain yourself.
Mm-hmm. You have
So
fun with the peanut
creepy.
gallery.
He's icky.
Oh, I almost forgot. Gotta fire up the generator so you can see where you're going. Start
Hey,
up.
Roman, how
Something
you doing?
wrong with this
Roger that.
bloke.
Yeah.
I think Josh was flirting with me.
Okay. You want to invite him up with us?
It's not gay if
Wait,
it's in a
really?
three-way.
It's not gay.
No.
The three-way. Okay. Come back.
Look at the shared headphones and imagine Lady and the tramp scene between Lost and Big D with the shared headphones, exactly. Jiminy Darian, that's me.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
Nervous Purvis.
Hey, Hot Lips. Photo booth?
All right, read my mind.
These lines, the writing is just delightful.
Hi, Hot Lips photo booth.
Like, that's a foreign language.
That's how we took our going live.
Yeah.
Why is this so hard? Why do they look like
She's
this?
not even looking at the fucking
the
camera.
Oh my god. This is
She's not
perfect.
even in it.
We're like the
She didn't-
cutest couple.
Damn.
She was just like,
You should be a model.
You keep that
You
camera
should be a
handy,
model.
and maybe I'll let you start my portfolio.
Does that sound like a familiar line, Darian?
The cabin.
Noted.
Wait, can we look at it? Is there a way we can look at it?
I'll try.
Balls. Balls. Sag. I want to see the photo.
It doesn't look like it, I'm sorry.
Feel a bit down under. In the down under. Exactly, Fidel. Exactly. Sam reminds me of Darian. Oh, stop. You stop immediately.
It's freezing out here.
That's kind of
something I can
pog.
help you with.
Hang on, love, let me have a look over here.
I got a few
Look
things
at
in
his
mind.
photograph.
Every time you make me laugh.
I'm sorry to hear that, Roman. Take care of yourself, my friend.
Look after yourself, mate. Oh, what's this?
Not a lot of TLC for this place anymore. Kind of a bummer.
Kind of a bummer.
Kind of like a bummer.
It's like a bit of a bummer.
Hey Zia, welcome back. How you doing?
Doodle-doo-doo, doodle-doo. I'm walking in these streets and I'm
Emily's as
gonna
dumb as she looks.
kiss you.
She thinks she can cut in on what we got going on. Maybe if we're lucky, she'll try and follow us out here and get eaten by a bear.
You know, that's the thing that a confident, secure person would say. Hope she gets eaten by a bear. I'm secure in myself. Promiscuous girl.
I feel like I need to support, like I need to keep relationships secure in this, because things will start falling apart. Things will tear at the seams. Oh, this is hard, because I don't want to call anyone a bitch.
Right. Tough. It's tough. You got this.
Your poker face is very good.
I mean,
no, don't say anything.
Okay, I'm not saying nothing.
I'm not saying nothing.
Have a good night, Ben. Take care.
She was being a bitch.
I think you bring out the worst in her.
Is that so?
Epic jealousy.
Epic.
Suck it.
She kind of was being a bitch. Yeah, she came in being a bitch.
She was. Like, you gotta tell it like it is, right? Bing bong.
Huh.
You accidentally caused a revolution in Peru. Do not ask.
Didn't Josh
I have so
say
many
there was a
questions.
generator?
A revolution in Peru. Goodness.
Honestly, congratulations. Well done.
That's a... Ooh! What this?
Better than being hunted by a clown. That's true. Getting eaten by a bear? Honestly, you'd take that over the clown.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
Oh my god, that guy was wearing a clown mask.
What's a Jenny?
Darian. I really don't like clowns.
It's
I
okay.
don't want to look at it again.
Look at it a second time. What about a clown bear hybrid?
Oh, that's fucked.
That would be terrible.
I wish you could generate a little excitement.
How's
by
Aussie
bringing
land?
that
It is
freaking
wonderful. It's
generator
lovely.
to work.
Absolutely bloody lovely.
Okay, I'll
It's
just yell at it.
summertime
Just yell at
here.
me. Let's see if that
So I'm
works.
getting some fresh air and some
All right.
sunshine.
Let's see.
Although we've got the aircon on right now because the
Boom.
stream room
Nice
gets
one, Mikey.
hot.
Because we have a PlayStation and a PC on in this room, so it gets quite warm in here. But yeah, it's been lovely. I'm having a great time.
Oh my dear God. I cannot believe you've made me do this in my own home.
Now this place is tainted.
Tainted love?
Tainted love.
Blah, blah.
It was on a game. Well, even if it, you know, even if it was in real life, you know? Congratulations.
Eh.
Sam.
You
That's
ever
how you
just
open gates.
you ever just have a stranger look through your window? It gets crazy in Canada.
Hello.
Pretty good, right?
Hello, it's cold out here.
Let me in.
Totally. No, this is awesome.
Oh yeah, I bring the hit.
Stop it. I don't need the judgment.
I just want to see your reaction to everything. This is
Psyched yet?
great.
You don't look psyched.
All
yet.
that's missing is Ace,
so
please.
psyched right now.
Don't remind her of that.
A sexcapade?
The writing is just truly awful.
But imagine if you could go on a sexcapade. Like if it was a legitimate thing that you called a sexcapade, right?
Like it was advertised that way.
Yeah. Instead of a Kentucky tour, which is basically a sexcapade. Have you heard of Kentucky before?
Hannah and Beth.
You've told me that you went on one.
I think they clean it up.
Oh, they never closed the investigation.
Okay, I'm getting the creeps now.
Dripping! Erotic possibilities! Dripping!
Oh.
Well, wherever they are,
God.
I'm sure they're happy. We're all thinking about them.
Oh my god. I'm jealous I have a foot of snow in my area. My goodness! I hope you're staying safe. A foot of snow.
Are you playing Civilization, Zia? Which one? That's my guess.
Or maybe Crusader Kings?
Peru was capital. Has Zia been playing Crusader Kings?
Perhaps.
Oh, so you're cheating.
Victoria 3.
I've never heard of that game, mate.
Neither have I.
Victoria 3. So are you colonizing? Is that the point of the game?
How many hours do you think they worked on butt physics and hip sway? Yeah, look, I've never... Look, the proportions of this body are very strange to me. Never have I seen a human body look like that, but sure.
A wax museum to drink hot chocolate with us.
So easy! Yes! Oh my goodness, sorry. What? Am I in trouble?
Jessica!
Sorry.
Yep. Hey. Okay.
Holy crap, you scared the heck out of me.
How do you think I felt?
Stop with the silence.
As far as I can
It's gonna let you sit with that one.
Stop. Well, you're sitting with it now.
Yeah. Can you get out?
I don't know. I can hardly see anything down here.
You're still quiet. Push the cart.
All right, Jess, there's a cart. I think if you can
I
push
have,
it,
she
you
says.
can get by.
Stop.
Right. Okay, let me just
The Crusader
try.
Kings like same engine, I think. From the same production, but it starts in 1836. Ah. Did y'all see the New York Times wrote an article about a cop's dumpy? A cop's butt? A tushy? No, I did not see
Hey,
that. That seems
so
a bit
maybe-
exploitative.
See the little gap down there? Between the cart and
Sorry,
the wall?
I'm just a little bit on edge right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can
Well, see ya. You're stuck. Goodbye.
Definitely more than the mouth animations,
I
true.
appreciate your confidence in my physique, but I don't think the ladies are gonna fit.
Oh, with right. Okay.
She acts like she has huge bazongas.
Gotcha.
The ladies?
It's hilarious to me.
Okay, so why don't you either toss that light down or, you know, be a
It's like my
hero and
massive
jump down here to
titties aren't
assist
gonna
me.
fit. Okay, sure.
This guy, I feel like would be heroic.
All right, don't move.
He's
I'm
confident.
coming in.
But then what if you're both stuck?
Well, then I've made the decision.
Oh!
Oh my.
Handsome. Wanna help me move this cart thing?
Yes, I do, baby. I do.
Well, you're stuck. See ya. It's all sequential.
like-
You can import a completed save file from Crusader Kings into Europa Universalis, into Victoria, and then to Hearts of Iron. Oh wow, that's so cool. It like feeds into each other.
What? The wording at the moment is
The sexual tension. Couldn't they just climb over the cart? Nah, that'd be too easy.
Too easy.
You have to make it complicated.
We need a challenge. Oh, dodge!
Your entire body.
Crap!
I'm in the game.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
alright.
I'm actually playing VR.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
He's fine. Look at her boots.
That's wild. I was about to say, would you wear boots like that? You totally would. You totally would.
Why? Why do you say that?
This place is giving me the willies. And not the good kind of willies.
I think you look good in them. They look cool.
Comfort and reassurance.
What?
We'll save it for the cabin bus.
I want to explore more. I don't want to quickly go up. Come back here.
Because you're afraid.
You're afraid? No, because I want to do the game properly. Okay?
Okay.
Goodness me.
I'm too damn sexy to do physical tasks. That's her character in a nutshell.
In a nutshell.
That's it. That's her.
Hello?
Big D would wear boots like that. That kind of person. There's a type of person that would wear boots like that.
Yeah, see? I was correct for looking. Always look with your eyes.
Use your ojos.
Shit.
TOS?
This is gonna get intense.
Indeed.
So does he see those visions? Or is it just me?
Somebody asked that earlier. I don't think they see it. I think they're just looking at a totem. We see it, though.
And they're still probably like, what the fuck is this doing here? I mean, that's equally as scary as the visions.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to, like, a haunted place before?
Yeah. The town that I grew up in, there was, like, a lot of old buildings that have been around from, like, the 1800s. And so they were supposedly haunted. I remember one of my friends, for one of her birthdays, had, like, a haunted... They rented out, like, one of the buildings that was haunted. And, like, we spent the night there.
Terrifying.
Yeah, it was very scary. I didn't like that.
Like
how'd you go?
historical.
Nothing happened.
Strong silent type?
I mean...
Or did you... Were you like...
Native American, right?
Yeah, of course, we were all screaming the entire time.
Miners
Yeah.
were getting their
I reckon
arts and
Daz would have
crafts
just been
on
like...
now.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, you get into the hysterics of it.
I know, I can
Trying to
imagine.
what?
I've been to like a haunted place where convicts were, and they used to get like lashings.
Oh, Jesus.
And they do like this guided haunted tour of the place.
You alright?
And you all have like these lanterns, and you're walking through like decrepit,
I don't think this place is up to
dilapidated buildings
Yeah, I'm thinking
that have
it's
like
time to
old
go.
bars on them, and they talk about like what happened to the convicts when they were there.
Yeah.
An Australian on your stream talking about convicts. You're welcome.
Hey, Ty, welcome in.
G'day, Ty.
This place is a real fixer-upper.
You both look majestic. No, you look majestic. How are you, Ty? Wonderful to see you.
That red font on you just looks wonderful.
Looking magnificent. They likely don't see them, or else you'd think at one point someone would mention them.
Or
they
go
would be
crazy.
like, Jess, I just saw you covered in blood and naked.
Was that Jess? Oh,
I don't know.
I thought it was Hayden.
May have been.
I mean, all blondes, right?
We all look the same. Fair.
I feel like all brunettes look the same.
Nah.
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 Ner.
What if Mike took the feather and ate it? Hey Weeb, how you doing? Pretty sure I'm allergic to jalapenos, but I just had a jalapeno burger with jalapeno sauce because I refuse to stop. Well, how are you feeling?
I'll tell you this. I'm starting to get hungry, which is dangerous. I'm not gonna eat. I'm not gonna do it.
We had a delicious breakfast. We made homemade bagel sandwiches for breakfast with egg and with egg and chicken sausage and cheese and lettuce and Kewpie mayo and Dijon mustard.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was amazing.
I would make another one of those easy.
Well,
It was very, very good.
When Josh said cabin, I thought like,
Bro, I want a bagel Sammy. It was so good, let me tell you. It was delicious.
oh, you're planning on getting
Delicious.
presidential on me?
God, this is such a horny game.
Right on Air Force One?
Yeah.
Everyone's just horny.
I think it's supposed to emulate
I'm in danger.
like
Gonna look at the
horror
trees,
movies in which
gonna look
there's like
at
a bunch of
the
teenagers and they're all really
clouds,
horny. They're all trying to bone and then they all get murdered.
Yeah, right.
And the moral of the story is like the Christian
Don't have
ideal.
sex.
Yeah, don't
just tell
have
someone
sex.
at the
Because the
top.
virgin is the one who survives. In all of those movies, every time.
I see.
Gonna fly over for a sandwich. Yeah, 15-hour flight plus. Might be longer than 15 hours for you, honestly.
What was that?
She looked on the stream, on the replay.
The replay, just in case.
Virgins are immune to death. Yeah, don't have sex, kids. Don't do it.
Hey, Jess. Stay close by,
A
okay?
grizzly bear.
What's that?
A rocky mountain. That's not a
That's-
rocky mountain.
That's a mountain.
That's
That's
a
an
deer.
angry mountain.
A northwestern
I
wolf.
have the
Hello,
best
buddy.
idea.
What?
Yeah, be horror movie
Let's go
vibe,
hug a
exactly.
bear. Come on, please. Come on.
Hug a bear. This chick.
Not hug a bear.
Yes, I've played Until Dawn a few times before. It's one of my favorites. But yeah, Lozzie has not. This is her first time.
No, I'm currently playing through and I'm terrified.
She's doing great though.
That's so nice.
You're doing great.
to do is point the stick
Yeah,
and do the thing.
not too bad.
Come back. Come on.
Bagels are the superior breakfast sandwich bread. I am very passionate about bagels. Also,
Oh, we had so many bagels.
last night, so
Going the right way.
we took some jam, some Marionberry jam, put it on a toasted bagel, and put some strawberries on top of it. Oh my god. Magnificent. You could replace it with blackberry preserves, or you could do even like strawberry preserves. It'd be a lot of strawberry. But if you did something like blackberry, you get kind of that tart flavor.
And then the strawberry is sweet.
It was amazing.
Delicious. We should go down here.
Bagels with ham and cheese, yes. No croissants. I love croissants, but I think bagels are superior because they have a bit more like, I don't know, like they're more solid. What do I want to say? A croissant is gonna mush. It's gonna, and a bagel's gonna hold its shape, you know?
Yeah, it wants to hold shit in.
Substance, that's the word, Ty. What if the wolf is the bad guy the whole time, rubbing his paws in the woods going,
Balls.
I reckon
Balls.
fish does that.
Yeah.
Balls.
Are Australian bagels inferior? Actually, it was pretty good. It wasn't bad.
It's just floating.
Just answering is mating.
Wow, you're easy.
Balls.
Got a lot of love to give.
Oh.
He seemed so genuine when he said that.
Yeah. I got a little love to give, okay?
Croissants are buttery. It's got daddy issues. Mike is the one with daddy issues.
Absolutely.
Croissants are buttery and delicious. I love a good croissant, not gonna lie. The bird just said, Poya! I'm an English muffin fan. Ooh, English muffins are very good as well. Just like lightly toasted with a bit of butter. Perfect. Perfect.
Gotta go to the cabin, but
I don't think I've had a scone. Or no, I have.
A scone.
Can you have at least cleared out the path before
Scone.
sending us out here?
They're more sweet though. I feel like scones are more sweet.
I'd like to make scones with you. That's very British Australian.
Oh, okay.
Stand back, Debbie Downer.
It wasn't the wolf, it was the bird the whole time.
Wow.
Fastest flight from here to Australia is 23 and a half hours to Sydney with 2 stops. Damn. That's a long time to fly. Croissant. A croissant.
Why are we playing snowball fights when it's like the middle of the night, obviously somewhere very cold?
Bad decisions.
We were just stuck in a mine shaft.
Mike just starts crying. My father never loved me. Just breaks down.
Sammy!
What?
You wanna help me get this fire
Croissant.
going?
Quarry. Croissant.
Well, I was just getting into the bath.
Ooh, what is this skirt situation?
Oh, do you need
It's like
any
a
help
kilt.
with that?
There's like frills everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike is my favorite in this game. Really? Mike is great. I actually, you know what, on this playthrough I'm liking Mike a little more. And also the characters do kind of change a bit depending on your choices, right?
Hot water in your big fancy
I hope I can do well.
You got this. Hey Goon, how you doing?
G'day, Goon.
It's going great. Aussieland is beautiful. 10 out of 10. McDonald's has okay coffee. You know, Ahab, it's actually not bad. Their coffee's not terrible.
Oh, now I want another coffee.
Oh, hi, Fish.
Oh, hi, Fish. She's been under the bed the whole time.
Fish has been lovely.
Hey, Papa. You want to say hello to everyone?
Yeah, Emily's... Yeah, Emma's not... We do not stand. Playing the bagpipes in the back. Oh my god.
Goodness gracious.
Oh my god, yes, Goon. I swear, that was the longest flight of my life, and... So it was like 15 hours. After halfway through, my entire body was just aching the entire time. And then there was like 3 hours left, and at that point, I was so ready for it to be over. I was like, how? I texted her, I was like, how are there still 3 hours left?
Yeah, it's a bit nasty.
Were you sat between 2 sickly people? No, I actually switched my seat. So I got a window seat, thank God. But I didn't even end up sleeping on the window. I tried to. I had my neck pillow, and I had a pillow, and I was leaning up against...
Just be any more about Mike.
MM for HW, so Hannah.
I thought I would lean up against the window and see.
to jingle
Huggable!
your bells?
Yo,
Looking
Huggy!
very tropical.
How you doing?
Thank you for the 14 months. Yes, very tropical. We're in the tropics, don't you know? Hey, Huggy, how you doing? But I ended up actually sleeping on my left side in my little neck pillow. So.
Ooh. Ooh, she liked Mike.
It's kind of creepy. How did she get that photo?
Like Mike. She took a photo of him.
It's fine.
She stole it. She sniffed it.
Think I would need to be heavily sedated. My restless legs would kill me. My knees hurt, my legs hurt, my back hurt. Just everything after a certain point just starts aching.
Happy Christmas. Love Josh. Josh seems like a nice brother.
Hey Sub-Zero, how you doing?
G'day, mate. Love a crossover? Mate, I'm just a guest.
We love a good crossover.
It is absolutely Lozzie, and you know it.
It's a good command. Everyone dead yet? Not yet, Tangent. We've killed 2 people so far.
March 18th, 2013. Okay.
At a tattoo place.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Just gonna sleep on the floor in the aisle. Luckily, we didn't have any yogis in the aisles doing yoga on the flight. Everybody was very respectful, very nice.
I like going to like the parts where the larger bathrooms are, or at least the larger sections near the exits, and just like stretching a bit. I have to. My legs are too long.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't look like it right now. They are too long.
You guys wouldn't even know.
You wouldn't even know. Who's taller? No one knows. Ooh, it's open. Hello?
Must be morning for you all? Yes, well, it's actually 2:30 p.m. Yeah, so I'm actually doing well with the jet lag. I was on Australian time before I got here.
I'm very impressed. You just woke up glowing this morning.
I woke up at like 7:30 this morning, bright and early, ready to go.
Truly incredible.
May we see these long legs. You cannot see them.
Streamers don't have legs.
Have you had any Australian food yet?
What?
Okay, well,
I had Nando's. Does that count?
It's probably not Australian, but it's certainly a classic Australian fast food option.
Yeah.
It's Portuguese, technically.
Those things are a
Really?
joke, man.
Yeah.
Who do
Huh.
shit?
No way, bro.
I also had spaghettini.
That's
Well-
you mean swaggettini.
Yeah.
The best pasta
Yeah.
meal of my
Yeah, you just
creation.
gotta fire up
It's
the
very
boiler.
good.
It's
Bit of cheeky Nando's in it.
Yeah, godless weave, you knew it.
If you can find the spirit.
Love hanging around the plane bathrooms. Little weird, but you do you.
Scavenger hunt.
What about Tim Tams?
Oh, you've had Tim Tams before.
I have. I love Tim Tams.
Well, we should get you some more.
The double coated Tim Tams.
Maybe we'll just take you to the grocery store, the Savo, and you can choose.
I had last night. I had ice cream.
A Magnum Caramel Ego.
Yes, I had that.
Oh,
It was very good.
so good.
It was delicious.
We also
You,
No.
We can't.
no,
You can't even. It's...
you won't be able to explain it.
Oh, spaghettini. I think you gotta have a doctor check that out.
What? Spaghettini? It's just thin spaghetti.
Notice how I gave Chris and Ash a
It's
mission
Portuguese.
together? Yeah, I was thinking they could use some alone time.
Is ice cream different there? Yes, it's more delicious. You have to fly many hours and it's more delicious.
I wish they'd just freaking get on with it already.
I swear, they just need, like, something to bond over, you know, some sort of...
I always dreamed of
traumatic
going to
event
Australia
to
just so
send
I could
them into
finally
each other's
try
arms.
ice
I mean,
cream.
at this
That's
rate, they'll
the
be in
optimal
the
place.
geriatric ward before Chris makes a move.
They need some traumatic event to bond over? Why is that the first thing? Josh, you freak.
Yeah, Josh is a freak. Tim Tams are so
Sam.
good.
Yeah.
Haven't done a Tim Tam slam yet though.
Oh, we
I
should
just
try
wanted
that.
to say,
Is Foster's still the popular beer? It's actually never been
really means
popular
a lot to me
here
that
in
everyone came
Australia.
back this
It's just
year,
like a
you know,
misnomer
that
that... I think it's
you
because
came,
international
Sam.
places the only Australian beer you can get is Foster's, but it's not the beer of choice here.
No drop bears yet. Not yet, but soon. I'll be posting about it on Instagram.
We're here for you. Really, whatever you need, whenever, we're all gonna make it through this. Together.
I want us to have a good
Uneasy, it's weird to be without my bagpipes.
I've never been this long without them.
Oh my
I
god.
forget what it feels like.
There's a hole in my heart where my bagpipes used to be.
I miss my bag and my pipes.
That's how bagpipes sound.
We should get you not only a tomatone, but a bagpipe. Baggy the bagpipe.
A singular bagpipe. Just one. Nothing Australians like more than Coors Light.
Sorry to drag you down into the bowels.
Just get me
I don't think I've ever had Coors Light. I've had Pop's Blue Ribbon.
Pop's Blue Ribbon on ice.
You know.
And then...
Well, it's definitely creepy down
Oh, there's a
Not a place to be on your
there's a beer that's like it's orange. No, it's not orange. What is it? It's cloudy moon thing.
Blue moon?
Blue moon!
Cloudy moon thing. My favorite beer.
What was that?
What was what?
Be sure to act like the ugly American while you're there. Well, that's easy for me.
All capitals. The ugly American.
Trademark.
Oh, what?
So I can see.
ADHD personified.
That's mean. I was looking at chat. Penis.
Penis. Chat. You looking at chat's penis?
Hey, chat. You looking good.
The eyebrows. I'm having a blue moon right now. Hey, yo.
What? Oh, for fuck's sake.
You gotta be so still. Don't be ridiculous, Big D. Everyone knows you cannot bag just one pipe. It's multiple pipes. Oh.
So what am I doing wrong here?
Gotta be so still. Gotta keep the blue in the lines.
Pay attention. I need light to do.
You got this, I
I'm
believe.
sweating like... Okay, so I actually have to move it slightly to keep it in.
Yeah, sometimes you kind of
Oh,
do.
it told me to be still.
So you...
Hello? Serious light deprivation over here, Miss Shiny, all over the joint.
Just pay attention. Come on.
This is so hard.
It never ends.
He doesn't even have a retort anymore.
He's like, he's given up.
I've just got the worst assistant in the history
He's
of the
fully
world.
given up.
Balls.
Highlighted message. Don't look at chat.
Oh my god. Should I cheat?
Put it on the table.
Yeah.
What? You didn't even move it that time. I don't understand.
I don't understand. Maybe it's the PlayStation 5 controller. It's really responsive.
Yeah.
No balls, no fuckers.
Nice one.
Okay, that's like the hardest check in the game right there.
Holy moly!
This
Is
Yeah.
a speed run.
Yes.
Before we get the boiler
You fail it multiple times.
I'm exhausted. Imagine being me.
You don't have to be still. I was doing it with her in solidarity. He's too mad. He's so mad that he was silent at the end there.
I'm sorry, everyone.
First try. GG.
You only get the best from me.
Ah, damn.
Wait, what? What the fuck am I doing?
Her character arc in this game is just trying to get hot water for her bath. She just wants to take a bath.
So I'm gonna get all the way up. I'm gonna let go and go bang.
Relax. It's not that hard. Just press
You did
the
press
button
it.
when the light comes
She
on.
did press it.
Okay, I'll get it this time.
Sure.
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 Hey Josh.
I've heard that
suck my
before.
massive cheerleader dick. Okay, the light's on.
Just try again.
Everyone's gonna die. If I have to do all the checks in this, everyone's gonna die. You gotta press the button. Yeah, no.
No.
Shit. I'm pressing it!
Maybe.
Relax. It's not that
What are
hard.
we doing
Just
wrong?
Press the button when the light comes on.
Shut up, Rami Malek. Okay. So, you want me to do that? Oh, I was holding it. I see. Wakariyamas.
Gotcha.
I thought I had to hold it down that whole time.
Yeah. Okay. We understand.
That's on
now.
me, game.
Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
Get fucked. This is his villain arc. That missed high five. Bullet butterfly effect! That is it. That is the moment. Did you see his face? Did you see his face change?
He looked really angry.
Nice.
Quit it.
I'm just.
That's it.
Just joshing you.
Oh my god.
Oh, you were really freaked out.
Oh no, Mr. Dr. Senior Robot.
I'm gonna prank you, little bitch.
Oh my god. Don't move.
What?
Something behind you.
Yeah, right.
Josh. Seriously. There's something back there. Gotcha.
All right, your point.
30 low.
Got him.
What? No.
Got him!
Little
First
shit.
point.
Doesn't start at 30?
No, 15.
Oh.
Little shit. Made him look fucking got you. What a fucking loser.
What?
Get pranked, bro.
Weirdly right.
Josh, the IRS is right behind you. Don't look.
Regular about it.
Is Josh okay?
Are any of us okay?
I certainly am not after those checks. Emotional damage. I'm at. Oh my. That's cute. Okay. You know what? We should check it out. Because I think you're setting us up for failure, Josh.
Maybe we should check it out.
Why?
I don't know, what if it's like a pipe?
A
that's
bagpipe?
burst or some problem with the furnace?
Unlikely.
What if it's my bagpipes, Josh? You must come with me, Josh.
Right.
I haven't tooted them in so long. Ah, what the fucking shit? Are you kidding me?
It's locked.
No! Come on! Why are these doors locked?
To keep out strangers.
That was the weirdest line delivery I've ever heard.
Hey.
What the hell?
You just got mugged.
I would literally shoot him in the face if I had a gun.
He'd be dead.
He'd
He'd
be
be dead
dead.
yesterday.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, why would
There's
you?
all this cool old movie crap down here. What was I? Was I not supposed to take advantage of the opportunity?
You got
just
mugged?
got mugged.
Also, like the lamest thing to say after scaring someone.
No.
Yeah,
but
what
I
would you
would-
say
that
after
would-
scaring
that
someone?
would-
You would say that.
Yeah.
I think he wins.
I'm ready to admit.
Dripping with erotic possibilities.
That should be the name. The stream title.
Well, I said nothing about
I could
You
do
would
that.
get banned.
which was dumb.
You would get banned, wouldn't you?
Would I?
It sounds like you're suggesting things.
What the fuck, Chris?
I thought you were my bagpipes.
What have you
God.
done with my bagpipes, Chris?
Hey, Chris. That was you. You monked us.
Please tell me you're gonna take a vow of silence. Okay.
They're
okay.
such
Did you at least
dorks.
find the thingy?
Here's our one-way ticket.
You would get some unsavory viewers, Darian, and
know
not
what?
our kind of
No.
unsavory.
Yeah.
Just
We only accept
for enough
Al.
spooking
Yeah.
you one night,
Kind.
okay? I see a hot bath. in
Our
my crystal
kind.
ball. All right?
Yeah.
Have fun. Oh, but watch out for that Josh. He's a schemer.
He is a schemer. Boing.
Boing, boing, boing. I'll
You
hold
need it,
this.
like, are you sure?
I'll hold
You
it.
could like rest it there.
Okay.
You
Is
gonna
that
come with me to get
I
my
don't
bag?
know.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Aaron, welcome in. How you doing?
Arid. Oh, here we go. Another trip to Boinktown.
Won't you take me to Boinktown?
Boinktown. Here we go. What's gonna happen? gonna start getting gross, isn't it?
Hmm.
Because it said gore, didn't it? Fuck, clowns, gore, and what, needles? Oh my god.
Yummy sausage.
Needles will be fine.
Sausage.
I think I can deal with needles.
Okay.
Even though I said I was scared of them.
Are you?
I think I'm scared of getting them sometimes.
Why?
I don't
Okay.
faint. But
Spill a little bit on edge.
Lozzie almost said penis, didn't she?
Penis.
Hey, Em.
Yeah?
There was a clown. Warning. Clown.
Criticize.
We had a premonition of a clown earlier.
Oh my gosh, have you seen that scene from Django Unchained?
No.
When they make the sacks for the riders? Oh my god. If anyone in chat has seen that scene from Django Unchained, please. Because every time I see the word criticize, all I can hear is criticize, criticize,
Oh no, you did
criticize.
show that to me. You did show that to me. It's just a few fingies. You still have the important ones.
Ooh. Ooh. See, I'm such a non-confrontational person. I would say, let's just start over. I don't care that you're a narcissistic bitch. But,
Can I ask you something? Like, for real.
can I ask you
What?
something? Do you like being a
Promise
bitch?
you won't get upset.
Matt.
Do you enjoy that?
You know, like, in the future,
Like
if
that
someone's,
chick who
trying to push
denied
your
the
buttons or
Airbnb?
whatever, maybe
Ooh.
Hey.
you should just try
Thanks for your
it
message.
and
Just
show.
wondering, do you
What
enjoy
were you
being
trying to say? Now this is my fault?
Matt. Yeah, his name is Matt. Matt and Emily.
Not what I meant.
No, that's not what I mean.
You know what? You're right. I gotta keep it together when I'm being attacked by stupid bitches.
Hang on, Emily.
You can't win with her. Cage!
Cage!
Hello, Cage! How are you?
Cage, how you doing?
Welcome back. How are you? I'm finally in Aussie land. We're in the same
Yes!
country, Cage.
We have a wild Darian.
I'm here.
Did you feel the winds change?
As soon as I landed.
Cage?
Memely. Or Marmely. I like that.
The
Marmely.
fuck am I looking at? I guess nothing.
You can just look around. It's getting kind of barfy.
Sorry. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat.
Have you checked your photos?
Oh, we're going back in.
Koino Karate. That's a magnificent username. Well done.
That is a great way of describing the action.
Yeah. Well done. Welcome, welcome in. We're on the same soil. I wonder if the US will let you back in. They're like, sorry, we got rid of you. We're not taking you back.
Yeah. You left, Twitch broke down.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Matmely. Matmely. I like marmalade. It sounds like marmalade.
Why did he get so, like... That face was really, like, he enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Lights!
Lights.
Camera! Action!
Lights. Camera. Gorgeous.
Camera? Turn that red light off, please.
There's a DLC section with Matt and Emily. For some reason, I wonder if this is it.
Hey, doofus, come this way.
Doofus.
Somewhere private? Yeah, why not?
Still gonna try to get it in.
Trying to get me somewhere private?
Australia is in fact a hive mind. It's confirmed.
Oh my god, my butthole! Excuse me, I just want to check this.
Hey Ariston, how you doing?
I want to press this button. Boink.
Yeah, maybe he's really into light. That's his fetish.
Light. That would be hard.
Weirdo.
I mean, he would be, like, all the time.
Now, obey.
Oh. Like a moth. Oh my god, he's a moth.
Caught.
Is he a moth?
Matt.
He's a moth.
Hey, fucking idiot
Drawn
dipshit.
to the flame.
Yeah, she's like, hey, doofus. Hey, idiot dipshit. Look this
Thanks
way.
for helping me find my bag. I know I can be a little high maintenance.
Oh, is that what you call it?
Is this worth my while?
Ew. Simultaneous ew. Yuck. Gives me the ick.
But you gotta remember, there's more to this guy than just being a lean, mean, luggage-lifting machine.
You gonna back that up?
Moth you, if you will.
What's he doing? What did happen to his face? All day.
Wait,
That's what he did.
does that mean?
Yeah, sometimes the motion capture gets a little bit weird and they look very scary.
Being like,
Like the quarry where they're like... Every time. Oh. Oh.
Hey Calico, welcome in. How you doing?
It's really building, isn't it?
Yes. It takes a while to get going. Once it gets going, it's just like balls to the walls, you know? His jaw dislocated. It's a moth thing, you wouldn't understand.
I just hate how much you're enjoying this.
Oh, I'm having the best time.
Like, I feel like people shouldn't be watching my reactions. People should be watching your reactions at my reactions.
A straight man wrote these prompts. Don't ask me how I know. I agree. Hey, Spicy Lightning. What's up? What's up, girls? How you doing?
Spicy lightning. We saw some spicy lightning the other day.
We did. A little summer storm.
Oh.
I'm not all muscle. There are some brains in here too.
Well, you got enough brains to like me, so let's see that brawn.
You ever done it outside before?
You ever done it outside before?
In my car.
Outside of what? My jeans?
Roomy.
This ain't roomy enough for you?
Please.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
A straight man wrote these balls.
There's a better spot.
Yeah, I feel like the cold would be a bad spot for that.
Does this spot start with a
Lots
G?
of places out here.
I already started clearing this all for us.
How old is he?
Was I meant to choose a spot to have the boinkers? Well, she didn't like that spot. Oh, I don't like the sound of the snow.
Is crunchy.
It's gross. I don't like it. It's not
It
like
hurts
real
my
snow.
teeth.
What's so important in the bag, anyways?
It's just
My pills.
undies. The lacy ones.
Balls.
The lazy ones. Should zoom in on that. The lazy ones. Okay.
There's so much terrible dialogue in this.
It's a question. It's a good question. I think logically,
who needs undies?
If this is a sexcapade,
as we know it to be.
Yes.
Have you checked your body?
For your undies?
For your undies. Ooh. I think Phineas has a good point. She needs undies for her butthole, not for the things we. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Don't look at me.
She needs undies for her butthole?
Why? This is why I shouldn't stream.
Do you choose the sex option or the sex option? These are both terrible lines to say to somebody if you want to get laid. Why didn't you say so?
Why didn't you say so, honey? Off we go. Fred Flintstone feet. Okay. This is hard. Bruh. Who needs undies? Brat. I like the word undies. I thought that was Australian.
Oh, really?
What do you say? Do you say undies?
Underwear. We say undies too.
Don't say the P word though. That's fucking disgusting. Undies? I
Well,
hate
hell,
that.
I need those. You don't want me to model them for you?
No, don't say it. I'm just gonna rip them off.
Wiggins! Wiggins! Hello, Wiggins. How are you?
We were talking about you today, Wiggins. We were talking about our quarry stream.
Yes, how you found us during the quarry stream.
And we had so much fun when you joined.
We did indeed. Hey, Nix, how you doing? We say undies too. No, we do not.
Boy.
I've heard people say undies.
Boy!
Have
Honestly,
you seen those butthole covers for pets that hang off the base of their tail? That's just unnatural. Like, does it...
Sexy kisser on this thing. Dare to put your hand in it.
Nope.
Dare you to put your hand in it.
Hey, I wouldn't.
Just slide it up in there. Ah!
Fucking cunt.
Oh, right.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard you fully say that with like genuine passion. I've heard you talk about this girl before on stream, but like your emotions just came out.
I'm not sure. Probably just an animal.
Like, come on, that's not cool.
Is there screaming happening?
Yeah, off in the distance. Don't rip off her pricey undies. The acting in this game is profound. They flirt like I do after going buck wild with ketamine.
Spicy lightning, you bloody legend. Oh shit. Ketamine's wild, man.
Oh my god, my butthole!
I was also thinking of you when Betwixt jumped into my mind. I've missed both of you. Well, hello, Wiggins. Lovely to see you.
G'day, legend.
Yes, Nix, I'm in Australia right now. I'm in the land down under. The Australia's rubbing off on me. It's true. Yeah, just let her get eaten by the totem. Just, like, leave her be. You deal with that, Emily. I'll go get help.
Emily, suck my dick.
Yeah.
Or maybe the totem was a...
Was trying to suck.
Or glory hole.
Hey.
It was trying to suck
hell?
dick.
Somebody made a snowman.
Somebody made a
Balls.
snowman?
Not
Really?
there
That's what we're gonna say? That's what we're gonna say when we see a pig head.
I don't know.
Trying to make a snowman.
Oh, look at this snowman. He's so cute.
Whoa.
Northern Province Penitentiary. Okay, well.
It's gotta be Chris.
Oh, I saw a turkey today.
A bush
Trying to mess
turkey.
with us.
Bush turkey.
Kind of uncool, guys.
There's a not
I don't like
abnormal
this.
Me neither.
here.
It was abnormal.
Mad!
In the middle of a fucking neighborhood, just seeing a turkey walking down the street.
It's a bush turkey.
You know,
That's not normal.
I'm not giving a shit about my panties
I'm
anymore.
not giving a shit
You
about
did
my-
what in your panties?
The exact same thing. She also said the P word. We're not saying the P word. Do you feel like a radio host?
Yeah.
Welcome! Where's the
You'll have no idea what she said. You'll never know.
No idea.
Bet I could mess up a cassowary. Well, we'll find out.
Would like to
Have you ever
understand
seen a
your feelings
cassowary?
toward people who
No, not in
feel
real life.
We're gonna see one
I
on
couldn't hear it.
Monday.
What was the word? Panties?
Panties.
Do you share this fear?
What did he say?
It was a spider.
I didn't hear what he said. Was anybody watching and heard what he said? I'm sorry. I know. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Yeah, we're gonna see cassowary. You're gonna see a cassowary on Monday?
I will pat the head.
He's asking if you wear panties. Gotta tell him.
Be honest.
Stop. I don't know in reference to what. Okay. Do you share his fear? Okay. So I'm saying like, yes, I'm scared of spiders. No, I'm scared of a taxidermied rabbit being gore. Gore spider.
These context clues.
I think I'm more scared of gore. Which obviously would...
So that you said, no, you're not. You
How
don't
do you feel
wear
about
panties.
people who are afraid?
Hey, Captain Thick, how you doing? Doing very well. How are
do I
you,
feel
Captain
when-
Thick?
I keep missing the...
Sorry, I keep talking over it. That's my bad.
That's because you looked at me and said you don't wear panties.
I feel sympathy. I despise them. We'll pay attention next time. Sorry, chat. People who are afraid.
Well, Mike has a
Oh, I said
fear
I
of
despise them.
isolation. Do you feel pity for him?
Ooh.
Mike has a fear of isolation. He does have daddy issues.
He has daddy issues.
Now, this is not reflected in the way you are playing your game now, is it?
What? I've been keeping him with Jess. Haven't I? Mike has isolation issues, but he was... Jess just fell, so now they're separated, but that whole time I've been keeping them together.
Yeah.
And
You're very
now,
close. to my
Zoom in.
face.
Go
let us
further in.
investigate your feelings toward other people in greater depth.
Okay.
What you value, what
Tell
you
us more.
respect in yourself and others.
Not related to American turkeys, even though they look similar. They could date.
Which would you say was most important?
And it wouldn't be turkey
because of
incest.
Loyalty or
Are you allowed to say that word on stream?
What?
Turkey incest?
Yeah.
I value...
He should put the camera in his mouth.
Now, get ready. We shall ask you more.
I feel like just from looking at, yeah, his breath would not be nice. This man smells like he has not brushed his teeth in a decade.
Nice cock.
Hey, John, you legend.
Let's go!
Sub goal.
And what
Reached.
about loyalty
Thank you,
versus
John. Thank you
charity?
so much.
Loyalty versus charity? They don't need no
See,
money.
you would sooner look after your friends before caring for those in greater need.
No.
Oh, it's such a weird expression.
He was like,
We're out of time. We'll talk again soon.
Why does everyone's face move so much in this world?
I read a tweet from Alana Pierce today, Spicy Lightning. What did she say? I think she's doing really well. I think,
Yeah.
I think something, like, things are going really well for her in the world.
It
Her
was just
career
a
is going
prank,
very
man.
well.
Like, she's...
And I think she's dating the guy from You wouldn't have
Today
seen
is
it.
the 1-year anniversary
horror
of the
show.
dreadful tragedy of Hannah and
He's
Beth
in like
Washington,
Midnight
the
Mass,
twins who are
that
still
show.
missing.
Rahul.
I know it would mean
I don't know what his
so
last
much
name
to
is.
Hannah and Beth
But I think they're
that
dating.
we're all still here together.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, he's like a
Thinking
big
of
name
them.
actor.
Do you reckon you can look after chat while I?
Somebody's getting.
I sure can. Do you want to pause it so you don't? Well, this is just a recap.
Yeah, maybe pause it as soon as something.
Did you
happens.
say something?
Thank
I
you.
will. You're welcome.
Not hear me.
Hey,
with your
chat.
smartness.
Stop it! Mike, why don't you check out the guest cabin, the one I told you about?
Ow, my heart. Actually, I don't know if that's true. I think they are, but I don't know if it's true. It's just like
hear that?
speculation.
What in
Oh,
God's
hi.
name are
Hello.
you wearing?
Here's our
Lovely to
one-way
see you
ticket to
all.
the spirit realm.
Darian
Watch out
AMA,
for that
yes,
Josh.
ask me anything, chat. I'll be honest.
That's how it's gonna be.
Who is that streamer? I'm scared.
Jess?
Laws, come back.
Jess!
Jess!
So,
Okay, I'm gonna pause it because she needs to see this scene. It's been up for debate about whether or not they're dating. I see that. There's been like some photos, there's been some questions. Is that a fake flower? It's a real flower, Sub-Zero. It's a real flower. Here, let me go to full cam. It's a real one. We picked it today when we were out and about. What time is it? Be honest, Ahab. It is 3:03 p.m. Honestly.
Honestly, why would we lie about that? What a strange thing to lie about.
What flower is it? I don't know. It's a beautiful flower, though. How long are you in Australia? 3 weeks. Nix, 3 weeks.
I think it might be a hibiscus.
Is it?
Potentially, yes.
It's a very pretty one. You want me to put this here so it doesn't hurt you?
Yeah, absolutely. Hurt me.
Well, because...
Ah, the pain.
Ah, my ears.
Oh, I was gonna say something. I was out there and I could hear your voice.
Yeah.
And I was like thinking you were on my TV.
Aww.
And then I remembered you were in my house.
Wow.
Isn't that cool?
You both look lovely. Oh, thanks, Wiggins.
You must free your mind.
I went outside. I touched grass.
Drop all inhibitions and generally give
Not to
yourself
get
over
too
entirely
political, but what
other
kind of
subjects.
trees have you seen / felt the presence of? Well, tomorrow we're gonna go and see. Well, if you're feeling up to it,
will remove their
if we can fix this motion sickness thing,
serious.
yeah, that would be.
I'm dead.
We're gonna see a lot of trees because we're gonna go to the rainforest.
Let's try this.
The very first thing I said when I got out of the airport was, look at all the plants.
Literally.
Ashley,
Well,
since
yeah,
you're a
pretty
recent
much. That was literally it, and I just laughed myself silly. Okay, I again wasn't listening.
So you're using a Ouija board. So what do you want to say with the Ouija board? What do you want to ask the spirits?
Is anyone there? Is she funny? I think she's funny.
Okay. Is anyone there? Hello?
Half of an iPod
Pick up the
earbud to listen.
phone.
Yes.
Spirit phone.
Yes.
Abracadabra. If you can hear my voice, give us a sign.
Yeah, like a peace sign or
Guys,
stop sign.
I was personally threatened
You're not
by
gonna
a
take
group
this
of drop
serious.
bears.
Okay.
They cornered me in an alley.
Is anyone
Stick
there?
'em up.
Wherever there is.
And they're carrying sticks.
Stick 'em up, see?
I'm a koala bear from Australia, and I talk like this.
Wait a minute.
Why does it look like a cross between the two of
really
you?
good.
You think?
Who? Ashley?
Yeah, somebody the other day, somebody the other day said that Cara
I swear
Delevingne was a
it's
mix
just
between the two of us,
moving.
which I think is very kind. But I'm gonna take that.
That's very,
How are
very
we supposed to
nice.
help?
Yeah.
I don't know. What does it mean?
I can't imagine Cara
know who it is, we're
Delevingne
supposed to
being
help
very
them.
happy about hearing that.
Really?
Really?
Hmm.
Who needs help? How can we help? Probe.
It's the probing face that you just
How
did.
can we
That's
help
my probe
you?
face.
It's moving again.
Yeah, that's right. It wasn't just anybody who said it. It was Yo-Yo who said that.
Yeah.
Moving fast.
Warning.
Shit.
Have you ever used a Ouija board?
No, and I probably
I
never
think
will.
we,
A
really need to
Ouija?
find out who's trying to communicate.
Ouija.
with us.
Probe!
Probe!
Always
We
probe.
can't help
Press
you
the probe
if
button.
we don't know who you are. Can you tell us who you are?
It's a bear, but it drops.
Here it goes.
It's a bear that only exists in Australia.
S-T.
E.
Sister.
Sister. Sister?
Who's sister? Oh, come on. Is this for real? Shut up. Ask it whose sister.
Josh, it's
Shut up is such an aggressive phrase.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I
Which
don't.
sister
I
is
can't
it then?
imagine ever saying "shut
Ashley,
up"
ask
to you,
him.
No.
unless it was like, "Shut
Like,
up."
oh, shut up. Yeah.
Shut up.
Not seriously.
Not like.
Probe
Okay.
Time Bros? That's a sequel to Super Mario Bros.
I'm thinking it's Hannah. Hannah was a little bit.
are we speaking to? Hannah? Is
Was that you?
Gonna get a jump
Never
scare.
stop, never probing.
Oh God.
I was right.
This is messed up.
Josh, are you
Fine.
sure? Because we can stop.
No. Dude,
Super
it's cool. I want
Mario
to hear what it
Bros.
says.
This is silly. Never do a Luigi board.
If this is actually Hannah, I mean...
Hey,
find out what
bro,
happened then.
it's a me, Luigi.
Josh.
I can handle it.
Okay.
Wiggins, you're on the East Coast and you watch Australian streamers? My goodness, you must be an insomniac.
Holy moly. We're so sorry.
Hannah, if you can hear this, like, really hear this,
I liked it.
we all want to apologize for what happened.
Okay, great. Thanks for the apology,
was
but I'm dead
stupid
now.
and mean.
Yeah, maybe I
and
shouldn't have said
we're
sorry.
sorry.
We're so sorry.
I'm so
Hannah.
sorry.
B
I-T-C-H.
T
Bet.
R.
Bet.
I don't like this.
Betrayed.
Betrayed?
Oh, it's still going.
Oh God. K I L L E D. No.
Kill.
We didn't kill them. It was just
It was just a prank,
Ash,
bro.
calm down, okay? Just we need to find out more.
I'm sorry. I am
Guys,
so sorry.
What do they mean?
Ask them
What do
what
they
happened.
mean?
It's the only way to know.
What do you think
Ask
they
them, Ash.
mean?
Quali and Siren.
Ah! K-I-S-S-I-N-G?
Okay.
Why are you in a tree kissing?
How did you
You're
die?
ready for this jelly.
Hannah, what happened to you?
Take care, Cactus Queen. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you.
Yes, I hope you're feeling better, Cactus.
Please take care of
There's
yourself.
something in the library.
Please.
R.
Get some good rest.
Proof. There's proof.
In the library. Holy shit. Chris.
You know what? No, this is bullshit. This isn't real.
Josh, I don't know what's going on.
Listen, I don't know if you think messing with me is somehow going to help me deal with my grief or whatever, but this is not cool.
Josh, no. You wanted to use the spirit board.
Hey, calm down. It's not
I
Ash's
don't
fault.
need this right now, okay? You guys are full of it.
Yeah, it's him.
Should we go after
He's
him?
the killer.
Who is?
Josh.
He'll be okay. Let's
Don't trust.
just give him some
Don't like
time.
the cut of his jib.
blame him.
Yeah.
He's out
That
for.
was crazy.
He's
The
out for
pointer
blood.
flew right off the table.
He wants to eat them all.
You're faking it. You were doing one hell of a job.
I wasn't faking anything. I think we should do what it says. We should look
Yes, we'll see
in
you
the
soon,
library.
Cactus Queen.
Bye.
Yes, there'll be more streams. Don't you worry.
Cooking stream we should discuss.
Yes, chat. Let's discuss. We want to do a cooking stream while I'm here. What do you want to see us cook? Any ideas? Any suggestions?
What do you want to see Daz cook?
Yeah, I'm not a cooking meth. I'm gonna cook, Jesse.
I'll do what I'm good at.
Shrimp on the barbie.
Can do that. Do you like prawns?
Yeah, I do. Very Mama suggested scallops.
Oh,
So we could do maybe a seafood type meal.
Oh yes.
Buddy,
My
you
favorite.
in there?
You don't like seafood.
No, I don't not like seafood.
Ah! Whoa! Christ!
The ganja. Kangaroo burgers. Burgers.
I don't know if I'd do that. Do that to you.
Yes, any food stream would be amazing. Yes, we got the go ahead from Cactus. Fantastic.
Yeah, we'll probably do that
Jess?
soonish.
Yeah,
We have a good setup
Light
in
of my
mind,
life?
I
Yep.
think.
indubitably.
I think it'll be easy
I
enough
totally
to put
promise
your.
I won't murder you
yes.
when I
Because you
find
have
you.
enough.
Oh my
Stop it!
No.
Enough! It's not funny. You're a child.
No!
I'm gonna call your mother.
I'm not
You should do a movie night of Kangaroo Jack together. We watched Crocodile Dundee.
I've never seen Kangaroo Jack.
Neither have I.
scared, Jet. You can't just
There you
jump
go.
out at
We gotta
somebody.
watch.
I'm in the middle
Seems
of the woods. It's scary.
Seems like they're making fun of
We've said that
Australian
to
culture,
anybody.
but anyway.
Please, don't make fun of her culture. Surf and turf in Australia.
I didn't know you had
I've always wanted
two
to.
ladylike
You don't really
friends,
like red
Michael.
meat.
Uh,
It's not
never
like
really
you'd
know
go to.
someone
No.
until you scared
Yeah.
the
Not my
pants
go-to.
off of
Whereas
them.
for me, steak is like my lifeblood.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't think I've ever cooked a bad steak in my life.
She hasn't. It's true.
That's not even arrogance. That's just sheer confidence.
It's just facts. Emu steaks.
Gotta try harder, Jess.
As far as I can tell, my pants are still on.
Oh,
Right.
is that so?
Yeah.
Kangaroo
Looks like
Jack
I
is
have
hype
to try harder.
AF.
A challenge, eh?
Well, then we gotta watch it.
Well, I hope you're strapped in, because you're about to feel the full force of my mind-melting thrill skills.
She's gonna peg him. Am I wrong?
Oh my gosh.
Am I wrong?
What?
Spoilers.
Thrill skills? Do you think pegging is thrilling?
Oh my god, my butthole!
Didn't your book tell you that it needed to be a safe space?
That book was not good. It was not what you should read before pegging. It's bad. The movie pulled a bait and switch. It is nothing what you want or expect. Aw, that's a bummer.
I missed that.
There's just some water.
You know, there was somebody in the back.
You couldn't see
crawling
nothing.
over. Yeah, you could. You want to
Probe him.
Watch this shit. You ready? Watch closely.
I'm watching.
You see a bloke right at the back. I can't look in it anymore.
It's done.
Oh fuck! There's a guy who climbs over a little edge.
You can look at it in the menu, I think, if you'd like.
Yeah, because I want to be proven right.
I'm your daddy now, Mike. You got daddy issues, I'm here to help you with that.
See?
Found a path to the cabin by Mike.
Yeah, but did you
that's
see
where
the
you
guy
found it.
go over?
Yeah.
I've got Sparrowhawk eyes.
I don't.
Call me Sparrowhawk. Should you be wearing your glasses?
Nope.
Okay.
You read while pegging. Gotta keep the mind active. Gotta keep your mind sharp.
But not... Shush. Stop looking at me like
Shush!
I just want to explore over here, darling.
You two really roped me in. I love that quarry stream. Such a good time. It's such a good stream, isn't it? We were gonna watch a part of it just to remind ourselves because it was such a good time.
I had so much fun that stream.
Keep your mind as sharp as your peg. Ow! Ow!
Am I meant to be going this way? I know we're probably not, but I just want to check some things.
Rescuers Down Under. I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh my god, my butthole!
I've never heard of Siren Wiggins, but that's awesome.
Another Aussie streamer.
We do have colourful language. Gosh, we're really... I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Follow the path to the cabin. Okay, well I was just exploring, okay? I just wanted to...
Isn't there a button that you can press that shows you which way to go?
Yeah, I think I did that, didn't I?
Oh, did you?
It said for me earlier if I want to recheck my objective to press R1.
Oh, okay.
And then it says current objective.
I see. It's very helpful.
Shit,
Thank you.
Tits, little buttholes, tiny little cucumbers.
G'day a real phrase?
Just look weird. Hate them
Yes,
pickles.
I say g'day
so
all the
angry.
time. You heard me say g'day today.
Yeah, she does. It's true. Chaos is a fitting description for this tag team, TBH, right? Chaos co-op is just us together. It just makes sense.
Oh, pick that up. Okay, let's
Rescuers Down Under was the best. It was my fave childhood movie. Is that the one with the little mice?
I've never heard of it.
I think I remember it.
Wow. Sexy Chewbacca. Wow.
Girl, you know I'll help you up.
You know I hook you up. Can I kiss you? Is that an option? Nope, I just push you off.
Whee!
Enjoy the swim.
Yeah. There's two movies. Rescuers, where it takes place in a swamp in the south, and The Rescuers Down Under, that takes place in Australia. They're Disney movies, both are good. Fun fact, The Rescuers had a scene in it where the TV had porn on it.
Was it
That doesn't
In a
sound
Disney movie?
Very Disney of it?
Yeah.
Probably just,
Okay, so the Down Under one is better. Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Ahab, it's so wild that you just brought that up. I've been meaning to show her Goofy movie and an extremely goofy movie. I've been meaning to show it to her. She hasn't ever seen it. We're gonna watch it while I'm here.
Spicy lightning! Yes, I was trying to get her to do this.
Someone
Can you
there?
say
Rise Up Lights.
Oh, good.
Rise Up Lights.
Razor blades.
Rise Up Lights.
Razor blades.
Ah!
Oh.
Eh.
Did I miss it?
Eh. Rawr!
Why is it like an evil deer? Did I hit it or did I not?
I think you just wimpy threw it into the bush.
Sorry, I need to concentrate. I'm glad you're looking at chat.
Get her some Cheese Whiz. Yes! Cheese Whiz! Oh, we should watch those tonight. They're so good. My tummy is growling.
I'm really hungry.
My stomach is... Did you hear it?
No, I didn't.
It was growling. Chat, you may have heard it. Since you could hear me blowing my nose, I'm sure you heard that.
Wow.
I feel like we just ate. How are we hungry?
Yeah.
We didn't just eat. We ate at 8:30.
Did we really?
Yeah, we ate at 8:30 this morning. We haven't had lunch.
Well, that would make sense.
Late afternoon.
We only hear what we want to hear. You were listening intently.
I'm happy for you.
I'm Chewbacca Rao.
Only the nose blowing.
Sexy
Good.
Chewbacca Rao.
You're not? Oh, that's nice.
Rise up lights.
Rise lights.
Rise up lights.
Rise up lights. Rise up lights.
Why?
Rise up lights.
Hurt, right?
Creeps me out.
I think you like it.
In the bedroom.
Oh my god.
Ugh, Mike, stop.
You're lost.
How would you make out?
How would you make out? Mike, come on. Think about
Be
this.
practical. We want you to get laid, brother. That's not how you're gonna do it. Should I go back in? I'm just gonna go back in for a little checky-do.
Wished my whole life Goofy Movie was a stage musical. Oh my god. Fucking... What's the musician's name?
Musician...
Clapping cheeks.
What is it? Like a power line. Power line, right? Is that what it's called? Fucking...
I'm going
Power
to get
line.
scared and I'm going to do a little... Yep, there it is.
Jimmy the Grape, my favorite musician.
Jimmy the Grape. What kind of music would Jimmy the Grape make?
What is that?
Do you reckon...
Would be like a banjo.
I
Jimmy the
reckon
Grape.
he's actually a
Bow, bow.
sommelier.
Bow, bow, bow.
Because he lets out a little wine.
This part is a little upsetting.
It's horrible.
Gee, I don't think he's gonna make it.
Oh dear.
I think we should kill it.
Oh dear.
Shouldn't we?
Hey, bud. Hey. I'm gonna
Oh
make
dear.
this quick for you, okay?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I regret it.
How do
But I feel like it's the nicest
I
thing to
can't
do.
watch
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna rip off the head? Absolutely not.
What did you do?
What the fuck? It came up.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Oh my god, what the hell was that?
I don't know.
Professor Lupin!
Get over here, Mike! Get over here!
Yeah, so we should scream and be very loud if it's a bear.
Stay on the path. We're almost there.
Or was he trying to snap its neck? Was that the goal, but then it came off?
I'm not listening to you chat. I'm
Lost.
concentrating.
Have you ever accidentally hit someone with your roller coaster arms?
Oh, how do I go up? Oh.
Come on. We gotta go.
I am!
What? I left you guys the head.
Get it open! Oh my
Sorry.
god. That was close.
I'm just concentrating. What happened?
What?
Have you ever accidentally hit somebody with your roller coaster arms?
Yeah, it'll probably be you today.
Hold on.
Good.
And I'll feel absolutely terrible about it. But then I won't because you forced me into this situation.
It's true.
No, I come here
Crap,
of
I
my own
just ran
volition.
a marathon.
I think we kind of did.
Was it a bear?
Yeah. Gotta be.
Did I save them? Did I do well?
Yeah, you did well.
See it.
Hey, things not gonna come barging in. I promise.
How can you be sure?
You don't know
I'm
shit,
pretty sure
Mike.
bears don't know how to open cabin doors.
I've seen them open car doors.
What?
Does he have super strength? Yeah, he just ripped the head off. Just fucking ripped that bad boy off.
Really?
Monster's
well-
like, I left you guys the head. You're gonna eat that? Fucking rude. I left you the best part. It was juicy.
Gonna open that cabin door.
I guess you're right.
Textbook euthanization. Just rip the head off.
I'm almost.
Yeah, that was
feeling
very
relaxed
intense.
again.
I didn't see that coming at all.
Mm-mm. That's a huge fucking light switch. It was the size of her hand.
It's like the size of your light switches.
Yeah.
Not the cozy chalet
Compared
I
to
promised
mine.
Mike.
Yeah, her light switches are this big. They're this big.
There's a fireplace.
Well, we don't need a fire to heat things up.
Michael,
little
I am
bit.
a lady, and a lady needs a proper romantic setting.
Just a little bit. Don't sell a girl
a lady
short.
would like to cuddle up with her man.
Hey, Nito, how you doing? Streaming during vacation. You know it, Nito. Oh,
It'll get
Tummy's growling.
Do you want to get some food?
No, it's fine.
Oh my god.
Those jeans are super tight. They're the tightest.
I just have to struggle.
Yes.
Do you want me to get us some snacks?
No, it's fine.
Some snacks?
It's fine.
How tiny are you without that?
Are you comfortable? Do you want to swap?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I feel bad.
No. The deer did not expect that either. I'm sure. Hydrate. You got it, Pygo.
Stop. Turn on the fucking light.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh my
Well
God.
done. Would not bone in this house.
No?
Absolutely not. It's creepy. That's covered in
Nice.
cobwebs.
This'll lighten up the mood a little.
Never say never.
What do Aussies eat for snack time?
Why, are you okay?
Prawns.
What are you doing?
I should play my walk on.
It's the lights.
Is there anything better than pussy?
What is your spaghetti policy
Yes,
here?
a really good book.
What is your spaghetti policy? I agree. Perhaps eating some spaghetti. Hey, Teddy, how are you?
Hannah winning bronze.
Minning.
Hannah Minning bronze. Oh, she's a tennis player.
She plays the tennis.
Do you win bronze in tennis? Unless it's the Olympics.
So glad I got 69 gifties to round out a very memorable 2022 in VD's community.
Unless
Oh,
you're hanging out
thank
with the
you,
main
Wiggins.
culture,
You're
I
lovely.
suggest you get
Nice.
Toronto.
The Kama Sutra.
Edited by Tom Heaton.
Tom Heaton's like, don't worry guys, I got this.
I know all the tips.
Trust me, I get all the ladies.
Yeah, that's why she died, because she got bronze. She
Oh,
disappointed her
hell
family.
yeah.
Oh my
I wanna read it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let me read it. Why wouldn't he let me read it?
The oh hell yeah reaction is sending me, by the way.
I shouldn't do this. No one saw anything. All I saw was clasping of thighs.
Yeah. I thought you... Did you speed
You're lighting
read
a
that?
fire,
Yeah, I did.
Michael, not
She read the
writing
whole
a
thing.
novel. How much longer?
I guess.
Yeah, spicy lightning. Look. Look at this water bottle that I have. Compared to the normal amount of water that I have. Do you want me to get us a refill?
Do you have you emptied yours?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
You're welcome. I'll be back, chat. Behave.
Guys, be nice to me.
Be nice to Laws, please.
Be nice. Or not. It's fine. Tom Heaton sounds like a very bland white guy. He took out all the good stuff from the Kama Sutra and just put in missionary position for everything.
Here right now, my tongue will get stuck to your flagpole.
It's so cold right here that my tongue will get stuck to your flagpole. You really think that's gonna work, Jess? Because I'm on my way. Never dropped the Kama Sutra on a Ouija board. I don't want to get into it, but it's not good. Oh my god. Ghosts would be having a good old time, eh? Meow.
Right. Logs are ready to go.
Just need a match. Okay? Well, we need to find a match. A match made in heaven. Jaren is gone. Does that mean we can swear now? Yes. Careful, she's back.
I have to pee.
Be
I'll
good.
Be right back.
Okay, she's not back.
I'm not back.
Okay.
You didn't see anything.
Native American myths and legends. Let's have a look. Can I open it? Yes, I can. The mother bear returned. She was enraged and attacked. A mighty eagle saw this. Okay. I'm trying to turn pages.
Looks like we weren't
Ooh,
the only ones to
a
meet
clue
regular
found.
neighborhood terror bears.
A ward or spell protecting against evil spirits. That's the one we saw earlier. I like it. Cool. On my way, dearie, giving me camping flashbacks. Gosh, I haven't gone camping in so long.
Look at this.
I love camping,
Is it a fire?
but not during the
No.
heat.
Way
It's kind of
cooler.
gross during summer. Show. I don't want to scare her. Never point a gun at another person.
Huh? How you like me now?
How you like me now?
Why do guns make men go completely bonkers?
That's true.
Nothing?
Does it do anything for you? Never point a gun at another person unless it's
Never understand
funny.
what we have together.
Please, please. Okay, we need to find a match. Let's keep going. Mike, you look cool as hell right now. I just have to say. He has his on the trigger and it's got me on edge. No.
Shit. Fuck. Mike.
What?
Oh, crap.
What?
Where is it?
What? What's wrong?
Gone. It is gone. Okay?
She's lost her phone. Is that all you care about,
My
woman?
freaking phone, Sherlock.
Can't find it?
Crap. No. I must have dropped it
You
outside.
don't need your phone. We'll live.
I can't lose my phone. My parents will kill me.
You can always get a new one.
That's like my 4th one this year.
Okay. Okay. Well.
Plot
don't
twist.
have
The
to-
monster would have left them alone if they banged. He is primarily
It's gotta
mad
be
they are
outside.
misusing
Yeah,
his
I-
love shack.
Don't think we want to go out there right now.
Oh my god, guys. Really? You just let this one slip?
Fine.
Okay. Let me look. Oh, I found matches, guys. Who's excited?
Looky, looky.
Looky.
Just gonna fire up some nookie.
Some nookie?
You've been dying to use that line since we got here, haven't you?
Fire up some nookie? What's nookie? Oh, there's one. Fuck's sake. Oh, I thought it was gonna...
Man 1, fire 0.
Well done, Mike.
Bravo.
Her tongue isn't even stuck to his flagpole yet. This sucks. Why am I even watching them?
Alright, my lady.
What's nookie? Oh,
What
lols.
comes next?
Slang. Darian's blowing her nose, and she stopped halfway through just to say, sex! Lars, I'm not there to protect you. It's sex. Stop talking. Oh, looky. Ready for some nookie? That's my new shtick now.
Oh my god.
Oh. Why is he giggling?
Did we get to the sex?
Are we about to do the sex?
I want the pillow back. And I want to sit on it. It is very comfy.
Mike?
You okay? Oh my.
I don't know. Okay, well, go find out now.
You alright?
Fine. What do you mean? The monster is a perv.
Yeah, exactly.
Get the gun. Put your...
Yes, Yo-Yo, that's the one. I didn't realize that cabin pressure was a thing. And so, like, I went to open it and the water just exploded all over me. Yeah, Spicy Lightning, we're streaming for a little bit. We'll be streaming for a little bit. Enjoy your fall, guys. Mike seemed like someone that would say, "Bom chicka wow wow."
No, that's that guy from the quarry. Hey. Oh, wait. Is snow coming from here? It is. Oh no. Do you hear music?
It's your phone.
Oh no. Was that the music that was playing when Hannah was being pranked?
How is it my phone?
Is it?
I don't know. It just.
See y'all later. Sounds good.
Oh, for fuck's sake, god damn it.
What?
Those goddamn assholes probably followed us out here to fuck with us and just when we were getting down to business.
I don't think I've actually seen her in her bra and underwear during this scene.
Why not?
I just never
Hey!
got her to take off her
Yeah,
clothes.
pricks!
Apparently I didn't do well
That
enough.
means you. I know.
Well.
What the fuck are you trying to do? You want to ruin our fun?
Well done.
that bad?
You did it. Well
Well,
done.
guess what? You can't.
Just needed a little bit of the lozzle dazzle.
That's right. We are going to have sex.
Wow.
And it's gonna be hot.
And it's ready.
Enjoy it.
It's hot and it's ready. Little Caesars.
Mike's just like, I am as limp as a dandelion. This shit's weird, bro.
Rise, motherfucker.
Well timed. I sure hope they're married.
The girls were communicating with us?
I don't know. I don't know if I wish they were or if I wish they weren't.
Yeeted and deleted.
You know, the worst thing about that is she didn't get the boinkle.
Yeah, didn't have one last boinkle.
You gotta have one last boinkle.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you gotta slip it in.
Josh looked really freaked out at the seance.
My goodness.
My goodness, this game is horny.
I think we shouldn't have mentioned.
Yeah, Wiggins, it's so good. I'd recommend it. This game is very fun. It's a good game.
But not to like.
We are going to do the sex now with our
We went too
bodies.
far.
Some awkward sex by himself.
Darren, do you know what that's called?
Huh?
Are you okay?
Holy crap. Carissa.
What?
There was something behind the books.
The monster might have been very charming. Maybe more charming
Why
than
would
Mike.
there be a
Hey,
button?
let me
That's
pull
a
you
good
out from your
question.
neck.
Push it?
Dude,
That's
the
what buttons
monster.
are for, I guess.
Oh, you guys are killing her today. Well done.
The monster mash. The monster smash. Monster smash.
Oh, panel opens. Head
Panel
explodes.
opens.
Are we like in a movie right now?
Yeah,
If you
Quarry
are,
is also
go
really
drunk.
fun.
Leave it to
Very
the
fun.
Washingtons.
I
to have
liked
secret
the Quarry.
passages in their house.
I mean, maybe they didn't
Although the
even know this
multiplayer
place
is
super
garbage,
old.
so you just
So
have to do your own
You
thing.
just like play like
No,
it
no,
like
no,
this,
no.
like what we're
You go.
doing.
Yeah.
Gee, thanks.
Except Daz played the Quarry, which I was totally fine with. I liked being
This is the scared face.
that was a spider.
Spoiler! The Insta. Oh yeah, the Insta Mash. Aw, what a throwback.
what?
Whoa,
mean,
What did you find?
We'll take them and bleed them like pigs and rid their soft skin. Oh, rip. Sorry. Fucking 16 years. 16 years I waited for pretty little Hannah and Beth.
Holy cow.
That was Lozzie buffering. Yeah, she was catching up.
Have we dropped anything?
What?
No, we haven't. Look how good
No, no,
we are.
no.
No, I know. It just made me think.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's been great. No dropped frames. Oh, 66, but I mean, that's 0.0%.
It's so close to 69.
So close. 3 more frames we could drop.
Honesty is the best policy.
Mmm.
But I don't want her to freak out.
Gotta drop a few frames and make an omelet, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
She just okays me.
I didn't okay you. I K'd you.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, Boys of Summer. That's a good jam, Wiggins.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, the Aussie internet is doing quite well today. Shout out to Aussie internet. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's literally Discord. When we do co-op,
Yeah.
I swear to God it's Discord.
Yeah. Hey, Discord, get your shit together.
Do we have any issues when we FaceTime? No,
No.
don't count the Christmas trip, because I was in a crazy place.
Yeah. Also Australia, but doesn't count.
Oh my god. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. I don't know what my gut's telling me.
I believe in you. You got this.
They're a team. They want to be together.
Yeah, can we say both of them simultaneously?
Now, Ash, I don't want to freak you out, but look at this.
What? Chris, what is that?
She's already freaked out.
I think this might be what the spirit board wanted us to find.
The clue?
Thank you for the
Yeah,
hydrate,
it's a
Phineas.
letter.
Oh, thank you, Phineas. Good call.
It's a threat.
Chris, this is serious.
Also
we need to find
Australia.
Josh right now.
We really do. Okay, I think I did the right thing there.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like, you want to protect people, but it's not sometimes your decision.
Yes.
You're not
Like,
responsible
would you
for
wanna
their
know?
reactions or feelings.
Like, in that situation, would you want to know?
Yes,
Yeah.
and I think the way he went about it by being like, try not to freak out, I'm about to give you a content warning.
Yeah.
There's a weird serial killer ripping pig skin off white body flesh.
Content warning.
After Hannah and Beth?
Did you just mock me?
If so, that would
Content warning.
I was
Horrible
trying
serial
to be
killer.
Respectful. Okay. What's this? Ah! No, pick it up. Pick it back.
Ooh, guys, on the plane I watched Nope. Has anybody else seen it? Which is also a terrible movie to watch on a plane because it's about aliens.
It's good to know that the tribe still feel an attachment to the land here, even if we have a few unfortunate problems. Graffiti people sleeping in the outbuildings. This is their ancestral home after all. They've made contact with the descendants of the tribe and intend to make a donation to their elder council. Healing the wounds of the past won't be easy, but I feel it's a step that is necessary. Saw that crazy guy again, hanging around the generator shed. I'm gonna start keeping
Looks
a
like it was written by
record.
Josh's mom.
Yeah, she's really making an effort to set things right with some native tribe or something.
Yep, the bad karma goes back.
Oh yes, okay, we have Native American art on the walls. Cool.
I'm anti-lying, which is actually super inconvenient in life, I've discovered. I cannot lie to save my life. I'm not good at lying. People see right through me.
I don't think I have been able to see right through you because I don't think you've lied.
I'm terrible at it, so I just don't.
Yeah.
It's not like my first inclination to lie. Like, it's never the first thing that I do. Most of the time I'll answer completely straight, and then I'll think about it and, like, jokingly lie.
Thinking about something I
Yeah,
saw earlier
I
with
would say
Sam.
that's accurate.
What?
Nope was a goofy trip,
There
but
was,
good.
like, this
I thought it was
poster
good. I really
from
liked
Western
it.
Style, you know?
It was kind of ridiculous, but it
Sam really thought there was someone following her around.
really went into
So-
it. Like, it
so what you're saying, there's a
whole-assed it,
criminal
which
up
I
in the
can
mountain with us?
appreciate it, you know?
There was a message on this answer.
Ooh, yes, Nito.
It was from this sergeant saying that there was this guy who had just gotten out of prison and there was nothing he could do.
Nope, haven't seen Nope.
He was saying it like a warning.
Like a
Well,
warning?
there was that guy I told you
Whoa,
about.
wait, what guy?
Wait,
The guy who threatened to watch
She
me.
was so
He
stressed.
said he
Would
wanted
you
to
not
take
be?
revenge by burning the whole place
Do you
down.
think you'd be
and I
playing
found
it
that
cool right now?
crazy psycho letter.
Chris,
I wonder what our dynamic
this is your
would
way
be.
of trying to make me feel better?
I have a
You're
feeling
fired.
you would probably can't. I get that vibe.
You hear that?
I feel like in stressful situations, I'm outwardly calm, but internally, I'm stressed.
Ashley! Ashley, what's going on? Let me in! Ashley!
Straight? What's that? I don't know her, Wiggins. Like Zoink Scoop.
Ash?
Ash!
Oh, it's a clown. It's a clown boy.
Right to the face.
Clown boy.
Jinkies. Less lying, more make up a new story, and then it's suddenly not lying. It's just not telling the truth and spewing bullshit instead. I suppose you can look at it like that, right? I'm extremely good at lying. Lying down.
Look at me in my soul just then.
Lying down. Yo!
Oh, yo!
Auntie Nia, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome in, my friend. Lovely to have you. Thank you for the Bezos bucks, my friend.
So there are clowns in this? What were your fears?
Clowns.
Oh, so you had this as well?
Mm-hmm. Clowns, probably. I think I did snakes over, or no, I think I did spiders over snakes.
So we're very similar.
Yeah.
But instead of needles, because you seem to be able to take
Yeah,
them.
I don't really worry about needles.
What was your...
What was the other one other than needles? Was it gore?
I thought I chose gore over needles. So I've got... Haven't I got gore? No. I don't know what I've got.
I'm going to show you some pictures of people that you have come to know.
Ooh. This is exciting. They're juggalos.
Is that a pen? That is the biggest goddamn pen I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's one of those. Oh, what are they called?
Fountain pen.
This is an
Yeah, there's like
exercise in
a
honesty. Tell me
name
which
brand for
person
them.
from each area you like
Compensation pen.
Mm-hmm. That's the one.
The bigger it gets, the smaller the dick. Okay.
So.
I prefer
Ooh.
Sam, I prefer Josh. Oh, I can't.
Easy. There's an entire fountain in that pen. Would you believe it? This is fun. I like this part.
Yeah, easily. Fuck off, Em. I'm not even saying that because you hate her.
It's
I do have
very
my mind of
easy
my own.
to
even
hate
though-
her in this game. She's just awful. A quill.
I think I prefer Ashley because Chris played that stupid monk prank and it pissed me off.
Yeah, fair. That's like mean-spirited.
Yeah, I think so. Ooh. Mike?
You know what to say about big pens?
Probably nothing. Why'd he look at me like that?
Who did you pick?
Mike.
Okay.
Oh.
Tough one. The Mikester. Pew pew pew.
I just really think that something fucko was going on with Josh. At this moment, though, he's been nicer to everyone than Emily. So I'm gonna have to go Josh.
So even if you're a serial killer, Laws will prefer you as long as you're just not mean. Just be a nice person.
Yeah.
Not a fan of Jessica either.
No, she's an F dash 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 dash. I'm not gonna say that because women love women.
Yes.
In this little game you're playing so diligently,
Thank you.
who is it that you most dislike?
It's between two women. Women support women.
How did this happen?
Never played these games myself, but when I watch others play them, I feel like I come up with better twists than in the story. Especially disappointing with the devil in me. I feel like the newer Dark Pictures anthologies have been kind of disappointing. After Man of Medan, I just was like, I'm so disappointed.
Once again,
He said that I have a lack of confidence, so I overcompensate.
Talk again soon.
Okay, Mr. Fountain Pen.
Dude, you have like a mannequin with a clown head swinging from your psychology door.
Yeah. Name a woman.
Any woman! Okay, we've got a recap, which is great.
Chris's Redditor vibes. I definitely
There's one
agree.
individual we're considering as a person of interest. He has an interesting history with the Washington family.
I don't like it.
Apparently, he had warned them against pursuing their construction
Quite.
project
It's
in
a lot.
Blackwood Pines
It's a
and
lot.
claimed the land was sacred to his
Name a-
forefathers.
S.
S.
T.
Sister?
Ask it whose sister.
Josh, it's gotta be.
Which sister is it then?
Josh was probably pretty traumatized. Yeah, losing both of his sisters.
Oh my god.
Probably not easy.
No.
Gosh. Hey.
Oh. You just got clowned.
Get clown, motherfucker.
First the monk, now the clown. Here we go. Would you really give yourself your own music to do a lap dance?
Ooh, that's... Is that confident? That's lap dance music, alright.
Oh, fuck, what the fuck? Jessica!
A shotgun in one hand and a lantern in the other.
Put your clothes on,
Yeah!
Mike.
I'm gonna get my woman.
You've got no clothes on. You're gonna die.
Now that's a real man. I got my boots on, I got my shotgun.
And my... you know
That's not a shotgun. Not a shotgun, that's more of a rifle.
Please don't slip. Don't slip. Oh, I've made a terrible mistake.
This is pneumonia waiting to happen.
I made a terrible mistake.
Nice. Well done.
Jessica!
Would you not? I mean, I guess if there's no music, making your own music is better than none at all.
Yeah, just this awkward silence. It's a lap dance for a reason. You dance to music. Just put something on.
Oh dear. Pull the trigger.
No!
Parkour! Yeah, you're doing parkour. Well done.
Thank you. I'm a little bit stressed, guys. I'm gonna go around. Did you just nod?
I nodded.
I'm like so like looking at you like.
Is that good, Daddy? Totally. You're doing great, Laws. See?
Thank you, Yo-Yo. Someone cares.
Oh, he said you just got monked because he was in a monk robe. I thought he was just a dumbass. Well, both of those are true. He is also a dumbass. Ooh.
Good job, Mike. You're doing great.
Action, Mike.
Action, Mike.
He deserves his own movie. Yeah, we stand.
Fuck!
Oh, my ankle!
I fucked it.
Did he say fuck you to the branch?
Yeah, I fucked it. I feel silly.
That's alright.
He's big and strong.
Okay.
You got this, Mike.
Oh my god, this is too stressful.
Yeah.
I'm puckered.
Status puckered.
Status puckered. Can you update my Twitter? We gotta get to it.
Oh, shit. Oh, no, damn it.
Nice. Landed.
Come on. Let's go, Mike boy.
He's giving himself a pep talk. Yeah, you're close to the. Yep, you're close. Just a little drop. Oh, that hurt your ankles.
My ankles.
Ow. Whee!
Oh, this was so cold.
I imagine with the adrenaline and him running, he'd probably be quite warm.
Jessica!
Oh, right, that's my name.
Oh, right, that's me. His ankles are frozen solid. They're protected. Don't you worry.
Oh, mommy.
This is it. It's happening. It's getting spicy. Spicy light.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Look at those subtitles.
Michael! Michael!
Thank you. Perfectly done.
Elsie!
We all know what Darian's gonna sound like. Gonna?
Jessica!
Can I not run?
Help! Now is not the time, Michael. But the sign said unsafe. Oh, look at the way you're holding the lantern. You're vibrating, Michael.
Oh, sorry. That's my bad.
Play game upside down.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm gonna have to, don't I?
No!
I can redeem. I can.
Oh, God! No, Jessica!
Is she dead?
Oh, my God. Jess! Jess!
Oh.
Are you okay?
Oh, she's moving.
Get her off the. Get her off the elevator.
What the fuck?
He should have brought you. You would have got her off there. She'll be fine.
She'll be fine.
I got family.
Oh shit. No, I can't do it.
Nice. Well done. Just a little tumble. Grab and dragon. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome.
So he's not going back down to get her? He's kind of. Do you think she's not? She doesn't want to speak anymore?
So is that a no on the?
So no head.
He yells down. So no head. It echoes. Yeah, she's already playing upside down, being in Australia. Yeah.
Come on, come on.
A lot of people fail that section. Great job.
Oh really? Okay.
Well done.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate your support.
Oh!
Please. Oh, stop. Why is that my go-to expletive?
Shimmy. Spooter Boobies. Hoy, how you doing, Spooter Boobies? That's a lovely username.
Oh,
you have
Spooter
there.
Boobies?
Is that from your chat?
Yes. Hey,
Hello,
Spooter.
Spooter.
How you doing?
Thanks for heading over here. Appreciate it. There he is. This game had co-op. It doesn't have co-op. So I've played this game a couple of times. Laws has not. So we are all hanging out while Laws plays for the first time.
We're all hanging out while we make fun.
What the? Imagine not having bullets in your gun.
He carried that the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
I just gotta make it.
Oh, Adventure Mike, yes.
Parkour.
Part of Indiana Jones. Oh no.
Well done, Indy.
Just need a lighter. We like Mike.
We like Mike.
I like Mike. He's a good boy.
We have not done all of the Dark Pictures anthology. We've done The Quarry twice, and now we're doing Until Dawn. I would say those are the two best Dark Pictures anthology games. But we could probably venture out and try a few more of them for funsies.
Yeah, hell yeah. Have you played all of them?
No, I've played a few of them. I've seen Man of Medan. I played Little Hope, which was like this like Pilgrim time.
What the fuck is that like?
Oh yes, yes, I've seen that.
It was
Apparently
meh.
that was pretty bad.
Yeah, it was. Could take it or leave it. I don't think it's the same people who made Detroit Become Human, is it?
All I saw
could be
it was
wrong.
Supermassive Games. Supermassive, I feel like they've done something I know recently. Spooder Booble.
Oh, it's Booble. Sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses. My bad. That's an L, not an I. Sorry, I was calling you Spooter Boobies. That's my bad.
You
Spooter
got
Boobles.
boobies on
Ash.
mine.
Ash.
You have boobs on your brain? My bad, Spooter.
Oh god, what's this?
Not good.
Oh,
Not good at all.
weeb. Duck would agree with you on that statement.
Okay.
Duck is not a fan of that game.
What, Detroit?
Yeah.
I think he has problems with the creative
Yes.
parties involved.
Yeah.
Which, for good bloody reason.
Yeah, true.
A little bit spicy.
Got me in the mood to watch Indiana Jones too. You know, I've never seen an Indiana Jones movie.
What the fuck?
Was that reaction to what was there or me?
You.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. No.
No, that's blood.
It's cranberry juice.
It's not shit, though. I just wanted to let him know that he's wrong about the viscous liquid on his
Not
wall.
shit, Chris.
Ash.
Come on.
It's not shit.
If that's what your shit looks like, you should see a doctor.
Yeah. Sometimes it's black, brown, sometimes it's red.
It sounds like you have a song for it.
Sometimes it's black. Why are we going outside? Is this where...
We're like a team of specialists, exactly.
Ashley.
What a waste of perfectly good juice.
I like cranberry juice.
Smeared all over the wall.
Ashley.
Yeah, I need to watch Indiana Jones. It's been on my list, guys. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Anyone out there? Ashley.
Shit blood again. Not again.
Sorry for the coughing.
Shit blood's back again.
Not shit blood. I'm gonna go up here.
Is Indiana Jones 4, is that the one with Shia LaBeouf?
I believe so. Crystal Skull? Kingdom of the Crystal Skull?
I made a list of some games that I thought we should play while I'm here. So some of the other games that I thought of here, I'll read them to you, Jen.
Yes. Please listen.
You guys let me know which ones sound particularly interesting to you that you would love to see.
And I will be over here sweating and shitting and pitting.
Ash.
She gets the easy job. Let me just read my grocery list of games where I can torture Lozzie. Sorry. It's a bit aggressive.
I have Untitled Goose Game, because apparently that's co-op. Portal 2. I think Portal 2 would be a really good playthrough, because you've never played it, right?
But I thought we couldn't play Portal 2 in person.
No, you can.
Okay.
I think you can.
Wasn't that the problem with the Clabathon?
Was it?
Yeah.
We have Super Mario 3D World, It Takes Two, Mario Kart, Mario Party, Overcooked.
Ashley!
It Takes Two, though.
It Takes Two would be very good. Mess with the honk,
Ash,
get the
I'm
bonk.
here.
Yeah, I think
Where are
Untitled
you?
Goose Game.
God.
Oh my god. So loud.
I'm coming, Ash. Just keep talking to me. What happened?
They haven't even kissed.
I'm in danger.
Chris,
Have you seen this?
are you there?
Hello, and thank you all for joining me.
Wake up!
Tonight, we're going to conduct a little experiment,
No, I have to
sort of
choose.
test. Now, for this experiment, we'll need the cooperation
Oh my god,
of
my
our two
butthole.
subjects, Joshua
Why
and
are you doing
Ashley.
this to me?
But we're
thought
going to
you
need
cared
one
about
more
me.
brave participant to
You
help
got this. I
decide
believe in you.
which subject will live.
So I can do it split screen? Excellent. Thank you, Hallrock. I appreciate that. I think that would be good. That and Untitled Goose Game, I think, should be our goals.
Please, everyone calm down. It's all
Untitled
very
Goose Game and
simple.
Portal 2, I think we should do.
Christopher,
And maybe it takes
you will
two
find a
as well.
lever placed directly in front of you.
Yep.
All you have to do is
She's so
choose
stressed right now,
who
she
you will
can't have
save.
this conversation. Hey Soul Play, how you doing?
I'm in danger.
Oh my god, another anus.
Not Mr.
Dude,
Robot.
Buddy, let's just think about this for a minute.
You can't let me die.
Give me a second.
Oh boy. What was
I
before
can't think straight.
Huh? Surely there's an option. I can.
It's good that it's not timed at least.
This is bullshit. Was there any way of avoiding this?
No.
And then they're gonna hate me by. Boy! Anything about this?
Yeah, think about it.
Josh has been evil. If I save Josh.
Balls. Yes, go with
The
your heart.
giant horse cock weighs over 11
The
pounds.
other one's gonna get grumpy with me. Which you want, you know, I'd be grumpy too.
Right.
Maybe I can wait out the killer. So we bin off Josh and then stabby Ashley, you know, to save her from the trauma. Oh my god.
Yeah, just save scum it. Just save and then do it.
Save
Balls.
scumming. Oh my god, I used to save scum all the time. What's the game that I used to save scum all the time? Witcher 3.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah,
If
we were doing that yesterday.
If I didn't get Yennefer, like, action, I'd be like, well, that's a load.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a romantic at heart.
Ashley, I'll get you out of this. I won't let you die. No.
Thank
Please,
you.
no.
Oh no, it kills the person that we chose.
This isn't happening.
And they make you do it too.
Please tell me this isn't happening.
I see. You've chosen to save Ashley.
No, Chris!
No.
Friends, man, I thought we were friends. Why would you do this? Oh God, what did I do? Ah! Stop it! You can't do this, please!
No, don't look, Ashley.
Why
Don't look.
can't I look? Chris, please tell me he's okay,
Flawless victory.
Oh.
Hello there.
I'm going, Ash. I'm gonna get you down. I'm letting you down.
Hello there.
In peace, Freddie Mercury.
Come on.
I just killed Freddie Mercury.
Come on, we're gonna get you out of here.
There will be no Bohemian Rhapsody. He's kind of jiggling there.
Hey Maurizio, hi, what's going on? Oh. He doesn't give up. He can't.
He doesn't have one.
Nope, no
He
butthole.
Can't check it.
Chris.
Even if he wanted, even if he could.
No.
I guess he could. You'd actually be able to better see your butthole in that circumstance.
Flip it around.
Oh, well, there you go.
And work it, let me work it. Flip it around and reverse it.
Wait, what?
I feel
It's all butthole.
genuinely lightheaded.
Maniac.
Oh my
It's a
god,
lot.
we gotta get
Like,
out
I'm
of here.
not kidding, I feel
You
genuinely
okay?
lightheaded.
You want to take a break?
There was a sign.
You okay?
It was either him or
Some
Ashley.
water?
I don't know.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
I need another cup of Mama's coffee.
Oh yeah, how was it by the way? He's okay, he can still stream without his legs though.
Yeah, you should see how little intestines are flapping over here.
Like little screamers.
Laws legally would this be considered murder by Chris? No.
Matt, we need to go get help now.
No?
Absolutely not.
And
He was forced.
Oh, okay.
Mike and Jess are off 69ing each other, and who knows where Sam is.
Why do you care?
Fine. Fine, you're right. Get everyone else
Go
together,
69
but
your
if there's a
boyfriend. He
maniac
wants some
running around,
action.
I think we need to get some help too, right? Not just wait around.
Holy shit. I may have...
Why are we still talking about this? Let's go.
Ashley was kind of a forgettable character. I probably should have killed her. Are you poker facing me?
Emily, this is not the time to be judgmental and bitchy. There is a time for it, but this is not it.
Imagine being judgmental and bitchy when somebody just had their torso cut in half. Oh my god, I feel so lightheaded watching that.
Yeah, it's quite graphic. Streamers don't need blood in their bodies to stream. They remove your blood when you get affiliate. Say goodbye to your blood.
Getting pretty tense up there, aren't they? Is the night
Bless
going
you.
the
Thank
way
you.
hoped it would?
Oh, I feel it's going fine. You know what?
I'm fine.
I said it's going fine.
And you think that these poor people are getting what they deserve?
It's a little intense, no?
What do you want? Why do I think that this is spam messaging?
And this game you're playing, you understand that it's not good for you. It's
Is
not
that...
good for anyone.
That's our son.
Mm.
And I can't say that you're showing much loyalty in the way you're playing.
Oh my god.
Josh will reunite with his butthole in heaven.
Oh my god, that really fucked me, guys.
He's your crush, Dr. Hill. He's so mysterious. He's got the mysterious air about him.
To continue with this. Have you checked your
Why is this self-indulgence? You're freaking me out, man.
Do you even believe that I am real?
A duck raid!
Hey yo! Duck, 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 duck.
Duck, welcome in!
Balls. Ducko.
Hello. We're playing some Resident Evil, Ducko. Some RE4. How did it go? That's not the remake yet, right? That's just original RE8 or RE4?
Like the OG before the new one comes out, maybe?
Yeah. How was it, Ducko? Remake is March. I see, I see.
That's not far away.
Welcome in, Raiders. I appreciate you. Hi, Pajomo.
It's our son.
It's our son.
You enjoy. Have fun. Say hi.
Thank you, Ducko.
Don't
How
do
did it
anything
go?
I wouldn't do.
How was RE4?
So we've killed everyone, Millie.
How are things? Oh, they're going well, Ducko. They're going well. We have survived so far.
One-way ticket to the spirit
So who has died? We killed the two at the beginning.
Sorry, I just like I went somewhere there. We killed
Josh.
Josh, and we've killed Jessica.
Jessica!
He was pretty brave in the end.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh, but we should get a huge shout out for Ducko. If you guys are not following Duck, go check him out. Duck is my brother in real life. Plays all sorts of games, playing some Resident Evil recently. You want a gamer who knows his games, knows his shit. Very funny, very talented. Go
Holy
check out
shit.
Duck.
Very talented at games, absolutely.
He had to split.
How many chapters in this?
That's a good question. Yes, and he has good hair, indeed.
That's really not good.
It runs in the family. The opposite of me, yeah. He's the antithesis of me.
That's so not true. I was playing The Witcher 3 PS5 remake with Daz last night, and I couldn't beat this boss. I actually ended up beating it anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
We like beat it together. Like you discovered its weaknesses, and I implemented the learnings. There are 10 chapters, Darian. 10? We're only on 5.
Well, maybe we could make it into 2 streams.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I might need a little nom if we're going on.
Yeah, do you want me to get you a snacko?
Only if you want one, which I assume you don't.
I've gotten past the point of stomach growling.
Classic. This is how she does it, team.
Yes, go check out Ducko, of course, absolutely. May her and her jeans rest in peace, although she was not wearing them when she fell.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like we're right next to each other.
Ugh, damn it.
So she could beat a boss for her. Having trouble with this boss? Could you fly 15 hours to come beat it for me?
Not just 15 hours. You were in transit for like 23.
It's true. It's true, I was. Chris had to make a split decision.
I'm still like genuinely quite unwell from that.
Hey, Ms. You changed your username back.
It's Ms.
It's Misery. Yes, go take care of yourself, Ducko, and check on Very Mama. See how she's doing. I heard that she is not feeling well, so go take care of her. Thank you for the raid, Ducko. I appreciate you. Go
Bye,
get yourself
Ducko.
some food.
Thank you.
Yeah, the wolves are cute. Oh dear. Did I? You did. Weren't you misspelled? That's the last time I saw you were misspelled. Ow! Can you give us your best awoo?
Fuck this shit.
Was that a sigh?
Oh my god, he's hurt us.
That sounded like Christina Aguilera. Spooter Boobles, thank you for the follow, my friend.
It's Spooter Boobies to you.
Spooter Boobies.
Locked. No shit, Sherlock.
Try again.
Yeah, I always try.
Try a second time.
Okay.
Names have evolved and reverted. Yeah, Twitch like exploded, imploded and exploded while I was gone. It sounds like.
Yeah, they missed you so much.
They just didn't know what to do without me. My God.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Oh God, now what do I do? I gotta go back.
We also have to get some costumes for a cosplay stream because I owe it to chat from the charity stream.
Yes.
We have an idea, but I want it to be a surprise, you guys. It's worth it. I swear to you, it is worth it.
We just gotta find it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll be able to find it, but it's such a good idea.
We should get Googling.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Bert and Ernie. Yeah, that's the one.
Blackwood Pine Sanatorium. It's where they make cereal.
Did Darian have to run an Ethernet cable from America to run stream, or is Aussie internet good right now? It's actually been so good.
It's fine. It's always been fine.
It's actually so good. We've only had 66 dropped frames, which is very good.
And we're streaming it like
6,000 bitrate
with 1080, 60 FPS.
Yeah. Shout out to Aussie internet. Well done.
Because it wants you to do well.
Yes, thank you, Australia. I appreciate it. It's a furry cosplay. You got it, Yo-Yo.
Absolutely not. That is... What furry would you be then?
Should I take a test?
You're a weasel. If you make me to be a furry. Okay, do a test. Can I do it after you?
I'll do a test while you're doing that.
So you're not gonna help me? It's fine.
Furry test.
Furry test.
BuzzFeed.
BuzzFeed.
What's my fursona?
What is my fursona? Oh god. Oh no, I wanna read it! Jesus! Let me read it!
I'm not ignoring you, chat. I'm taking a fursona quest. Or fursona test.
Report follows during the initial state of the 12 miners after the collapse of the mine. On receipt of the 12 patients at the sanatorium's medical facility, we had fully expected to find emaciated shells of men, starved and confused. Thankfully, the miners appear cogent and relatively healthy, attributed to their apparent discovery of emergency food supplies. Psychologically, the shock of reintegration has been difficult. Treatment. Okay, well that
How would your friends describe you? Funny, smart, cute, awkward, shady, or complex? I picked awkward. Would you say it's accurate?
I'm biased. That's not true. A little bit.
A little bit. Lozzie asked all 25 people living there to not use the Wi-Fi while you're here.
I
so
agree.
stream runs good. Shady? Unbelievable. What persona would you get for being shady?
A weasel. Oh, you're not a weasel. You're gonna be whatever furry you want to be.
You're not a weasel. if it's a furry cosplay, then we've already seen Lozzie do it. Been there, done that. Pick a Netflix show. Orange is the New Black. Pick a name for your persona. Nugget, Llama Del Rey, Virginia Wolf, Chad, Princess, Drusilla the Goddess of Hell.
Oh my god,
I like Nugget.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Gross.
You're not reading a lot of these out.
I'm not reading them out loud. Cute or awkward? That's fair, John. That's fair.
I mean, either cute or awkward.
What's between funny and awkward? Fawkward. Do we find out what the surprise was? Yes, Gallowalloway. It's a trip. It's trip to the beach. It's gonna be so beautiful. I'll put photos in the Disky on Insta. I'll send lots of photos, don't you worry. Favorite food? Pizza.
Oh, I saw a... Did you actually? Did I see what I just saw? Oh, I thought it was a kangaroo. An armadillo. Hey, look, it's our armadillo. A stream person.
You're awkward and goofy, but everyone loves you for it.
I really want to do mine.
Okay.
You should...
I'll ask you questions. Favorite Zootopia character? Judy Hopps, Nick Wilde, Flash, Finnick, Clawhauser, or Gazelle?
Judy Hopps.
I also picked Judy Hopps. How would your friends describe you? Funny, smart, cute, awkward, shady, or complex?
I have no idea.
I would say smart.
That's very nice of you. Okay.
Favorite social media platform? Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Tumblr, or Pinterest?
Who wouldn't want press snooping around this paradise?
It's a tie between Twitter and YouTube. I'm on YouTube a fair amount.
Better get on that cosplay. A lot of armor. A lot of armor for an armadillo. Daradillo. That's my new username.
I'll go YouTube.
Okay.
I don't have a Twitter platform. Like, I don't know if, you know.
Pick a regular fursona. Wolf, bear, panther, lion, leopard, or ferret.
Wolf.
Pick a Netflix TV show. Orange is the New Black, Black Mirror, Queer Eye, The End of the Fucking World, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, or BoJack Horseman.
Orange is the New Black.
Naturally.
It's not a gay thing.
It's not a gay thing.
It's a very good show.
Pick a name for your fursona. You heard them, right? Nugget, Llama Del Rey, Virginia Woolf. I think Virginia Woolf, honestly. Princess, Chad, Drusilla the Goddess of Hell.
Llama Del Rey, please.
Okay. Pick a place to visit. Bora Bora, England, Italy, New York, Thailand, or Iceland.
Bora Bora.
What's your typical Friday night? Partying, watching Netflix, shaking a disembodied hand, sleeping, gossiping with friends, reading, or going shopping.
Probably watching Netflix with you.
Pick your favorite food. Pizza, lobster roll, lasagna, sandwich, ramen, or pad thai.
Ooh. Hang on, sorry guys. This is hard. I'd say pad thai.
And finally, choose some dessert. Cookies, tiramisu, chocolate cake, creme brulee, apple pie, or s'mores.
Chocolate cake.
Whoa.
I also picked chocolate cake. You got a toucan!
Oh, that's kind of cute!
You're the life of the party. You're always down for some drinking games and cheesy pickup lines.
Wow.
She's a toucan.
I forgot about that! No!
Not the fingies! Mikey's fingies!
It's alright, Jessica's dead. Oh, you're not gonna chop your own hand off. Oh my god, oh my god.
Armadillo is strangely kind of accurate. I feel that.
Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh
shit.
Ah,
shit.
no!
Oh shit.
Ah! Something just dropped.
Nah.
No! I've done a little poop in my pants.
There's some shit in my panties. No shit in my pants.
That was shit on the walls. My walls. Eeny meeny? Are you serious?
Oh.
At least he has a good sense of humor about it all.
I don't know what the fuck to go. Okay.
Well, I amputated his fingers because I thought that I was trapped there because somebody... It's a trap.
Yeah.
You trap there, so then they come and they chop more than your finger off.
Right.
This place just gets better and better.
What have you done? Why have you made me do this? What was that? Darian?
I don't know. It scared the bajibbles out of me. Blew the speakers out of my laptop. Audio has gone full fuzzy muffled mode.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, did it go all wacky? We were screaming.
Sorry. Not cool of us.
We got a little stressed. I'm so sorry.
Sorry for, your ears.
I'm not blaming you. I think you made the right move, IRL, though I think opening it would be easy. Yeah, right? Pry that bad boy open.
Why am I doing this?
She's a toucan.
I am a toucan. That was funny.
An armadillo. Yeah, a fairy armadillo, right, Viz? The pink ones. Be a little fairy armadillo.
Something's gonna happen. Nicholas Bowen?
Put it back.
Well, fuck that! I know what happened last time. Hang on, I do want to read it. Attacked by inmate. Fatal lacerations to throat.
What happened here?
There was a nom nom on the throat.
Hum.
Hum. Humma humma. Pull it out. He's doing well.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, I want to read it. Why you do that?
It happens to me every time.
Do you have
You have to hold it, yeah.
I hereby certify that I attended. Cause of death, severe lacerations to the abdomen. Well, that'll be Josh's cause of death.
Lack of lower half would be his
Manner
cause
of
death.
injury. Laceration by sharp implement, possibly fingernails?
All caps. Fingernails!
Sections in the are apparently
eaten! Got a little hungry, did they?
God.
Little peckish.
I could go for some intestines right now.
Yeah, a little armadillo is my mascot. That's actually kind of cute.
That is cute. Does that mean I get a... Oh no, I have to stick with B, don't I?
Yeah. Schnozzy B. To think, I was wanting to get this game, then I saw that. Now, not so sure.
What is this voice?
Not so sure.
Oh, hello.
This was such a good idea.
You're such a little shit.
I'm loving this.
I bet you are.
Hard.
And we just lost Lozzie.
There she goes.
Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. You there? I see nothing.
This is good soup.
I see only rat in mouth.
That's the only place to store your pet rat. Huh?
Huh? You wanna go?
Huh?
You wanna go to church? I do not. What a weird pass. I guess it's old school.
Yeah. It's like a key. Fit it into the right.
Lozzie will be driving Darian back to the airport on Sunday. You ain't wrong, goon fella.
Alright, after that behavior, after that display, you're going back.
Now you're definitely going to the rainforest with me tomorrow.
Every time
That's
you
about
say going
as-
to the rainforest, I think you're gonna say Rainforest Cafe.
What's Rainforest Cafe?
Rainforest Cafe.
Oh! Stop!
Yo, no. No. Yeah, please.
It's my resting bitch face. It's
Rainforest Cafe is a restaurant.
Yes.
And they have animatronic animals in there. It's like a rainforest, so there's like gorillas, elephants.
Too close to furry.
It's not a sexual thing.
Furry isn't necessarily sexual.
Fair.
That's very, narrow-minded of you.
I suppose. I apologize.
Some
furry
people
community.
just want to make wolf friends. They don't want to put anything in the wolf. Other than a good handshake.
You put...
You put in...
In?
You put a handshake in the wolf. It's getting weird.
Galawalaway, I watched that. There was 2 YouTubers who went to every single Rainforest Cafe. I watched that. It was so funny to watch the 2 different perspectives because one of them was so into it and was like, yeah, I love this, going to every Rainforest Cafe, and the other one was just miserable the entire time. Yeah, it was Ted Navision and Eddie Burback, yeah.
You put your left hand in, you take your 2 fingers out.
Oh my god. Closest one to you is in Japan, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, it makes sense Australia doesn't have it because they have a real rainforest. Why would they need a cafe? That seems redundant. It's an experience, Lozzie. It's not a restaurant, it's an experience.
I'm terrified.
Whoop! Is he gonna do it? Whoop!
I did it.
He did it!
Are you proud of me?
Yeah.
I bet the Japanese.
Oh, 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 oh. You did the same thing I did! You kicked the dog! You kicked the dog! You did the same thing I did!
What was I meant to do? It's a wolf! It's not a dog!
You see, they never let me live that down.
No, that's not a dog.
They never let me live.
That's
See,
not a
dog
dog.
kicker. They never let me live it down.
That is a wolf. That is a wolf, and you need to protect yourself.
Thank you.
I agree.
Darian and Lozzie, dog kickers.
No, absolute defamation. Incorrect. It is a wolf.
Somewhere Hunter is losing it watching this. How dare you, madam?
That's my ancestors you just kicked.
She did it. I was like sitting here waiting to see if she would do it.
So.
That's my fam right there. See, I thought it was a pet button. Did you see the little hand?
No.
It looked like a little hand.
I'll be honest with you.
You knew it was, you were gonna kick it.
I needed that dog to fuck off. That was a wolf. That wolf, I've only got so many fingers left. He was looking at
You gotta
fingers.
fight for your digits, you know?
You gotta fight for your right to have digits. Please.
The dog is still in the corner. Yeah, the dog's just in the corner, just like... Barnes.
I'll give him a bone.
The wolf's fat and happy.
Yeah, here, have a bird.
Have a barn.
Would you like a bird?
It was in the hand in the form of a fist. I thought it was just a very small hand. You know? Just a very small one.
I don't believe you. That cough is getting worse, I'm sure.
No, it's not. It's not getting worse. It's just the same.
Okay. Can you hear my tummy rumbling?
Here, what can I get you?
No, it's fine. I'll starve on stream.
Some strawberries?
Ooh.
Yeah, sound good? I'll get some strawberries and some blueberries.
Yes.
Hey, Waffle, how you doing?
So you don't leave me alone.
We still have all 8 fingers. We do, Nito.
We have all 8. She must be in Australia. Chat is scrolling the opposite direction. Okay, so... we need a key. We need a key? And I think the wolf might have it. I bet it's around its neck. It's like Pirates of the Caribbean. That was quick. You meant to make them think that I have a really, really large house.
Oh.
I'm like jelly.
I'll be back in 30 minutes.
See you later, chat.
Oh yes, put a jacket on.
Please, you're gonna catch a cold.
Lizzie, do you like wolves? I like wolves, but I like myself more.
I think that's fair.
He was trying to hurt me. He was gonna do the bite, and those things didn't get infected, you know? Do you know how dirty little wolf hands are? Wow, very smart.
Hell yeah, my cool jacket. Hell yeah.
He's like an army man. Oh, thank you. You gotta give me your opinion on strawberries.
These are very good. Very good.
Oh my god.
Very good
So
strawberries.
fucking good. You know, I don't think it was the combination we had last night. I think it was how good is that strawberry.
Yeah.
Wow.
Action pistol.
I like this guy. He looks cool as fuck.
Yeah, he's got main character energy, but in a good way. Hey, Lieutenant Dan, how you doing?
Dan!
Getting strong taxi driver vibes with the jacket.
I'm getting a lot of Lieutenant Dan vibes from the jacket.
You see yourself in him, Lieutenant Dan?
Yeah. He's got a few more limbs though.
Hey, Mohammed, how are you? Hey, yo!
Oh. So I didn't have to kick him, maybe?
He said, don't fucking touch me, bitch.
Oh. I like that. Oh. It's like when you talk to fish and you, morning fish, and he goes,
Easy, boy.
Oh.
Easy.
Aw.
I'm sorry for kicking you in the head. It was
Alright,
necessary.
Chewbacca Row. Sexy Chewbacca Row.
Yeah, the bone makes up for kicking him, I think.
Well, what was I gonna do? What's the option?
You just don't. Sometimes not doing something is the answer, right? They taught you that with the bird. I'm gonna lose more fingies like that. Seriously, feeding a bone to a wild wolf?
He does give off Uncharted vibes. Oh my gosh. Nicely picked. Nathan Drake, that you? You up?
Your mic, I actually like.
I'm
Yeah, it's interesting like how you play a character can determine whether you like them or not.
Wonder if I can shoot this key. I lock. That would be silly if I shot a key.
Oh, I did it.
Did Lozzie shoot it? No, she did not shoot the squirrel. She said, nope, I will not.
I would never.
Yum.
I just thought he would attack me, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we just saw him, like, following and stalking and attacking me. I feel like you were potentially persecuted for something any other normal human would do.
For years, this has been following me.
I will take dog kicker out of my Darien vocabulary now.
Thank you.
You must not call me dog kicker either.
Fair.
Fair's fair.
But this dude smells good. Dudes with that hairstyle have either the douchiest cologne or the best. I could see that. But after the night he's had, I bet he smells stanky.
Successful. Well, whatever. I'll never know their faces.
Don't recommend shooting locks IRL. Bullets bounce like rubber. That's good to know.
That's silly. They should make bullets better.
Try harder.
They just bounce off my skin like rubber?
If you're Elastigirl, maybe.
Boing!
Boing! He puts on Daughtry, please. Yeah!
You like new strawberries?
They're very good.
But
these are very good strawberries, chat. Action Mike, that's his new name. Action Mike.
Action Mike. Action Mike does whatever an Action Mike does. Loses fingers on the way. Kicks a dog in his head. Action Mike! He's the man we need.
Well done.
Thank you.
Feed me a strawberry. Here you go.
Stop it, Darian!
Eat it, chat.
Look at how fucking vibrant they look, guys.
Eat it. You're welcome. His mom calls him Action Michael.
But if I use... How many bullets do I have?
I had a long day. This is nice. I had a long day. Thank you for feeding me a strawberry.
I don't want to shoot it right now. Yes, you can. You're such an idiot. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do it. Was there an option to just like leave?
So what did you not? But you have to do this cool Action Man thing.
Oh no, I just burnt Emily alive, didn't I?
Emily?
Well, we got a prophecy that she burnt to death.
Hmm.
And there was a lot of flame there.
Instructions unclear. Ate my screen. Are you good? Do you want more?
I've only had one.
That's not true.
Is it not?
I've had 2.
Oh, okay, cool.
You're welcome. I'll leave these out. Actually, Michael don't give a heck. He don't give a single heck.
Hey, it's locked.
I shouldn't have
The
shot
hell
that.
did that?
I'm annoyed.
Okay.
And there's some serious.
Wish you could do like a rewind.
Going on over here tonight.
Like in the quarry, when you accidentally kill somebody, they give you like a redo.
Yeah, but not even like a redo where there's a consequence, but when I like,
dead.
I have more time to think about it and I'm like,
No,
oh yeah, I
I mean,
shouldn't have
what
done
if
that.
they were
Yeah.
wrong?
What?
Maybe
Can
we
Lozzie
should've
do a
checked the shed
Darian
to see if
accent?
It was really true.
I don't know. There are some things.
Can Lozzie do a Darian accent?
Oh, well done.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah?
some things you have to see for yourself.
I'll take your word for it.
So I can mimic you.
What is that? The quick brown. What is it? Quick brown
better
dog
with an
jumps
axe.
over the fox. What the fuck is that?
Quick brown dog jumps over the... That's right. That's right, isn't it?
The quick brown dog jumps over the fox. Is that it?
Is it the fox?
Axe and my axe.
Oh, what now? This is locked, Matt. Break the door down,
In
will ya?
lot.
Whoa, wait a second. We start smashing shit down. He's gonna hear us.
Well, you got
The
any
quick
better
brown fox
suggestions?
jumps over the lazy dog.
The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
What?
Is that what I sound like?
I don't
That's
know.
great, Matt. I can just about fit my lip balm through that little slot.
Oh, come on.
You will never fit
We'll
through
see
there,
what
big
Chad
guy.
thinks.
I like to eat McDonald's.
Help Emily through. I like to eat McDonald's
I won't.
and shoot my
You
shotgun.
Are you nuts? You're gonna shove
Well
my
done.
ass through that little hole?
I've seen you slip into some pretty tight jeans, Em.
Excuse me?
It's a talent.
Think again, lughead. No can do. For one thing,
Weird
that
interaction.
maniac is probably just sitting there under
I've
that
seen you
window
put on some pretty
waiting
tight
with
pants,
lunch and
Emily.
pina coladas.
I mean,
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Here goes. I'm gonna
And what
puff,
of it?
And I'm gonna.
Shh, just do it!
hey,
Conan, pronounce it wrong. Welcome in. Did I pronounce it wrong? Did I do the thing?
Kanan.
Kanan.
Hello, Kanan.
Emily challenge to be pleasant for 5 minutes. Impossible.
Literally impossible. Like,
She can't do it.
she's evil. And I bet you she'll live.
She's very difficult to kill.
Is she? Oh my god.
Yeah. I feel like they make them insufferable on purpose, so that way you actively want to get them
You
like,
have
killed.
to go. This must have just happened.
You're like, God,
What
please
is going on?
take them
Gotta be
away.
The guy, the one who got to Chris and Ash and Josh.
He's gotta know this is the only way back.
Don't say that.
It's fine.
Look, the cable car's all the way out there.
When she did, please.
It's not far, right? You can jump it.
I'm good, Em. But not that good. Flattered, though.
Well, Matt, if you can't jump that, what are we gonna do?
I don't know.
Well, shit.
Everything is like so busted up.
I think they knew exactly what they were doing.
Me too, boyo. Be right back.
See you later, Eddie.
Bye, Eddie.
What are we looking for?
Someone really did a number on this joint.
Such a mess. This place was barely in working condition before, and now?
Hey, look! Fire tower.
Hey, Magellan, maybe we should
Did
get
you
the
see
cable
Fish?
car
Was
working
she
and
okay?
take the show on the road,
She was sleeping
huh?
on your bed. Fish was taking a little nap.
We told Nappy Doo.
Yes, she was very sweet.
Nappy Nappy Doo.
One of those old-fashioned Google Maps put on paper. Never done seen that one before.
She just said, ugh, unfollow. To blood scrawled on the walls in the words, die, 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 die.
Unfollow.
Unfollow, yeah. What this?
There's
Likable
gotta be
characters in this game.
something
Mike,
we can do.
the dog. End of list. Also
Look at all this
Sam.
crap. There's gotta be something
I think Sam's
useful
alright.
in here, right?
Oh, Hayden?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
It's a nice night at least. It's a beautiful evening, isn't it? 2-mile trek with some cup noodle and steak.
What am I doing?
A couple noodle?
No keys, no cable car.
Okay, looks
So,
like,
back to square one.
Where did Sam go? Or who do you mean?
Is she still in her,
fire tower on the
Sam and her bagpipes. That's literally when all this is happening.
Oh, maybe it has
She's
a
literally
radio
just
or
taking a bath.
something. I mean,
That's
it
all.
would,
That's the
wouldn't
only
it?
thing
Really?
that's happening.
The whole right now.
That's her entire arc.
Matt,
Is
we
she's
gotta
just trying to
get to
get
that radio.
into the bath.
Well, I just hope she's. What did she say? We got to get to that. I missed it.
We need that. Do we need to go to the radio tower? Or do you want to head back to the camp? Agree with her or disagree? A couple cup noodle. A couple cup a noodle. A couple cup a noodle. Yes.
Yeah, let's get a radio.
We can use the radio to call for help.
Every time you
Somebody's
go
gotta
kind of
pick up the
quiet,
signal.
whenever I make a decision, I get nervous.
Oh, well,
I get the
someone's learning to
anxiety.
play by the rules.
What rules?
Rule number 1, Emily is always right.
With these
Rule
games,
number
there's like
2,
the
nothing
illusion
else
of
matters
choice.
because Emily is always right.
A lot of the times you really can't avoid certain outcomes.
Emily, just like not a good time to talk at all.
She's just terrible.
Oh,
she's just.
Hold on.
Does Lozzie have a Switch? She does indeed. I also have one. Emily!
We do indeed have switches.
Yeah, he literally agrees with her, and then she goes, "Fuck you, Matt." You can't. You literally can't. You cannot do anything right with her. No matter what, she'll find some reason to be upset.
What a nasty girl. Hope you fall, slip down, crack your back, and die. Sorry, aggressive.
Well, this is a pretty precarious position she's in.
Oh.
Little. Ooh.
Little.
Look at this bad boy. You're coming with me,
Oh
buddy.
yeah, because couch co-op. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of Switch games that are fun
like
co-op.
magic. Come on down. We can
Mario
totally
Party,
get out
Mario
here this
Kart,
way.
Kirby, Super Mario 3D World, 3D Land, Smash.
You're right.
Luigi's Mansion,
Yeah. Thanks, maybe.
What about
you
IRL
should go
Jackbox?
first. Do you
Ooh,
protect
Jackbox could be fun.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
Wonder if they had noodles in medieval Europe. A feudal noodle, if you will.
Oh, wow.
That's a restaurant right there. Feudal noodle.
Almost.
A medieval themed noodle restaurant. Ahab, you're onto something.
Down.
You should trademark that because, goddamn, that's a hit.
Yeah, absolutely, Ahab.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I'm
Holy
gonna steal
cannoli,
it.
thank God that's over.
Yeah, for real.
That's also the name of a good restaurant.
Holy cannoli. That's a good name for a church that
Right.
also sells cannolis.
What about... No.
Instead of giving communion, they give you a cannoli.
That's awesome. Can we switch to-
Sorry. No food talk. A Mexican soul food restaurant, Nacho Mama.
The radio.
That's amazing.
But, okay, if it doesn't, we need a plan.
Sorry for the coughing, chat. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to cough.
Don't be sorry.
Be better.
The mountains.
Are you serious?
Alright, Atreus.
It's not like it's floating in the sky.
It might as well be. It's pitch black out.
Hey, hopefully we won't have to.
You think the psychopath is just gonna give up and run away?
No. But maybe we should find a safe spot.
Welcome to Feudal Noodle. Would you like your peppered organs and spaghetti noodles months old or weeks old?
As long as we don't hide.
I recommend
much,
months
that's
old.
what
It has
he
a certain
expects us to
flavor
know.
to it. Certain fermented flavor. Sorry.
Nacho Mama.
Had this cough persist 1 week after the sickness itself went away. Yeah. The cough always hangs on for so long.
I think so.
It's like I've had a day of the sore throat, a day of the runny nose, a day of the coughing, and now I'm having like the chest part of it. It's just annoying. It just hangs on forever. Just want it to go away.
You'll be right.
Yeah.
We'll look after you.
Yeah. Instead of the body of Christ as the hand, you the wafer, it's the cannoli of Christ.
A cannoli of Christ. Danger. Oh, this is where they...
Dang,
Matt,
Cliff.
given the choice, I'd prefer not to spend my evening plummeting to my death off a snowy cliff top.
Ew. Literally? Shut up.
What is that?
It's like that scene in Polar Express with the caribou. Caribou!
Why are the caribou against me?
They recognize Emily's bad energy.
Oh, absolutely.
They want to ram her off the edge, and Matt is just an unfortunate accompaniment.
This music.
Yeah.
It's a classic tune.
And she's jamming to it. Oh, I love this part. Is it a cello?
No.
That's a giant bath, right? It's lovely.
Hello?
Oh, holy
Guys?
book.
You're looking very closely,
What are
Darian.
you doing out there?
Get the magnifying glass out. Mark Cardum.
Okay.
Nothing interesting in here. Oh, well.
Guys, watch out. Don't look.
Close your eyes.
Children.
Come on. Some privacy, please. Robitussin pills work great. You don't gotta taste any syrup. Yeah, I've been taking the Australian equivalent of Dayquil. Codral?
Codral, yeah.
Didn't work. Actually, yesterday I didn't take any medicine yesterday because I thought I was doing better, but nope. Chest balls. Balls.
Oh, are you
I
sure
should
you?
blow my nose.
No.
I'll be right back. Don't kill Sam.
G'day, Quill. That's fantastic. That is a bussin'
Chris?
tub, though. She's feeling
Josh?
sick, guys, and she's still streaming. She's the best. Don't kill Sam. Oh, there's a balloon there that says to go that way, so I don't really want to. I'll be honest with you. Hello? Where her clothes, though? She's naked. Oh no, looks like I have to go that way. But I don't want to. You good, Dazzle?
Yep. All good. Sorry, guys.
Sam must live. Oh god. Ah.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome back. Did you miss us?
So scandalous. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Thank you. That's literally us when the boobs come on screen.
Chris?
Those emotes.
It's also your
Emily?
brother posting those emotes.
The best.
This is really getting out of hand, okay? It was all
The
very
fuck is
funny,
that?
haha.
A movie.
Look at Sam walking around in a towel, but
Dr. Bob
now
Washington.
I just really want this to be over.
Blood
right?
Monastery. He
You had enough?
won a award for. Explains the monk clothes in the back.
Booba?
Wonder what he did. Her boobs are literally unreal.
Literally.
Can I have my clothes back now, or am I supposed to hang out in a towel for the rest of the weekend? Towel it is then.
Sounds right.
We're not complaining.
Oh god.
Towel. Phineas votes towel. Towel,
Oh,
man.
I just saw him. Did you see him?
Good eye.
But I feel like, should I get things or...
You were trying to freak me out. Guess what? You succeeded.
Darian! In the silent moment too. Control yourself.
Balls. That was such a perfect part. It's ridiculous. Just a ridiculous part.
I hate that word. Do we have to?
Flatulence.
No, I don't want to talk about it.
Toot.
Oh, foot. Boy.
Feet are terrifying.
Boy.
Hey, guys, come on. Oh, I'm done with this. I really don't appreciate the silent treatment here.
It has a fucking home theater as well. This is a resort. This is not.
Medium
Hello, Samantha.
Hello, Samantha.
This is some Saw shit.
Looking for me? I don't think you'll have much luck by looking, Samantha. You're only going to see what I want you to see. And I have quite a lot to show you.
What's going on?
Open your eyes.
Oh my god.
She's quite beautiful, isn't she?
What are you doing out there?
A beautiful bathing bird.
Bird?
Do you think she has any idea
Stop
what lies
farting!
ahead? Do you think these were
Stop
the
it!
last happy moments of this creature's life?
Showing this to me.
Why are you watching?
Why am I so sexy?
Josh!
How does it make you feel?
What did you do?
I'm going to give you 10 seconds. 9,
No,
8,
no, 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 no!
7.
Please, no!
Balls.
I'm so unhappy. Bitch.
Bitch!
Shit!
Yeah, the towel is so secure. They must have super glued that shit.
Her nipples are so frozen, they're just holding it up.
It's stuck right through.
I said jump!
Jump, bitch! If they're gonna put nervous farts in the game, then I will. I'm trying to make it more immersive. Certainly let out a nervous toot every once in a while, haven't you, Sam?
Oh no. I know, it's my most hated thing.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's awful.
Oh no. 5. Don't you dare look at me like that!
Sam, why are you hiding? Sam, why prolong the inevitable?
I just did a little wee.
I'm in danger. Thinking you can get away. Don't you know I can smell you, Sam?
What? I can smell your
I
farts.
can smell your fear.
Your nervous farts?
Oh, I don't know! Was it the wrong thing to do?
Run! Yes, run!
Are you kidding me? No handle?
Did I fuck it, Des?
Oh my god, my butthole!
Bruh. Oh, did I do it? Did I save her?
Well done.
Woo! Holy shit!
Woo.
Holy shit!
Phew. Hey,
Were you
Beardface.
genuinely scared then?
I was stressing. I always run from the get-go in that scene, so the hiding, I didn't know how that played out.
Well, there you go.
And same Phineas. I always fucked that one up.
I did it!
Well done!
I never do things right.
Hey Rabbit, how you doing? He seems nice. Seems like a lovely fellow. Aw, Soul, you sweetie pie. Thank you. Towel is the best gear. It's like with Geralt. Geralt should only wear a towel. That's Tunga's run that she's doing in Witcher 3 right now. Towel only run.
That's hilarious.
Not gonna lie. Poggers, bro.
He told me to run.
No!
Damn it!
Fuck this shit. Aw, fuck this shit.
I don't like that. I hardly moved.
Now, that was exciting, wasn't it?
It's okay,
Well
she's not
done.
dead.
Tantrum. Lozzie bad confirmed. Fuck your tits.
Was it the fart? The fart distracted me.
All the farts.
The fart was so well timed.
It is exploring the source of your fear. And you've just gone and used it for ill.
It's okay.
I'm so disappointed in myself, chat. I'm so disappointed.
The fart heard around the world.
You've turned it against these people who use it desperately want to torment. Has it been worth it?
Yeah, you can cheat and just put it on the table.
I didn't want to cheat.
Okay.
But I'm just annoyed that I missed that. I was doing so well.
You were doing very well.
Ah! Stop it! You can't do this!
There's a maniac. Oh my god, we gotta get out of here.
I don't understand what happened.
There's a maniac. This is insane. We need to go get some help. Hello?
Don't worry. Towel Geralt had such an effect on me, that's all I think of when I see someone wrapped in one. Wow.
Looking for me?
Honestly, he rocks it.
For the others.
Mike and Jess are off 69ing each other. Who knows where Sam is?
I think she's in the lodge.
Why are we still talking about this? Let's go.
Hey, look.
Ooh, we're gonna head to IKEA later. Exciting. What are you guys gonna get, Cactus Queen?
Ooh, I want to go to IKEA.
Matt, what is that?
I don't know.
Caribou.
I don't know what that is.
That's... I've never seen one before.
I think it's a dog.
David Attenborough told me about
What are you gonna do?
So we just finished chapter 5, so we're officially halfway through.
Get a hold of yourself, Emily. I hate you.
Yeah, please just get a hold of yourself. Just let me think, okay?
The giant horse cock weighs over 11 pounds.
Actually upset. I'm a little.
Just a little bit. Give him a bone. Zombie! This is good music for the scene. Zombie!
Hell yeah, zombie.
Thank you for the raid, zombie. How was your stream? Jesus on a bike, welcome in.
Jesus on a bike?
Hello. Storage for under your desk and food. Ooh, are you gonna get some Swedish meatballs while you're there, Cactus Queen?
Just walk slow. It's okay.
Zombie! Playing some Smite. How is Smite today, Zombie? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How are y'all doing? Doc Drag, welcome, welcome. Guys, drop a follow for Zombie Owl. Zombie is lovely.
Thank you for not murdering the deer. You're welcome.
It was a decision.
I'm only just getting the fact that you don't have to do everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm still just like, I keep thinking about Sam hiding
in that towel.
In that little elevator.
Maybe. Absolutely, if not, chips and a hot dog. A little hot dog action, delicious.
What are we gonna have for dinner?
Swagatini.
Should we make dinner though? I feel like that could be fun.
Yeah, okay. Stream was chill, played some Smite to get myself a really expensive and free skin. Ooh, nice. Like we hurting from walking all day before.
Then we tell them we need help.
Yes, for a toothache, my friend. Yes, please take care of yourself.
Oh,
please
God,
take care.
Not the lodge. We should stay here in case
Jesus on a bike.
To get back in touch with us.
Fuck me dead.
Fuck me dead. Jesus on a bike.
But yes, welcome in, Raiders. Lovely to have you. We're playing Until Dawn. Laws is playing it for the very first time. I have played this game a few times before.
I'm balking it a little.
No, she's doing great. That's actually Jesus. I believe it.
See, what is that?
It's just a security light. Motion sensor, probably.
That's really funny.
Have a good night, Prez. Get some good rest, my friend. Thanks for hanging. I appreciate you.
I don't want to be Emily.
Can we just throw her off the cliff?
Yeah, if I have control in this game, surely I'm able to unalive.
Yeah.
Have fun, Prez.
Have fun with sleep.
I mean, sleep well, Prez.
Get in. Yeah, she's like, should we make dinner? Or should we make dinner? Hello, Marcus. How are you? Do you think Emily even wants to be Emily?
Definitely not.
No, only a miserable person would behave like this.
I agree.
Darian jumps the most. I'm a very jumpy person.
Yeah, you have been the past few days.
I'm very jumpy. Gray, lovely to see you. This game is great. It's very, very fun. I'd recommend it.
It's very scary for me. I am wuss of the century. Free yourself from Emily.
Why is it so windy all
Playing
of a sudden?
Pokemon Scarlet? Ooh,
We're almost
nice,
inside.
Marcus. Enjoy, my friend.
I haven't played Pokemon in so long.
What's the last Pokemon game you played?
Arceus. Didn't finish it. Classic.
It's a big game, to be fair.
Yeah, it is.
A pogo stick. Love a pogo stick. That'd be fun.
It's like a turnip head from Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh yeah. We watched Howl's Moving Castle yesterday. That was lovely.
The day before.
Was it 2 days ago? Oh, guys, I meant to post in the Discord. We found PS4s or PS5s here. We found them for sale at the store. God of War PS5s. And I wanted to get it.
I don't know if it'll work because
Right, because the region lock. We aren't sure if it's region lock, so we don't want to spend like $900 getting it, but...
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't want you to waste your money.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, Hannah. We're still missing.
Sorry.
Disappearance is starting to make more sense.
Sorry about the whole being missing thing.
That must suck for you. I swear it is Hannah tormenting them.
Come on.
So you think she survived that fall?
Yeah.
Great. No power. Gotta be a...
Hi, Icarus. What's inverse gravity like?
Here.
It's quite pleasant.
Doing wonders for your skin.
Yes, I'd recommend it. Doll hairs. 900 doll hairs. Wait till they get in stock back home. Yeah,
no
I would
power.
agree. Not worth risking that much money.
Yeah.
Yeah, we aren't sure. There's conflicting reports. So if you look at different websites, some websites say that only the PlayStation, the PSN account will be region locked versus the actual system itself. But it would be completely unusable. The reason why I thought of it was because we tried to watch one of my Blu-rays, and it was like, oh, we can't because it's region locked.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah. We haven't tried the Full Metal Alchemist Blu-ray, but my Studio Ghibli Blu-rays wouldn't work, unfortunately. Yeah, so weird.
That ought to get someone's attention. Hopefully someone who's not a psychopath.
Oh, I've never done that. I bought a PS4 when I was living in Italy, now living in America, and it worked fine. Oh.
It felt like, I just feel like it's so risky.
Yeah,
you know?
for so much money.
Excuse me, Matt. Okay, looks like I can't go that way.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers, Hannah. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, ridiculous. Trying to, like, region lock us.
Yeah. I mean, everything's legal. Like, we bought the PlayStation, we bought the movie. I guess they have to pay for certain licensing and all that.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I don't actually understand.
Well, basically, they haven't paid for it to be able to be played in that country. I guess.
It's crazy.
Oh,
capitalism!
Why do I need a fax machine during this traumatic time?
I'm sorry, Beth.
Too, Beth.
Sorry, thoughts and prayers.
I hope you're feeling better.
Tell them I said they can kiss my ass from America. If they need the zip code, I'll send it. Thank you, Lieutenant Dan. I'll let them know. Buy a Blu-ray player that isn't region locked. Well, I hadn't thought of that yet. Sucks to be you, Beth. Anyway. Sucks to suck.
Hello? Anyone there? Hello? Please say something if you're out there, please. We need help. Over, over. Shit.
Shit.
Oh my god. Thank God. We need help, please.
Balls. We need balls, please.
This is the Park Ranger Service for Blackwood County. We're not getting your signal very well. Please speak slowly and clearly. Over.
Please, 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 please help. Oh my God.
Speak
we're stuck
slowly
in
and
Blackwood
clearly.
Mountain, and there's a maniac.
If you can hear this, please repeat your message as I'm unable to understand.
I'm gonna keep speaking at the same speed.
I think we've killed both of them by shooting that flare gun.
Oh, you think?
Oh my God, okay. This is... My name is Emily.
There we go.
Hello?
You're not coming through clearly. Please repeat. Over.
PS5's not. Oh, PS5 games are.
But is the
We're
system?
on Blackwood Mountain by the ski lodge. There's a killer and he's after helicopters? He's already killed one of them.
I don't know.
Oh God, please help me. Gotta help.
I love killing all these characters when I got the chance. Same, Marcus, same. It's very fun.
Something tripped the motion sensor. Probably fucking deer.
Yeah, there's lots of conflicting information on the internet about it. It's hard to know.
Nice. We've got help coming.
What?
Help!
When? How long?
Help! Help is on the way.
Is the challenge of these games the fact that you kind of want them to lose? You kind of want them to die because they're kind of pieces of shit.
Oh my God, he's scared. He's coming for me.
For you? Just you, Emily.
Yep, just her. And I guess Matt's here too. Please, please, almost, please, oh my God.
I'm scared. I'm just... What was that?
Now's the time to leave. At this moment.
I think we know that.
Timber! This is not the time, Emily. Please, keep it in your pants.
Shit.
Yeah? Up to you. Ah, Matt's alive. Yeah, you know, they just gotta get up, walk it off a little bit, you know?
Walk it off.
Freelance.
Damn it!
Freelance.
Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders!
Welcome in.
We're winning!
Yay.
I'm in danger.
Welcome in! What are we playing? Monster Hunter? Ooh, how is Monster Hunter going?
Oh God, Matt, help me.
Welcome in, Raiders. How are y'all doing? How'd you enjoy Monster Hunter? We're playing some Until Dawn here today. I've played Until Dawn before, but this is Law's first time.
Now, what are you waiting for?
So we're having some fun with it. How are y'all doing?
I'm struggling a bit, guys.
Idiot, just get me out of here.
We're winning because Emily is not doing well. So that means we're hashtag winning.
What? I could say I saw you with Mike in this situation? That's crazy.
Is this the time?
That's not.
We're goofing around. Australia. Oh, it's fantastic, Freelance. I'm having a lovely
Emily,
time. Thank you so much for raiding out for my friend. I appreciate it.
You're gonna be fine.
Ah, stop talking. I can't take it.
I had
Stop
some cheeky
yelling at
Nandos.
me and let me work
Was
this
delicious.
out, okay?
Extremely funny,
No,
also.
you stop it. Why do you question every little thing I say? I'm goddamn sick of it.
You F dash 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 whore.
Whatever you say, honey.
Whatever you say, princess.
Oh, shit.
That's right.
Now
Hope you fall to your death.
goddamn power. Please, please, Matt, just
What a
do
bitch.
something.
Stop with the farts.
Was that a fart?
See you, bitch.
Get a jump.
Matt, Jesus.
Was that a fart?
Trying to find the safest way to get to you.
You idiot, just get me
You
out of here.
idiot.
Oh.
Imagine on the brink of death, calling the person who has the opportunity to save you. Calling them bitch. Well,
Emily!
Emily!
Did I kill it?
Dun dun dun. Find out next week on Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon, rock the Dragon Ball Z. Very well done.
Yeah, she's in super hell. Not just regular hell. Super
I
hell.
don't know. I didn't see her.
Couldn't save her anyway.
I haven't seen her either.
Oh no. Oh, this is overwhelming, Dazzle.
Did that just happen?
Damn it! What is going on around here?
That was her mistake. She shouldn't have farted. Starting a fresh playthrough of World after years since I last played it. Trying the Iceborne Community Edition mod, bunch of rebalancing and world.
Hey,
Alex!
Isn't this Cassie's friend?
Oh, is it? Alex, we have a raid! Welcome in! Welcome.
Hey, Alex!
And quality of life changes? Been a lot of fun so far. Ooh, Iceborne, that sounds cool, freelance. Very, very cool.
Welcome, Raiders!
Thank you for the raid, Alex. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Playing some Cyberpunk? How was Cyberpunk?
Was it Cyberfunk?
Cyberfunk it? Love watching people play through this for the first time. Me too. Like, this was such a good idea. I'm so glad we decided to do this.
I'm overwhelmed. I might have to make a coffee.
Ash, you alright?
Yeah, I just...
Yeah?
I know. You and Josh were close, Chris.
Let's just find Sam. Okay, that's what we're doing.
I mean, oh my god.
Ashley, just
What other horror games hasn't she played? Probably most of them. She's not really big on horror games.
Sam.
She? Who?
Who is she?
Me?
Yes.
The Australian ornament you have on your stream. Oh god.
What the heck?
If you're wondering why Ashley's entire left side is covered in blood, you don't want to know.
Trust us.
You don't want to know. What's her face?
This is so effed up.
Oh my gosh. I hate this.
She had a little ketchup accident at the McDonald's. There were a lot of packets involved. You don't want to know.
Excuse me?
Did you just
It's
see that?
the shit blood. You don't want to know.
Did I see what?
That, Chris, that!
What that was that?
It was like...
It was an issue with the lasagna.
Shaped like a ghost.
Oh boy.
An issue.
I'm serious. Why don't you believe me? I said I saw it. Doesn't that
Would
count
Loz
for
play the
anything?
game with the naked grandma in the sewers?
Hell tonight.
Oh, was that Madison?
Your mind
No,
is fried.
Daz told me
My
she hated
mind
it,
is
so
fried.
that's enough for me.
I don't even
Well, just
trust
on
what I've been
principle, the
seeing.
game was annoying.
No, you are wrong. I saw it. And
The
I
Hag of
am
Hackett's
sure,
Quarry? The Hag of
Chris.
Hackett's Quarry?
Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
All right. Maybe it's.
Taking a shot every time they said.
Let's just
Oh
keep
my
our heads.
gosh.
Are we going crazy down here?
It's the only place left Sam could be, Ash.
I wish
Yes,
we could
freelance,
just
please
find
go take care of
everyone
yourself.
else
And Alex,
What if
please,
Sam needs
Raiders,
us?
go take
What
care
if
of
she's in
yourself, my
trouble?
friends.
Yes, thank you for rating.
Thank you. Get yourself some snackos, stretch your legs.
My heart rate is so high. Why are we in Hawaii again? We're in Australia.
It's summertime.
Summertime in Australia.
And the living's easy.
Oh god. Oh god.
It's an in-joke in his community. Yeah, Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
Oh
Ridiculous.
god.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Did your heart rate smoke weed?
Smoke weed every day. I feel like it would lower your heart rate
Yeah.
if you smoked weed, right?
I was never gonna smoke weed during this.
Oh. There's such a focus on asses in this game.
Whoa!
He doesn't mind.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
What the hell is going on?
Whoa.
Oh my god.
It's a horse.
You knocked into it, right? I mean, you knocked into it.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. How did everything get so freaky around
that
here?
you're so
Doors
quiet
slamming
right now.
and candles
Incredible.
lighting it out of nowhere.
I don't remember what happens here.
Or whatever
Ashley,
it was.
Because your heart rate is high. Because it's high.
Right by us.
Is my flower dying?
I'm not imagining things.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I
Well,
saw
you did
things
rip it
too.
off its lifeblood.
I saw
Oh,
it
it's so
happen to
dead.
Josh's shed.
That happens so
You know,
quickly.
that's what I'm worried
My
about.
flower's dead, chat. That's so sad.
We'll get you another one for next stream.
Thank you.
No.
You know what I'm really worried about? Okay, I'm
Some
worried
do be
about
good
Sam.
butts. You know what? It's fair.
What's happened to her? If there's some maniac out here, then she could be.
Wait, Chris, the ghost!
What?
Didn't you see it?
Dumbass,
No.
Chris.
You were looking at your phone, you dip. What are you tweeting?
Game of the year.
Hashtag
Such a focus on
ghost after
asses.
us?
Ash, calm down, okay?
But not
There's
nervous
no
farts.
ghost here. Ghost of what? You're freaked
Chris
out
has the
because of
reaction
what
time at
happened.
150.
So we're getting a significant delay here.
Ghost.
It's good to be able to enjoy these jump scares not on a delay with Daz.
Yeah.
Usually on
They
Discord,
did
I'm
it
like,
because
You get scared and then I get scared.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then you just laugh.
to us at the
Oh my
seance,
god,
Chris.
another anus.
I don't know.
We haven't had any roller coaster arms, so that's good.
No.
This is
What did
ridiculous.
How does a picture just jump off the wall like
Why
that?
does a picture just jump off the wall like that?
Such a little dingus he is. Little silly bingus.
It's helping? Have we got help?
Huh. There you
Sounded
go.
just like him. That was a room.
Oh my god. There! Look there, Chris! You can't tell me you didn't see that! See?
That's,
You do see it!
I don't know. I just... This is fucking crazy.
So there's...
Chris,
Yeah, we still have Chris. Chris is still alive. Unfortunately or fortunately, however you look at it.
Is Chris a bad person? He seemed fine.
Depends on your interpretation of him, I suppose.
Just a little weird, really.
Yeah, we need some Scooby snacks up in here immediately.
Look, Chris. You can see
The ghost is
windows.
trying to help, I think.
What? It's tiny furniture?
No. It's a whole scene with dolls and everything.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Barbecue chips, fucking delicious, relax. Are they Lay's barbecue chips?
And look, this little
Chris
key.
monks
What'd I
people,
tell
which
you?
is
The
just
ghost is
unforgivable.
helping us.
Get mugged. Laws doesn't like dolls.
Whoa. What is going on?
Oh god, it's like...
It's not like anything. That's us.
That's
Hiding,
terrifying.
waiting for Hannah. Last year.
But it's
Bye,
so accurate.
Calico.
I mean,
Take
that's
care.
exactly
Thanks
where
for
I was
hanging
sitting.
out,
That's
my
where
friend.
Matt was.
This was set up by someone. Who was there?
Or someone or something that was watching us.
Maybe it's a warning.
Hannah.
I think someone put this here to mess with us.
No, it has to be the ghost. It's trying to tell us the maniac killed Hannah and Beth.
I think it's this bastard that he's here trying to fuck with our heads.
Why would he set this all up, Chris?
Butts.
He's trying to tell us that he's gonna come after
Someone
us
had
all,
to
too.
say it. Oh my god!
I nearly bit you.
Hum.
Oh my god.
I consume. Hum.
It's Hannah's diary.
It's only been
Nom,
2
nom, nom,
minutes
nom, nom,
since the last.
It's like those signs. It's been 0 days since the last accident.
Since the last Shittington. I just want to look at it. Fuck's sake. Mum finally agreed. The invitations are out. The party's gonna happen. I hate that I have to wait. So far, Ash, Matt, and Sam have said definitely yes. Nothing from Mike.
Frowny face.
Oh my god, Mike confirmed. He phoned just this afternoon. Do you like this?
Everyone being together here.
We're
on the
her.
mountain
Party
is
time
so
tomorrow.
awesome.
We're her.
Cozy fires and
Everyone
hot
being here
dogs
together
and
on the mountain's gonna be so
I am
awesome.
so
Cozy fires and hot tubs and
can't
oh my
read
god,
this.
Mike!
It's so sad.
I am so psyched to spend some time with him. Totally gotta stop obsessing, but I can't help it. What? I was reading.
Hey,
that.
heretic. How you doing?
I was reading that.
Who's the blonde one? I'm very armadary.
I think VeryDillo is nice.
Very Dillo. It is I, Very Dillo. Spelt Mike with hearts. It's the I's dotted with a heart.
No crush. No.
Mike
possible
Hunt.
crush. Whoa. Don't talk about it on stream. You right? You're scared.
God damn it.
Oh, Brad! But you did see it, Chris. For real.
I saw something.
Something.
Where'd it go?
That was sure something. Now she's broken. The ghost said, "Poggers." That's a pog face. You good? Yeah, it was a lot. It's all good.
I'm back.
Bit of a malfunction.
Just when you think it can't get any creepier.
Oh.
Jeez.
What the fuck is happening?
Torture is what's happening.
think I hurt my back in that last jump square. Square. Can't even speak.
Hated that bit the most. Which, the jump scare or the bugs?
Oh my god, another anus.
Yeah, now all of Australia is haunted. We brought it to Australia.
It's mammoth.
Mike
Chris,
Hawk is
I don't know if
stiff
I wanna keep
and
going.
rigid. The doll with bugs, yeah. The bugs are not great. Don't love it.
Dolls aren't meant to have bugs in them.
No, it's not where they go. They go in the ground, in the soil.
The bugs or the dolls? Because I think both.
Yeah, both of them.
In my opinion.
in the trash.
Yeah.
To be honest.
The dolls are so.
Did you know this was here?
This is like a whole other.
Would you ever get your child a doll?
This was...
If they wanted one?
Like a porcelain doll?
Is that specifically what
Have
you're
you
afraid
checked
of?
your
Yeah. Not like any doll.
Okay, just porcelain. Yeah, that's fair. Porcelain
Also,
dolls are
if my
creepy.
kid is like, I want one,
I don't think I can
would
take
take
any
them
more
to a
of this.
psychologist and just make sure they're not the next, like,
That's my limit here too.
Satan
All I
spawn.
wanted to do
And then
was
I get
forget last year
Yeah.
ever
You know?
happened.
To be honest,
Just do a quick
I'm
check.
not sure what Hannah thought she was doing.
And then it wouldn't be allowed
Yeah.
to be like placed
Well,
on a shelf
You know how
looking
it
at
is
me.
when you're crushing
We'd have to
Facing
put
the
it.
wall.
We'd have to
Great,
put it
so
to
you're
bed each
basically
night.
saying that we put a vulnerable
I feel
friend
like that's
in a
creepier.
terrible
Tuck it in.
situation and essentially
Tucking it into
caused
bed
her to
is
run away
creepier.
and
That's
creep
not
her
if it's
again.
just sitting on the shelf like. I'm gonna eat your soul.
But then treating it like a person kind of encourages it to become lifelike.
Darian. Darian.
Don't encourage it, you know?
If it was you, don't you think you would have run away? I mean, who likes being made fun of?
How would you test a child to see if they're a spawn of
People
Satan?
don't make fun of me.
To your face.
We could get into some dark shit there.
Chris,
But first of
We
all,
made
I'd
her
sit
look so
down.
stupid in front
and
of
I'd
all of her
say,
friends and the guy she liked. I can't
Satan,
imagine doing anything worse
Are
to
you in
somebody.
there?
You say, are you gay?
And then this just like lightning bolt strikes them. Take them to a church, ask them if they're gay, then. Done.
It's just a prank, Han. Just a prank. Is the be an asshole option ever the right option?
I'm always choosing the nice option. I'm such a pushover.
I don't know if it's right necessarily. A lot of it leads you to the same place. It's just like how you want to interact with the characters, if you like them or not.
These.
I can get you.
Yeah.
Are these?
I'm on edge. Did you see what I'm
Why would
dealing with
anyone
here?
make
The
fake
bugs.
newspapers?
No, it's the dolls.
Oh, okay.
Stop. You know it's the dolls.
My best friend of years has shelves of dolls and wondered why I never wanted to sleep over. Yeah, no, fuck that. Nope.
Chris, I need you to move your
Whole entire body.
literally
Everything.
everything.
You know what? No.
Ash,
No, I've had
Finally
enough.
someone speaking
I'm not going
sense.
down any further into this nightmare, Chris.
You know what? Nah.
I understand, okay? I'm really freaked
Their
out.
eyes do
If
move. If they
Sam's
like
down
move their
there all
head,
alone with a
their eyes
maniac,
do move. They like
and
float.
we leave, we're basically killing her ourselves.
Okay.
Nah, strawberry down the wrong hole.
Oh, don't do that.
What? Not hole.
Can we quote that one?
Quote?
Can we quote?
Not any better, babe.
Oh my god, another anus.
Another anus.
Damn it.
Another hole.
Ashley,
Can
come
we
on.
quote?
Why are you always right?
I'm not always right.
Well, when you're right.
I want
You're
that.
right.
I mean,
I don't want to be. I want to leave.
No.
perfect.
We've got to find Sam. Let's
This
go.
keeps getting worse.
Oh my god, absolutely terrible.
Hello, Elvis. Oi, mate.
Oh, g'day,
G'day.
Elvis. How are ya?
How you doing? My grandma had a whole room filled with a large stage going around the room filled with dolls, spooky porcelain dolls. Haunted. Absolutely haunted.
I don't want to say anything bad about your grandma, so I'll be quiet.
I had to go through a room of dolls going eyes wide open at me when I had
I'm
to
getting
pee.
a really weird feeling from all this.
That's awful.
Well, I can't shake the feeling that those fake newspapers have something to do with the
That
guy
is
who killed
entirely
Josh.
haunted. Absolutely the fuck not.
Wait, like what?
Maddie,
Is it
welcome
setup or
in. How you doing?
Yeah, but I mean, how? It's just.
Maddie,
I'm missing
welcome
something.
in.
It just feels
Maddie.
like we're missing something.
Maddie. I like how you always do it. I like it. It's very well done.
Thank you. I sound like a radio host.
You should be one.
Thank you. Have you tried Vegemite? I have, Elvis. I have tried Vegemite. Before my trip here, I tried it. It's not terrible. I don't like the aftertaste, though.
Oh god, what is that?
I'll think bad things about your grandma instead of saying them. I'll just think them.
Batteries and timers. Oh.
Lights and TV, it said on the timer. Canned rattlesnake. No, I have not. That sounds awful. I feel like snake would not be a very good meat to ingest.
I've eaten snake before and it's so bony.
Yeah.
You have to like literally pick apart the tiniest of white flesh.
Lightly with butter, yeah. I think that would be your best bet. With some butter. Absolutely. On some toast. For sure.
That's us.
It just has this aftertaste that's very hard to explain.
Oh. There's a cross next to M's face.
Oh!
Does that mean she's dead?
But look at Josh.
I mean, what is this? Like a fucking hit list?
Balls.
Christ.
Maybe she really hates M. Who thought of the idea? Probably Emily, because she was dating Mike at the time, right?
The bones are for calcium. Delicious.
Thanks for the hydrate, Carl.
Yes.
My god, I'm thirsty.
Already out of water again.
You are? Gosh, I'm not at all. I've just been like puckered.
When you're puckered, you can't drink water. Yeah. Hey Kai, like this one better than the Quarry? Me too. This one's very good. Until Dawn is probably one of my top 10 favorite video games. It's very good, very good. How are you, Kai? Good to see you.
Yeah, I got it, but damn, this thing is heavy.
I had no hope. We didn't have dolls, but we had a collection of pencils that move about the house. Pencils!
Wait, what?
I think I just saw Sam over
Haunted
there.
pencils. Now that's the first time I've heard that.
We should check it out.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure whoever's bleeding came through here, okay? So we really gotta get moving, like now.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm coming.
It didn't look like Sam.
Nice car.
Fiddler! Oh shit! Fiddler, thank you so much for the 5 gifties. Thank you so much, my friend. How are you? Wonderful to see you.
Okay, I fucked it.
What do you mean?
I just saw a clown face.
Oh boy.
I don't get it.
Fiddler, thank you so much. Very, very generous of you, my friend. I appreciate it.
I don't really know what goes on.
Snake meat is tasty, however, too many bones I'd recommend for the taste. Ah, Eddie recommends for the taste.
Wait, those are Sam.
Yeah, those are Sam's clothes. That's just
Sick. I'd say that's just sick.
so the psycho has been down here.
That's sick,
Sure.
brah.
Do you think he's still down here?
It's Payday 2.
I hope not.
Payday 2 mask.
Is this
This
thing
is an
even
ambitious
here?
crossover.
$1 million question.
I feel unwell.
Is it the pigs?
Is that not Sam? Ugh,
Well, last time we saw her, she was wearing...
nothing.
Right.
But they stole her
Sam?
clothes.
Right.
Lizzie, you okay? No.
No.
I'm very unwell.
Corey had mostly cutscenes. Yeah, I'm trying to think of it now. It was a lot of cutscenes. Yeah, I'd say you're right. The tarot use in the quarry. Yeah, the tarot was fun.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. I liked the part of the quarry where I didn't have to play it.
Yes, that was her favorite part.
Damn it. Imagine if that's what you did at everything. Damn it. Damn it.
Lozzie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Lozzie?
Kai, I may have killed Daddy Rami.
Oh, Chris. Oh, no.
Hello?
Sam?
Hello? The Penumbra games? What are those, Ahab?
Sam! Chris, is she dead? Holy shit, holy shit.
She's not dead.
Maybe because she's
How do
nice.
you know?
She's still breathing.
She didn't get killed.
What the hell is wrong?
She's been knocked out.
Oh, oh no, 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 no,
Lozzie,
no.
no.
This is bad. We've got to get her out of here.
It's a trap!
Oh, shit! Ah! Ah! No, get... Ah! Ah!
Have I done the bad thing?
Way more more hot Chipotle farts in Until Dawn than the quarry, though. Not more toots. Not more tootin'. Fear farts.
Shit.
Horror games done by Amnesia devs. Same kind of style. No, I haven't heard of these, Ahab. I should look into those.
I've heard of Penumbra games.
Oh.
I'm gonna
but
murder his fucking face off.
they're probably far too scary for me.
What is this?
Oh no.
Ooh.
Chris.
This is the guy who killed Josh.
You know this? Obviously, you've played it twice, you freak!
Murder piece of shit.
They're playing checkers. Who's gonna win?
Die, Chris.
Yeah, Scotty, it's very like Saw.
No one is going to die.
I wish I could tell you. It's just not fair.
What? Tell me what?
It's too late. Chris, what's the point?
Stop it. Just say.
We're always talking around it. And now, I mean, we've wasted everything.
I always wanted to fuck you.
None of it was wasted.
What do you mean?
Every second that I spent with you was the only thing I ever wanted to do with my time.
Oh.
What are you saying?
Oh my
Chris?
god, just fucking say it!
Should've told you
Jesus
how I felt.
Christ. Dealing with amateurs
Ashley,
here.
I swear when we get out of this. Oh God! Ashley, I'll get you out of this. I won't let you die.
Hello there, my special little subjects.
Ashley's having a rough go of it.
Don't be scared.
Oh, you should be, Ash.
Saved Ashley,
Because
now she
here's
has to
the
watch the
twist.
person she loves die.
Chris has made one fatal choice already today. And now he must make another. Chris, you can take that gun in front of you and shoot Ashley, or you can shoot yourself. Whoever is left can live. The choice is yours. Don't be so silly, Chris.
I feel unwell. I don't know what to do. I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all.
Oh,
no, I didn't mean to do that! I didn't mean to do that!
Daddy Lammy more K-Bob cry wait why am I cheering for this? Oh well at least I still have Bohemian Rhapsody.
No, I didn't mean to click that.
I don't. It's okay. You're fine.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Hi, thank you for the biddies. You still have Bohemian Rhapsody. It's all good.
No! Oh my God! No! Oh my God!
You have gone too far now.
Don't you see? Huh? Don't you see that this torture porn has gone too far? Huh? Now what gives you the right to play God in these people's lives? What makes
Yeah,
you
Ashley
so
was being
special,
pretty
then?
loud as well.
Huh?
Daddy Raby, no!
You're sick! You're a sick fuck!
Me?
Now, what the hell have you done for them? Huh? What the hell have you done to them? Psychopath. Psychopath!
This would be a good place to stop if you wanted. If you wanted to stop here.
What do you think?
I think we could wrap up here and we can finish it up next stream.
Okay, if you're happy with that, it's yours.
Absolutely. You goddamn psychopath! Psychopath.
If I have a coffee, I can
Oh
probably
God!
continue.
Chris,
I think that's a good
the
idea.
choice is yours.
See you next stream.
Yeah, I say we finish it up next stream. We take our time.
Yes, soldier.
What have you done to them? I wanted to do that to them. I wanted to kill them.
Oh yeah.
Because we still have a significant portion of the game left. These last chapters are longer.
And we shouldn't rush them.
Exactly, yeah. It's really good.
That's a great idea. She got the big brain.
Ooh, gotta de-stress. I agree. Woo! Woo!
Oh my goodness me.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out for the stream, my friends. This has been lovely. We are gonna finish this next time. So this will probably be next week. We'll probably finish this up. And then perhaps we'll play some Untitled Goose Game next week, maybe.
Yep.
And maybe some It Takes Two.
Yep.
Maybe a cooking stream as well.
Yeah, I'd love to do a cooking stream with you.
Yeah, so We'll get that going. We'll figure that out.
Oh my God, I look absolutely freaking wrecked.
That game wrecked us. All right, we gotta find somebody to raid, my friends.
Oh, you're right.
Let's see who's streaming. I need to get to regular Twitch, not Tommy Dime.
I mean, he's great.
We love Tommy Dime. Gotta see who be streaming.
Careful, because this auto plays. So if you know anything about
Don't
Twitch.
do it. Don't do it. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you. I'm hoping that I will feel better soon. I'm hoping I feel less poopy.
Yes, send all of the good health vibes because poor Dazzle has been sick.
Thanks for Skyping us on your vacation. Oh my God, of course, you lovely, lovely kids. You guys been behaving. Ruff. The Hyonk game. You playing boxing with a kangaroo. Oh my God, of course. Absolutely. Yes, thank you guys for hanging out for the stream. It's been lovely. I had such a good time. Dang. I feel like a woman.
Ooh, ooh.
Let's see. Let's see, shall we?
What you thinking?
Yeah, we could do a cage raid. Y'all want to do a cage raid? She's playing some Fallout 4. Cheeky little cage raid. Just woke up. Hi, Sweezes. Hello, lady. No worries. Lovely to see you, lady.
Hey, lady. How you doing?
Rough. It's so cute. Have a good night, my friends. Yes, we can do a cheeky little cage raid. Let's do it.
Bless you.
Oh my God.
I'm good.
Thank you.
You good? Oh, there it is.
There she is.
You don't need me.
All right, do we have a raid message? All the best time streams you've done and rest and get better, you legends. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it.
We'll be back, I think, in a few days to finish this game off.
Yes, I would like to finish off Until Dawn. I think it's been very fun so far, so I would like to continue it.
We'll see you soon.
Yes.
I
Yes,
think
indeedy.
a raid message like, Mom and Dad on vacation.
Mom and Dad on vacation, yeah. To just be Hiccup. Yes, good night, everybody. Thank you so very much for the stream today. I appreciate you all tremendously. Take care of yourselves. I will see you next week. Man, I feel like a woman should be message. Man, I feel like a woman.
Come on, boys.
That's what I was thinking. Oh my gosh. Yes, lady, so lovely to see you. Double Daddies Down Under.
Love it.
Mom and Dad on vacation. We got options for you.
Take your pick, right?
Whichever one you want, my beautiful, beautiful friends. We got options here. Woman, I feel like a man. Cage is doing some music at the moment. Also, she's wearing a wig. So let's bring some lovely, beautiful energy on over to Cage, shall we?
Is that a wig or she got a hair done?
No, I think that's a wig.
Okay.
I think it's a wig. All right, my beautiful, lovely friends. Take care of yourselves. This is our raid message.
Bye.
Bye. We'll see you next week. Take care. Thank you so very much, friends.
Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Bye.
Thank you for hanging. Bye. Oh, I'm gonna have to change the other thing myself. Okay. Okay. Bye, guys. Bye. Oh, that's not it. Well, there you go. That's your ending screen. Sure. That's fine. Okay, bye, guys. Bye. Hold on. Boop. You can still hear me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.